The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Quorum,
Here.
Danielson,
Morning.
Donovan, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lee, Liston, Lundeen, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Here.
Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Story,
Excused.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Story. Mr. President,
Here. With 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused, we have a quorum. Will the good senator from Monument please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, Mr. President. Colleagues, friends, guests in the gallery, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America Thank you.
Approval of the journal, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal of Monday, March 21st be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed Senate Bill 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 67, 68, 69, 70, and 171. Correctly engrossed Senate Bill 126, Senate Resolution 003. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 1010018, 139, 152. Correctly revised House Bill 1038, 1211, 1245, and 1250. Correctly re-revised House Bill 1028, 1037, 1040, 1044, 1086, 1104, 1229, 1257, and 1266. Correctly enrolled Senate Bill 83.
Committee reports.
March 21st, 2021, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1008 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles to all the bills on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 126, Senators Sonnenberg and Donovan, Representative Holtorf, concerning a requirement that the Colorado Water Conservation Board prioritize water storage in the South Platte River Basin and choosing project to finance with money from the Colorado Water Conservation Board Construction Fund. House Bill 1250, Representatives Woodward and Pico, Senators Enzinger and Woodward, concerning non-substantive changes to Title VII of the Colorado Revised Statutes. House Bill 1245, Representatives Doherty and Van Baber, Senators Enzinger, concerning clarifications related to the Foster Youth and Transition Program. House Bill 1211, Representatives Soper and Gonzalez Gutierrez, Senators Lee and Gardner, concerning the continuation of the Committee on Juvenile Justice Reform and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation contained in the 2021 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies to sunset the Committee on Juvenile Justice Reform. House Bill 1038, Representatives Doherty and Van Baber, Senators Moreno and Gardner, concerning client-directed legal representation for youth and court proceedings for youth.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 126 and House Bills 1250, 1245, 1211, and 1038.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes on any of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar? No fighting. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1245.
Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1245. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that I be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1245.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1245. Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1245 and House Bill 1250.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1250 and 1245. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 126 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Cook, Bridges, Gonzalez, Kolker, Rodriguez, Zenzinger, Janal, Buckner, Lee, Pedersen, Hansen. Minority Leader Holbert. Lundin, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Jaquez Lewis, Woodward, Priola, Fields, with a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, 1250 is passed. Co-sponsors, House Bill 1250. Senators Priola, With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1245 is passed. Co-sponsors, House Bill 1245, Senators Gonzalez, Lee, Janal, Rankin, Priola, Buckner, Pedersen. Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1211 is passed. Co-sponsors, House Bill 1211. Senators Gonzalez, Pedersen, Lundin, Story, please add the president. Buckner, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1038 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Lee, Buckner, Pedersen, Zenzinger, Priola, Lundin, Jaquez Lewis, Liston, Kolker, Janal, Woodward, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, please add the president. General orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration, general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Winter will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the general order, second reading bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1032, Representatives Bockenfield and Doherty, Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, concerning jury duty postponement for a student enrolled in an institution of higher education outside the state of Colorado. House Bill 1092, Representatives Soper and Roberts, Senators Bridges and Quorum, concerning the issuance of loans by irrigation districts to landowners for certain purposes. House Bill 1022, Representatives Roberts and Escar, Senators Woodward and Henriksen, concerning modifications to the administration of the Colorado State Fair and Industrial Exposition. Senate Bill 36, Senators Hansen and Heisey, Representatives Byrd and Van Winkle, concerning a payment to the statewide Death and Disability Trust Fund to pay benefits for members hired before January 1st, 1997.
Majority Leader Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on the consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1032, House Bill 1092, and the associated Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report, House Bill 1022, and Senate Bill 36 and the associated Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Thank you, Senator Buckner, for saying aye. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 36 is amended, passed on second reading, and reported and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1032, 1092 is amended, and 1022 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 36, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1032, 1092, as amended. House Bill 1022 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for announcements.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for announcements. Are there any no votes? All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion is adopted. Senate will proceed out of order for purposes of announcements. Your excitement worries me. Your excitement worries me. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, apparently I am unable to put things on your desk if you're not there. So I'm going to invite you to come to my desk. And with Ag Days, since we're going to have a long day today, I have beef sticks. Yes. And these beef sticks are part of the Beef Sticks and Backpack mission to create a world where no child in Colorado suffers from weekend food insecurity. This nonprofit organization is committed to the goal of distributing high-quality, high-protein beef sticks throughout the state of Colorado. Formed by the members of the Colorado agriculture community and with the help of Kids Pack of Loveland, Five Rivers Cattle Feeding, Arcadia Asset Management, Colorado Cattlemen's Association, Colorado Livestock Association, Colorado State University, and many others, this nonprofit is able to provide 15,000 beef sticks a week to mostly inner city children and suffer from food insecurity. All of Colorado's beef industry and many other partners come together to lend a helping hand to the community, for the thought is responsible for this initiative and has been around for 10 years. You get the advantage of this, and you'll get a little brochure to see as well, so stop by, pick up a... How'd you get it up? I didn't put it on your desk. Am I in trouble? Oh, you stole it. Feel free, if I'm not there, to steal it. It's in the bag next to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sonnenberg, I think the concern is that perhaps you were poisoning the entire Senate. and in discussing with the Chief Sergeant, he has agreed from now on to taste everything before it's placed on a desk. So if it is poison, he will be the first to notify us. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, today is Civil Air Patrol Day at the Capitol, and I hope you all have your cards with you. You're all majors. I think all 100 members of the legislature are members of the Civil Air Patrol. They were here earlier today, and they're going to be around all day, so if you see one, please stop and talk to them. So I have a little tribute for the Civil Air Patrol. State of Colorado, the Senate, and the House of Representatives convened in the 73rd General Assembly hereby extend sincere accommodations to the Colorado wing of the Civil Air Patrol. Civil Air Patrol is the congressionally chartered auxiliary of the United States Air Force. The Colorado wing of the Civil Air Patrol has served the citizens of the state since 1942 and today has over 900 unpaid adult volunteers and over 1,000 cadets serving the state in emergency services, cadet programs, aerospace education, cyber defense, disaster relief, and homeland security. In recent years, the Colorado Wing has served predominantly in providing COVID pandemic relief and assisting FEMA and state and local agencies during Colorado floods and wildfires with aerial photography and assistance and damage assessments. Members of the Colorado Wing have refined radar analysis and cell phone forensics to greatly enhance search and rescue of downed aircraft and lost persons across the nation. The Colorado Wing stands ready to support citizens in emergency situations, and in 2021 participated in search operations resulting in 7 lives saved and 25 successful finds, 2 disaster relief missions, and 3 air defense intercept and evaluation missions. Colorado cadet squadrons continue to win honors in cyber defense competitions at the national level, provide color guards for events across the state, and provide cadet volunteers to support pandemic relief and community events. Civil Air Patrol provides flight instructions to cadets to earn their private pilot certificates, and the CAP's aerospace education program touches an increasing number of students across Colorado by emphasizing the aviation and space connection in science, technology, math, government, and economics. The Colorado State House of Representatives and the Senate of Colorado express deep gratitude to the members of the Colorado Wing of the Civil Air Patrol for their service to the people of Colorado and the nation. On request of Representative Jeanette and Senator John Cook, given the 22nd day of March 22nd, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed Stephen Fenberg, President of the Senate, and Alec Garnett, Speaker of the House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. President.
Do the committees need to announce that they're not meeting today, do you think? They can, might as well. All right. So they're going to come down now.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just an announcement that local government will not be meeting today at 2 o'clock, just an FYI.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members want to make a quick announcement. The State Veteran and Military Affairs Committee will not be meeting today.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation and Energy will also not be meeting today.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, as we heard so eloquently this morning from the pastor, today marks the 1-year anniversary of the tragedy that we all remember happened in Boulder. A year ago, the sun came up and Boulder rose to meet what should have been an incredibly normal day. Kids were off to school, folks were going about their day, filling up their gas tanks, getting through a typical Monday, making a quick run to the grocery store perhaps to get some last-minute items for dinner. But at 2:30 that afternoon, everything, of course, changed, and we began hearing the first reports that something was terribly wrong. I remember the moment keenly, and I'm sure many of you do as well. Someone had arrived at the King Soopers on Table Mesa Drive and started shooting at cars in the parking lot. Minutes later, this person entered the store and began shooting at anyone in sight: shoppers, employees, first responders. Officer Eric Talley was the first victim on that terrible day. I was honored to commemorate his life with all of you and with the good senator from Weld County and the good senator from Arvada on Fallen Officers Day. And his bravery and his service will never be forgotten to this entire state. Tragically, by the end of that day, we lost 9 more lives. In the days and weeks following the tragedy, we started to learn more about those lives. As we learned more, the grief compounded. Each of those people had lived as intricate and intimate a life as each of us. Mothers, sons, grandfathers-to-be, co-workers, friends, CU buffs, superfans, each a member of the community in hundreds of little ways. So much to so many. These were 10 individuals woven into the very fabric of Boulder's community. And with no warning, for no reason, they were gone. Such a loss was overwhelming then, and it very much still is today. March 22nd left a hole in our community. I think to some extent it will always be there. And 1 year later, I've been thinking about the ways that we've all changed because of it. Maybe just as much about the ways that we also haven't changed as well. I've been listening and learning from my community about how we can continue to move forward, to heal, and emerge from this tragedy stronger than before. So, as we mark this day, I hope we can all recommit ourselves in service to those who were so personally impacted by that fateful day in Boulder, but also to everybody around our state, to make sure that we do everything we can to create safer communities, to make sure when people are at the depths of despair that there are services and there is outreach there for them, and that anybody who is touched by tragedy like this can find resources available to help them through it. Each day we should all work to protect our neighbors, and today should be a stark reminder to do that. Thank you, Madam President.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for that, Mr. President. Colleagues, you heard a number of committees that will not be meeting today. One committee doesn't have such a luxury, and that is the Joint Budget Committee, as they are finishing up the work on balancing the budget. So with that, I request that the Joint Budget Committee be granted leave by the Senate to meet while the Senate is still convened.
Members, the request is to grant the JBC, the Joint Budget Committee, leave to meet while the Senate is still convened. This is not a normal occurrence, as you all know, but it is in the rules and requires a vote of the body to provide that leave. Seeing no objection, leave is granted, and the JBC members will be excused and allowed to meet while the Senate is still convened. Senators Hansen, Rankin, and Zenzinger will be excused from the roll. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request an extended moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, members, especially those in the majority, this will probably be 20 minutes or so, and you know my nickname is the Professor. I'm going to talk about things that you probably already know, so I won't be offended if you would care to go stretch your legs or take care of personal business. The 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution starts this discussion, this understanding of how the Colorado General Assembly works. Powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people. States are different, primarily based on the unique state constitution of each state. So the question, therefore, is, how have the people of each state, this specific state, Colorado, delegated all of the other powers, whatever they may be, within their state? Colorado is unique based on our unique state constitution. The people in 1876 approved that original draft of our unique state constitution, and since 1876, the people have voted to add various amendments to our Constitution. If you want to refer, those listening outside or watching online, if you want to refer to the Colorado Constitution, you can do so by going to the Colorado General Assembly website. The web address is leg.colorado.gov. ledge.colorado.gov, or you can go to a search engine and type in the words Colorado General Assembly. That's what this legislative body is called. Sometimes people will refer to us as state Congress. No offense, but there's no such thing as state Congress. Congress in American government means the federal legislature, and there's no such thing as the state federal legislature. So if you want to find us, ledge.colorado.gov, or just search for Colorado General Assembly. When you get to the website, you'll see this grand building, a gray building with a gold dome, and that image will have two faces scrolling across it, Speaker Alec Garnett and Senate President Steve Fenberg. That will tell you that you're in the right place. If you look at the menu, and if you're on the mobile app on an iPad or something like it, or a phone, you may find the menu icon, little horizontal bars. Click or hover there. And if you're on a laptop or a desktop, you'll see a menu probably across the top. Look for the word Laws. Click or hover on Laws, and you should get a drop-down menu that will say Colorado Constitution. Follow the links there, and you can go find the Colorado State Constitution. It is a book. It is not a document. The U.S. Constitution takes up about this many pages in our books, and the Colorado Constitution takes up that many pages. It's a book. So if you haven't read it, I really encourage you to do that. The first thing that people often come to us, especially those of us in the minority, is have the courage, the backbone, the intestinal fortitude to shut down the process by denying quorum to the majority. We saw that happen in the state of Texas, I think, on the very issue that we are about to entertain here in our Senate. People have told me, asked me, pleaded with me over the past week or so, be as brave as the Democrats in the Texas Senate. Deny quorum. Shut down the process. I have never lived in the state of Texas, and therefore I, of course, have never served in the Texas legislature. And talking with legislators from Texas, I understand that their quorum requirement in the state of Texas for their state legislature is 2/3 of members elected to the chamber. What is it here in our state? Well, if you turn to Article 5, that's the legislative branch, has nothing to do with the Convention of States, that's in the U.S. Constitution. Article 5, Section 11 of the Colorado State Constitution, a majority of each house shall constitute a quorum. What's a majority? Might otherwise be called a simple majority. There are 35 seats in this chamber. 35 divided in half is 17.5. That's 50-50. That's not a majority. What's the next whole number greater than 17.5? 18. So, in order to establish a quorum, and by the way, quorum means how many people have to be here in this chamber to start business, that's a quorum. And the answer here in this chamber is 18. The majority party over on this side, that would be Democrats, hold 20 of the 35 seats. Over here on the other side, plus 2 members of the majority who get to sit on our side because they have more than half. The minority members over here, Republicans, we have 15 seats. What's the critical number? 18. So, can the minority in this legislature shut down the process by denying quorum? No, the math is different. If all 15 of us left the state and refused to return, refused to vote, we would be, I believe, counted absent. And the majority, the 20, could begin business, they meet quorum requirements, and there's another part of the Constitution, Article 5, Section 22, which talks about the reading and passage of bills. Now, I won't spend a lot of time on reading of bills, but it's the passage of bills. Guess how many votes must be there, yes votes, for a bill to pass through this chamber? 18, yes, that's the simple majority, 18. So the majority in this state can meet quorum requirement and take up business and pass a bill so long as at least 18 of the 20 in the majority are here and they agree. Now, Mr. President, you might feel generous if such a thing were to happen and count us as excused, but I don't want to be excused, and I certainly don't want to be counted absent on a bill that is so important to me. I did a calculation this morning, and I believe today is the 1,398th day, legislative general session day, plus 8 special session days. 1,398 legislative days that I have been a member of the General Assembly, and there are 50 more legislative days in my legislative career. 1,398 days, I have seen a lot of hotly contested bills. We have gone all night, maybe not 24 to 25 hours as the House Republicans just accomplished, but I've been here all night. Many of you have been there with me. This bill that we're about to take up is the most important. Nothing matters more than this. The Second Amendment, mail ballot voting, same-day voter registration. Don't mean to bring up all the issues, but those of us who have been here 11 years like I have might remember those debates. Civil unions. I'm not going to be absent or excused for this vote. I'm going to do what the voters of Senate District 30 sent me here to do, and that is to vote. I understand the constituents, the folks out in Colorado who say, be as brave as Democrats in the Texas Senate. But that doesn't work here. We can't shut down the process because the math is different. There's also a difference. Those Senate Democrats from Texas, I think many of them went to Washington, D.C., and they got a lot of attention from national media. What would happen if members of this body were to leave and not return? Well, there is a provision called a call of the Senate. And if 5 members of the Senate, the President, Majority Leader, and at least 3 others, move and sustain a call of the Senate President can send the sergeants, these wonderful men and women over the years who help us. They turn their duty to the President, and they can go out and find us and bring us back to the chamber against our will if necessary. Some people might say, well, force them to do it. I'll get to that. If the sergeants are not able to bring us back into the room, then the President can deploy the State Patrol, and they can use force to bring us back to the chamber. And some people might say, make them do that. No, there's a really good reason why I would not make them do that. It's really, really obvious to those who serve here, but maybe not to people watching or listening online. What's the obvious reason? They wouldn't have to. They wouldn't have to raise a call and move a call. They wouldn't have to send the sergeants or the State Patrol to come force us back to the chamber to vote no. They could just take the vote. And if they all supported it, it would be 20 aye, at least 18 aye has to pass a bill, and 15 absent. I'm not going to be absent. That's why we wouldn't use that to force the majority to force us back to the chamber. It might make for good TV, but I won't be absent or excused for that vote. I will be here to be a no vote. In November 1988, the people of Colorado passed approved two amendments that were on their ballots. 2 amendments that affected our state legislature. One of them was the conversion of a state legislature that had the authority to decide when it would meet during a year, like Congress does. It converted this legislature from that to a part-time citizen legislature. In 1988, the people of Colorado, the majority who voted, decided that this legislature would have the authority to meet in general session for no more than 120 days. And since January 1989, that's how the Colorado General Assembly has worked. The other amendment that people voted for was called the Gavel Amendment. Gavel is an acronym. It stands for Give a Vote to Every Legislator. Does that mean that all 100 vote on every matter? No. Does it mean that all 35 senators vote on every matter? No. As the bill that we're about to take up moved through the legislative process, it started over the House, it was required by the Gavel Amendment to be introduced. The Speaker did not have discretion as to whether he would or would not introduce the bill. Gavel says as long as it's within bill deadlines, the Speaker had to introduce it. Gavel means that the Speaker had to refer it to a committee of reference, and he did. Gavel says that once the bill is referred to that committee of reference, the committee chair must schedule it for a public hearing. That was the big selling point of the Gavel Amendment. You want your voice heard? Gavel will guarantee that the public will have your voice heard and you can come testify. There were hundreds of people who did that. That committee hearing went well through the night. I think 3, 4, or 4:30 in the morning is when it ended. Much the same happened here in the Senate. Gavel eliminated any opportunity for anyone in leadership, the Speaker, the President, the majority leaders, minority leaders, committee chairs. It eliminated all opportunities for one person to stop a bill. Those opportunities exist in most legislative bodies. They certainly exist in Congress. If a bill is referred out to a committee in Congress, the committee chair has total discretion as to whether the bill is heard. And if it's never heard, it can't pass. That can't happen in Colorado. The Gavel Amendment eliminated all of those opportunities, and what it effectively did is it created the scenario that once a bill is introduced, the only thing, and I know that's frustrating for people who don't want this certain bill, and I'm not talking about that bill specifically, the subject matter, not because I'm shy about it, but because the Senate President can drop that big wooden hammer that he has next to him, the gavel, and stop me instantly if I start to use this moment of personal privilege to offer debate on that bill. And I've agreed I'm not going to do that because I'd like to explain these things so that the people will understand what can or cannot happen. The one thing that can stop the bill now that it's come through committee is at least a simple majority of this body voting against it. There aren't any other ways. So I've talked about we can't shut down the process by denying quorum. That exists, I believe, in 5 or 6 total states out of the 50, and the other 44 or 45, of which Colorado is one, it doesn't work that way. You might remember that legislators in Wisconsin several years ago walked out on the legislature and shut the Wisconsin legislature down. Quorum requirement there, I think, is 2/3, not a simple majority. With the passage of the Gavel Amendment, though, the people decided that they wanted to have their voice heard, but they took power away from legislative leaders like the president or a committee chair or the majority leader. It's up to a vote of every legislator here in this body of 35 to determine the outcome of that bill and every other. The number of votes required to pass a bill doesn't matter how many of us are here, it's 18. If 18 vote yes or more, it passes. If 18, less than 18 vote yes, it can't pass, and that applies to each bill. Another thing that comes up, the minority caucus, we put out a press release, a statement yesterday that indicated that all 15 of us have reached the conclusion, each independently, that we will be voting no. Why did we use that language? Because if you refer to the state constitution, Article 5, Section 22A, no member or members of the General Assembly shall require or commit themselves or any other member or member. So as leader, I can't commit how any other member of the caucus will vote yes or no on any bill. amendment, veto, or other measure or issue pending or proposed to be introduced in the General Assembly. That kind of whipping, control of votes, occurs in Congress and I suppose in some other state legislative bodies, but that is prohibited by our state constitution, and it has been since 1876. Why would the people of Colorado put that restriction in their state constitution? I think it's very simple. The people of Colorado wanted the members of their state legislature to be accountable to them, not to other legislators. Do you want your state representative or state senator to be accountable to you as a constituent or a voter or a resident of Colorado, or do you want them to be accountable to me or the president or the majority leader? That's why the people of Colorado put it in the Constitution, and we have been free since 1876 of that kind of undue influence that unfortunately exists in Congress. But it's kind of frustrating when people say, Leader Holbert, why don't you control the votes of your caucus? Because I've sworn an oath to uphold this unique Constitution. If you didn't know this restriction was there, well, now you do. Next thing, we've had people, and God bless you, those who have said, Senator Holbert, tell us where to send the materials, the filibuster materials. We want you to carry on this debate for 24 hours, like the House. Maybe it was 25, or 48 hours. Some have said 50 days. This session will end at or before midnight, May 11th. And some have actually said 50 days. There's a couple of problems with that, and it's not a measure of intestinal fortitude or courage or backbone, bravery. No, it's a matter of what's in the Constitution and the legislative rules. And if it's not addressed in our legislative rules, the House uses Robert's rules. Most people are familiar with Robert's rules. It's called Robert's rules because a guy by the name of Henry Robert wrote the original Robert's Rules. But here in the Senate, we use Mason's rules, Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure. People outside legislative bodies rarely know Masons. But this isn't about the organization, the Masons. No, this one was written by a guy by the name of Paul Mason. And this is the rule book. If it's not addressed in the Constitution, in the laws, in the legislative rules, then we go here. Here in this chamber, we do not have actual filibuster. If you've seen the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, Jimmy Stewart, he went 24 hours on the floor, and the opposition relented at the end, and he prevailed. The House went 24 to 25 hours. But they had to speak to the bill. It's a 6-page bill. 4 hours average per page, that's a lot. Well done, House minority. But we don't get to filibuster. I have one of my Bibles here. People who are believers have said, just start reading the Bible and go until midnight, May 11th. Unless the bill's about the Bible, I can't do that. And the person who's up there where the presidents stand, when we're in the committee of the whole, it would be one of the members of the majority. When there's nothing confrontational, contentious, maybe they let one of the members of the minority do that. But today, there'll be a member of the majority there. Who decides what is to the bill or is not to the bill? The person up there. This became an issue, I think, I've read in the House. A member of the House minority was speaking to something, the chair gavelled and encouraged the member to come back and speak to the bill. And I think that member asked the minority leader, is there something you could do? And the answer is, well, yeah, as minority leader here, I can go talk to the majority leader, the president, the chair. But according to the rules, it's up to the chair to decide that. So if I started reading the Bible, the chair would, please speak to the bill. What happens if I don't do that then? One more time, speak to the bill. Mr. President, if I could ask you if you could take your left hand out and point down, there's a button over there on his left that turns off these microphones. That's the next thing that happens. The next thing that would happen was, thank you, Mr. President. The next thing would happen is the president might invite the sergeants to come down and offer me my seat or escort me out of the chamber. Does that happen that way in the U.S. House or the U.S. Senate? I don't know. I'm not an expert there. Does it happen in other state legislative bodies? I imagine that things like that probably do, but I'm not an expert on other bodies. But that's what these rules say. So people have literally said, rotate, the 15 of us, rotate, take 2 4-hour shifts and rotate through until midnight, May 11th. There's another problem with that. Not only would we have to speak to the bill for that long, but there's another really big challenge to that. That's Senate Rule 9B. And if you want to refer to the House and Senate and joint rules of the Colorado General Assembly, go back to the General Assembly website, click on the menu item that says Agencies, and under there, click Senate. And then when you get to the Senate page, click the menu item that says About, and the third item down there are House, Senate, and joint rules. Then go to Senate Rule 9B. We saw this used in 2019. Some might remember that the good senator from El Paso County, my friend, the assistant minority leader from Weld County, and I sued the former Senate president and the Senate secretary over a question of reading of bills. Article 5, Section 22. And that caused some consternation here in the chamber. And for the first time in my legislative career, I saw the majority use Senate Rule 9B. Shall the main question now be put? Mr. President, you might remember being here as majority leader and offering those words. Shall the main question now be put? See, that's the ace in the hole for the majority. It's rarely used. It is considered force in the legislative process. We try to be respectful. Mr. Majority Leader, I'm grateful that you allowed me this time. Mr. President, thank you. This is a measure, an example of the respect. They trusted me enough to allow me to come down and explain these things. They didn't have to do that. They could have said no, but they didn't. So what do the words, shall the main question now be put, do? What do they mean? At any time, 1 second into debate on that bill, 1 hour, 6, 12, 24 hours, the majority leader stands up and raises his hand. The chair calls upon the majority leader, and if the majority leader says, thank you, Mr. Chair or Madam Chair, shall the main question now be put? There will be a vote, and if at least 18 members of the majority, the 20 people in the majority, if at least 18 of them vote aye to that motion, that means there will be no more than 1 hour remaining in the debate. He could do that immediately. He's not going to do that. He's an honorable man, and he's going to allow this debate to continue. But I'm confident, I can't speak for the majority leader or the president, I'm confident that they're not going to allow this debate to go on for 50 days. I'm pretty sure they're not going to let it go on for 2. Maybe we'll be here tomorrow at 10:15 in the morning. Maybe. But at any time, they can stand up and do that. The same applies in the House. House Speaker Garnett and Majority Leader Escar did not do that. It's force. And we've seen with civil unions and gun control bills in 2013, we've seen that when one party uses force, that it often comes back to bite them. Can we force the majority leader to say those words? I suppose we can. But to those who want us to go 48 hours or a week or 50 days, it's not a measure of intestinal fortitude or backbone or bravery or willingness. It's because we're in the minority. We can't stop this process, and the majority leader can at any moment come up here and say those words, and there will be no more than 1 hour remaining. Reading bills at length. The state constitution originally required that every bill that's introduced, read across the desk, be read at length on 3 occasions. First reading is introduction, when the bill's assigned to committee. We're usually not here for that. We might be, but we don't have to be. Second reading is about what we're about to take up, and then third reading has to occur on at least the next legislative day according to the state constitution. That's Article 5, Section 22 again, on 2 separate days. We are about to take up this discussion. We understand what we can and cannot do. We're going to do our very best. We have independently come to the conclusion that the 15 of us in the minority will vote no. When confronted with these facts, one advocate yesterday said, change the rules. Yep, there's rules about that. I could have a rule change drafted to change, say, Rule 9, what was it, 9B. They automatically go on the calendar for 3 days unless 2/3 of these people, that would be 24, agree to take it up on the same day, and they're not going to do that. We'll force them to do it. No, see, what the president could do is the majority leader could lay that over for a day, and the president could assign it out to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, and the good chairman of that committee could schedule that weeks from now, and there it would die quietly, probably on a 3-2 party line vote. So there isn't a way for us to force a change of the rules today either. With all of these things understood, understanding what this process requires of us or prohibits of us, based on the Constitution that the people of Colorado have given us, they, the people, are the only people authorized to amend our Constitution. They have not delegated that authority to their state legislature. We can't change it. They can. So understanding these restrictions, these requirements, this unique process, I hope that this information was helpful to advocates who care about this bill probably more than any other bill that has come before either chamber in my 1,398 days as a member of this body. But if you're looking for a miracle to happen out of these books, I would ask you, as a born-again, Spirit-filled, Bible-believing Christian, don't look for a miracle here. Christ even said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto the Lord what is the Lord's. If you're looking for a miracle, I would say that it probably isn't in our state constitution, our state statutes, or our legislative rules. If you're looking for a miracle, I ask you, rely on this book. Your prayers are welcome, and we are grateful for it. We will vote no. We will work as hard as we can to earn your respect and appreciation. Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader, thank you for trusting me with this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Minority Leader, thank you. Thank you for clearly explaining the rules, procedure, laws, and constitutional implications of this building. I think the people of Colorado are better off for it. So thank you for that. Colleagues, we are going to engage in a very passionate debate. There's no doubt about that. It's a very personal debate as well for many people. For the part of the majority party, what I can say is that we are committed to a fair debate. All of the provisions that the minority leader referenced, the shows of force, won't be utilized unless we feel we have no other option. We will absolutely make sure that the debate and conversation is honored because the issue calls for that. So thank you for the grace that I think all of us will show today, the confidence that we should all have in each other as colleagues, to stand by our beliefs and be firm in them, but to approach this discussion less from a point of view of immediately, instinctively trying to demonstrate why each other is wrong, but instead listening and understanding. And if we ultimately disagree, at least acknowledging and understanding why someone holds the beliefs that they do. That is constructive dialogue. And I look forward to the discussion that we are going to have here shortly. So thank you, colleagues.
General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Winter will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. The quote rule is relaxed for sergeants, members, and staff of the chamber. Will the clerk read the title to House Bill 1279?
House Bill 1279, Representatives Froelich and Esgar, Senators Gonzalez, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, what an honor and a privilege to serve along each one of you today. There are so many ways that we could begin this debate and dialogue. And I want to start off by expressing my gratitude, not to us, because we signed up for this work. I want to start off by thanking the sergeants, by thanking the custodians, by thanking the nonpartisan staff, by thanking the bill drafters, the fiscal analysts, the people who ensure that this institution functions and that we treat each other with dignity and respect. Every bill, every day, every night, as long as it takes. We do our best work when we listen to one another. We do our best work when we're able to listen, appreciate each other's perspectives, understand the implications of policy. Y'all have heard me use this word multiple times. Simultaneity. This idea that multiple things can be true, that the way that a policy may impact my constituents may be different for the way that it impacts yours. And that's okay. The way in which we debate these policies is as important as the policy itself. And so I want to extend my gratitude to both the minority leader and the majority leader, to the chair, and to each one of you. because we're in a moment in which we have had to navigate multiple crises. And we've had to stretch to figure out how we're going to respond. And there is we could talk about the pandemic, we could talk about the economic crisis, we could talk about all of these different policies. But we find ourselves in a moment right now in which we, once again, have the opportunity to not be reactive. We have the opportunity to lead. In 1967, Colorado led by becoming the first state in the nation to permit access to abortion care. Years prior to the 1973 landmark Roe versus Wade case, I could tell you about the not one, but the two direct legal challenges to Roe v. Wade that the Supreme Court is considering this year, and the multiple restrictionist policies advancing in state legislatures across the country that threaten my ability and the ability of millions of Americans like me to access reproductive health care. I could tell you about all of the debate that we have had in the House committee, on the House floor, in the Senate committee. I've received hundreds of emails. I've read each and every one of them. We've heard hours of debate and testimony. Done my best to listen to every single minute. To those of y'all who served in the Senate Judiciary Committee, you've heard these two stories that I'm about to tell you, but I think that they help for me to explain why I'm so passionate about this policy, why I'm so passionate about this issue. The first is when I was a young girl, my sophomore year in Deep South Texas. We had this English class, Mrs. Reisinger, where we would debate big topics of the day. Now, remember when we had our debate about abortion in my sophomore English class? I remember stating really clearly, well, bless you, I would never find myself in that position. But I guess I think that others who need it should be able to access it. And weeks afterwards, I remember what it felt like to learn that the girl who sat behind me in that English class had just had an abortion. I remember what it felt like. My face flushing because I realized that I had judged her without knowing her personal circumstances. I've done my best throughout my life to never judge people in that way, to never repeat that mistake again. The second story I want to tell you is one from just a few months ago, September of 2021. The Texas abortion ban, Senate Bill 8, has just gone into effect. And a spontaneous rally organizes itself here on the west steps of the Capitol. And I find myself standing alongside hundreds of Coloradans, young people who are terrified about what the state of Texas's actions are going to mean for us here in Colorado. I'm listening to older Coloradans who remember the before times, not of the before times of the pandemic, but the before times prior to 1967 in Colorado, prior to 1973 in America, before access to abortion care was a reality in this country. There's a lot of hushed tones and whispers. And one of my constituents comes up to me and says, "Look, this rally is nice and all, but I want to know what you're going to do." And colleagues, my response to that constituent, my response to Leah, is this bill, House Bill 1279. The title of this policy is concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference. This bill would modernize our state statutes, acknowledging the leadership role that we have taken in the past and that we are called again to take here now, by establishing three things. First, that every individual has the fundamental right to choose or to refuse contraception. Second, that every individual who becomes pregnant has the fundamental right to choose to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion. And third, that a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent rights under the laws of the state of Colorado. We heard a lot of testimony and debate in committee. And what I have to say, upon reflection of this moment, I have to say, I was driving in this morning and I was listening to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee debating and questioning the most recent U.S. Supreme Court nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. And as our country debates these issues of how we're going to treat each other, not when things are easy, but when things are hard, let us do the same. We're going to debate this bill, and I welcome the dialogue. I welcome the exchange of ideas. But after listening to the testimonies of people who have had to make incredibly important decisions, under the most difficult of circumstances, I remain so steadfastly committed and so proud of this policy, because I do believe that an individual should make those decisions without any of us putting our thumb on the scale, without any of us saying, you can or cannot do this. In those most precious, complicated, sometimes difficult moments, that decision should be between the pregnant person and their doctor, the pregnant person and their family. No one of us as a politician should get in the way. And that's what this bill enshrines and protects. And so with that, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for the debate that we're about to have, and for all of our discussion for the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. The court rule is relaxed also for the media. And with that, I'm going to call on Senator Lundin.
You?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in firm opposition to House Bill 1279. This today will be an unusual debate for all of us. We typically deal with very practical matters: budgets, roads, transit, bridges, process-oriented issues. We talk about education in great detail, because we spend about $14 billion a year on public education. It's an important matter, and we talk in great detail. But it's practical. We start with very firm positions. I have very little illusion that a bill that has 18 sponsors and co-sponsors will not likely cross the threshold of 18, yet we engage in this debate because we believe there is always the opportunity to change one's perspective. Now, I want to acknowledge and thank my colleagues for the sense of decorum I always have in this chamber, especially in the moments when we're dealing with the most challenging, most important, most difficult issues. The ability to freely challenge a friend, a colleague, an opponent. Some in our most disconnected from reality moments might even think it's an enemy, but it's not. It's a fellow American, a fellow Coloradan, a fellow human being. I thank my colleagues for the decorum that we have started with, and I believe we will retain through the course of this likely extended debate. We will hear today arguments from an array of different perspectives in the land of rhetoric and logic. We will hear policy arguments. We will hear scientific arguments. We will hear medical arguments. Many of the arguments will be emotional, and there will be coldly legal arguments made as well. There are societal arguments. What does this mean to us as a society? And there will be philosophical arguments. We'll discuss a number of amendments that might potentially improve the circumstance and change one vote on one side or the other. But today, instead of the very practical matters of debate that we normally have in this well, today we are debating and discussing the matter of life and death. From my perspective, it's a story of two human beings. Now, the bill on page 5 in the first line, discussing a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion and make decisions about how to exercise that right. To me, and since time immemorial, the language typically would be a pregnant woman. Now, the bill as drafted says a pregnant individual, a change in the language there that still, I think, does not relieve us from the fact that since time immemorial, and in almost all cases, this is a woman that we're discussing. It's a young woman, a woman of childbearing age, in a circumstance she has found herself that is difficult, challenging, emotional, potentially medically threatening. But there is a young woman involved. My perspective, as I said, includes a second human being. I personally believe that I, as a matter of fact, began as the person who stands before you today at the moment of my conception. And I have grown, and I continue to grow on a daily basis into, I think, a more completely, more fully formed human being. So a broad framing I would like to propose for this debate, and it comes from many faith traditions, is a question of who are we as a society, and how do we judge ourselves in that society? We use the sometimes almost throwaway comment, society is judged by how we treat the weakest among us. Where does that come from? It's used in politics, it's used in religion, it's used in many avenues and venues. Hubert Humphrey, a scion of the Democrat Party from years ago, offered a framing of this nature. The moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children. Those who are on the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. I think the phrase originally was said in the modern era by Mahatma Gandhi. Said a nation's greatness is measured by how it treats its weakest members. Now, for me, the weakest members of our society are those who do not have the capacity to speak for themselves. And that can be no more clearly defined than a child in its mother's womb. Now, from my faith tradition, the language is clear. From Psalms, we read, For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. That's from Psalms 139:13. And here's an interesting evolution of that particular framing. Psalms 22:9 says, Yet you brought me out of the womb. You made me trust in you even at my mother's breast. This is incredibly interesting to me because the psalmist says, you brought me, a known individual, a complete human being, being brought out of the womb. So from my faith tradition, it is clear that I was an individual prior to my birth. But let me move to another faith tradition. Perhaps it would be better served to reflect upon the words of the philosophical essayist and novelist and poet and artist Khalil Gibran. You all remember back in the 70s, you couldn't get through an airport without getting a copy of The Prophet from the Prophet. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, yet they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, For their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you, for life goes not backward nor tarries with yesterday. You are the bows from which your children as living arrows are sent forth. Again, the image there is the pre-existing child as they're launched from their mother. The archer sees the mark upon the path of the infinite, and he bends with you his might, that his arrows may go swift and far. Let your bend in the archer's hand be for gladness, for even as he loves the arrow that flies, so he loves also the bow that is stable. So we have before us this big, ultimately legal, binary set of statements. Yes, no questions that get answered through the course of law. As I like to say, black letters on white pages in the red book. But it begins as we settle and seek to understand ourselves and understand our humanity and understand from where we came and when we began. So my philosophical argument in framing for this broad question is I am convinced, I am convicted. It's more for me than a matter of belief. I know the slightly older man who stands before you, was known in my mother's womb. I will, over the course of the day, offer amendments and urge your opposition to 1279, but I thank you for listening to me as we begin this conversation with a framing of where I think we must remain, centered in our beings, in our hearts, as we walk through this incredibly challenging question of how do we as the state engage into the life of a young woman who may be in crisis and needs our support and help, and the child that she is carrying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, colleagues. Yesterday, a familiar face in the Capitol, who also happens to be my constituent, grabbed me to chat on the brass rail, right? A familiar occurrence in this building, and something that I'll duly miss, looking around that brass rail, wondering what ideas, conversations, and thoughts are being shared. I had a hunch that we were going to talk about this bill, and indeed we did. We talked about House Bill 1279. I think we both knew going into the conversation that we were coming from different sides, and we would probably leave it from different sides. We chatted. He is kind. The conversation was kind. 3/4 of the way through our brass rail chat, he shared with me that his family came to be through adoption. I shared with him that that's how Shad and I want to start a family. Family. What a common and casual word, right? In fact, every time I hear it, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of my taste in movies. But every time I hear family, I think of Fast and Furious and Gino Toretto, right? Like this word is just, it becomes just almost something that we toss around so easily and in so many different ways. I think it's easy, it becomes rhetoric almost, right? It's such a fate-deciding, life-altering base of society, unit of human existence, right? Family. And how and when and what your family looks like, I think should be a choice. It should be a decision. And I think it's too important to be anything but a protected decision. A protected by law choice of when, how, and what your family is. Colorado protects this choice in all sorts of other ways. We talk about marriage, we talk about adoption, emancipation, We even protect the choice of dissolving family, right? And so back to this brass rail. Here we were talking about life and faith, his strong faith, my respect for people who use faith as guiding principles. Even though faith doesn't play a strong role in my life, in fact, almost no role at all. I've never turned to faith. I have every year, I think, that I gain wisdom, I do gain more respect for folks who use faith in their day-to-day guiding principles. Not for me, doesn't mean it's not for someone else. And here we were on the brass rail talking about family and adoption and our love for this great state. It was a nice chat on a topic that often leads to shouting. We had a nice chat that I think left me with sympathy. I left with sympathy for his view, sympathy that his faith informs his view. And that's okay. He can work on those beliefs, but I also think that we must protect the choice and decision of how, where, and when you start a family for people whose faith doesn't play a role, because it doesn't play a role for everyone. But I did enjoy talking with him. I did enjoy learning about how he chose to start a family and sharing with him that we shared that in common. You may choose that the family you currently have is the family for you. You may choose to have kids. You may choose to have an abortion. You may choose to foster. You may choose to marry. You may choose to adopt. All of these are choices. All of these are decisions. And I think all of these deserve the protection of law. And today I think we will do that work to expressly protect choice of how and when to start a family. I enjoyed the conversation yesterday on a tough topic, and I believe that today I will enjoy hearing from many of you as we continue this conversation on a tough topic. Thank you, friend.
Thank you. Sarah Smallwood.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been sort of dreading this day for weeks, actually. Some people relish in being the protagonist. I never really have. Some people have told me you should be excited about today. You should be energized and ready to speak and fight. But instead, I'm sick, and I'm sad. And I feel like 6 years of being here and fostering what I thought were relationships and friendships are going to be thrown away today. That's how I feel. I feel that today is the day that I go from standing up here and saying friends and colleagues to the day that I say colleagues and coworkers. That's how I feel. I feel like you couldn't have found a way to hurt me more, honestly. It feels deliberate. It feels planned. And I'm easy to hurt, as many of you know who we've had conversations with. So what was it? John Candy said, right? I'm an easy target. And that's why I'm dreading this. Because like you, I've read the emails and I've listened to the voicemails and I've met with enough people to where I am not alone. I might not be in the majority. I don't know where the majority falls on this. You all get bombarded with statistics saying these people believe this and these people believe that. All I can speak about is me. And please sit down. I appreciate it. I really do. And I'm also sorry. I'm sorry for the people who entrusted me to be the person that stops stuff like this from happening. To be what I promised you I would be, which is a person that would approach things logically and build relationships on both sides of the aisle and work together and foster trust and be a person of integrity so that when something's important, I won't be dismissed as just a bomb thrower or a blowhard. And I don't have votes for you. I don't have enough votes for you to make something like this go away. And my colleague from Douglas County spoke way more eloquently than I ever could hope to on that topic. I don't have the votes to stop things. I don't have the answers that you're looking for. And if nothing else happens today, I would hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are bold enough to come here and stand here and give people the answers that I can't give them. Why? Why is this language in here? Why is that language in here? These people can't really believe X. They can't believe Y. They can't believe Z. What do they say, Senator, when you talk to them about this? I don't have the answers. Very often I do on other topics. When we talk about spending millions of dollars on diapers or forcing businesses to put IEDs in their business or allocating money towards bike paths instead of bridges. These are conversations that we've had, and I feel like I know where you stand on a lot of these issues. But on this matter, I don't. And I can't give them answers, and they're looking to me for answers that I don't have. And I'm sorry that we have screwed up society to the level where so many people feel like they don't have a choice when it comes to something like continuing a pregnancy. And that's what I've heard for decades from the other side, is things like, well, do you want to ruin this person's life? I'm not the only one that's heard that. Most of you have heard that. Is that what you believe, Senator? You believe that this person should continue this pregnancy and ruin their life? That's what we've told society. That's what we as society have told people. That if you carry a baby to term and you can't afford it, or you're taking a break from your education or your job, we have told these women that their life is ruined. Shame on us. Shame on us for that. I mean, we should be holding these people up and helping them and encouraging them and giving them whatever resources we can so that they know their life is not ruined. Their life's going to be amazing. and we're going to help them. That's what I would have liked to have seen. And we collectively, I think, have done a really lousy job with that. So I apologize to the folks that have emailed and called, for my constituents who want me to stop things and give them the answers that I hope you'll hear today, but I don't have them. I never, ever, ever thought that we would be here talking about this. When I ran for office, you know, it's no secret for most of you, I'm a Catholic. Unlike my wife, I was not a cradle Catholic. So I'm one of those handful of people that chose Catholicism, right? And it chose me, and I chose it. And that pretty much tells most people exactly where I stand on a whole lot of issues, right? And I take my religion seriously because it's a choice. It was a choice for me. If I don't like things that the Catholic Church is doing, I have the choice to leave. I can be like my sister and be a Methodist as soon as I figure out what the method is. All right, there's lots of different Christian religions out there, non-Christian religions out there, but I chose this one. And so when I was running for office, people would come up to me, well, you're a Catholic, so if you're elected, you know, how are you going to feel about this, and how are you going to vote when it comes to that issue? You know, because you're a Catholic. I told people what you see is what you get. I mean, and I wear it proudly. I believe that life begins at the moment of conception. That's what the church teaches me, and that's what part of what called me to become a Catholic, one of many things. So I can't change that. I choose not to change that, I guess I should say. But I told these same people, you know, if issues come up around abortion, then I have a lot of confidence in being able to talk with folks on the other side of the aisle. And there are going to be people like me that believe that life begins at the moment of conception, and that any abortion is wrong. That any abortion is wrong. That's what I believe. 100%. Well, Senator, what about in the case of rape? Yes, in the case of rape, we should, in my opinion, and a lot of my fellow Catholics believe this as well, that we as a community should do whatever we can to help that victim and to not create another victim. Well, Senator, what about in the case of incest? Same in the case of incest. I don't think in the case of rape or incest that the unborn child is to be punished because that child's mother was a victim of something disgusting and horrific. I don't think making two victims out of this makes it right. That's what I believe. That's what many of my fellow Catholics believe. But in running for office, I explained to people, that's who I am and that's what I believe, but I also understand that's not what everybody believes. And we don't live in a country or in a world where everyone is Catholic, or everyone is Christian, or everyone has a religion. So I explained to people that if I was elected, these would be the conversations that I have. I'm pro-life, 100%. I have friends and colleagues and family members that are not. And when we get together, we're gonna create law that makes nobody happy. That's the way it's gotta be. We're gonna create law that makes nobody happy. Kind of like taxes. Wish there weren't any. Some people wish there were a lot more. So what do? We come down here, those poor souls on JBC have to figure out the right balance between no taxes and tons of taxes. What we're going to do with that money. That's what I thought would happen. I never in a million years would have believed that we would be here talking about something where my side gets 0 weighting. 0. And the other side gets 100%. I didn't think that was a possibility. So I don't know. I've heard it attributed to St. Francis. I've heard it attributed to Stephen Covey. Who knows who really said, seek first to understand. Because I'm pretty easy to understand, at least on this topic. So I started thinking, knowing my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, people that I've had conversations for hours with, people who I've gone to dinner with, people who I've attended their family events, people who, up to a few weeks ago, I proudly said, my friends on the other side of the aisle, proudly said that. Started thinking to myself, was I wrong? Was I wrong all this time? Was I just a sap? Was I just a patsy? And are these folks really what the emails say that they are? What the phone calls, what the voicemails say they are? Is that possible? What can I do better to understand where they're coming from? Because I find it hard to believe, right? When I get emails and voicemails and letters and people stop me at church and say, how can you work with these people? How can you call them friends? Right? They say, these people are evil. These people are cruel. These people are heartless. These people are barbaric. These people are monsters. These people are tyrants who are beholden to the special interests that profit
Senator
from this
Smallwood, this is getting close to impugning the motives of the people that brought this bill.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that. I'm reciting what I'm receiving. That's fair.
That's fair, and you're saying it's your constituents, and you're getting close. It's just a warning.
Appreciate it very much, Madam Chair. It is getting close. I think it's a very fair comment, and it's part of what's torturing me. It's part of what's torturing me, because it is getting close. Which is back to my topic of I want to understand. And it's the details, right? Because I've already conceded that we're not going to agree on the big picture. And that's okay. You know where I stand on it. But the people, enough people in our state want these answers, colleagues, where I think we owe it to them. I think we owe them the answers on things like the definition of when life begins in your mind. We know where I stand on it. Life begins at the moment of conception. It's easy. I am the farthest thing from a theologian. And thank goodness we have people with divinity degrees who can maybe correct me when I say things like, what I've read is that people of no religion quite possibly feel that life is in a very transcendental sort of imaginary thing, right? It's whatever you make it to be. It's whatever you think it might be. That's what life is, right? Or at least this life, because you'll have lots of other lives as a grasshopper and an old t-shirt and all kinds of other stuff. Okay? So we've got those folks. I've read that if you practice Islam, which I know virtually nothing about, that life begins at some point during pregnancy. Read a number of different conflicting articles on it. Somewhere between the start and the end of the second trimester is what I can kind of settle on based on my reading. I have no idea if that's accurate or not. I have read that followers of Judaism, one snippet that I read from the Talmud, and this is one person's translation of it, so who knows if that's accurate, says that life begins at the moment the child takes its first breath. I have no idea if that's true or not, if that's what followers of Judaism believe, because I'm not a Jew. Would appreciate hearing if maybe that's accurate, because, colleagues, that's the kind of answers that I think people are looking for and will help them understand. If everything you believe in has told you that life begins at the moment a head emerges and takes its first breath, I think that explains a lot to a lot of people. And they might be like me and completely disagree, but at least they would understand where you're coming from. When we have a bill that says that an abortion can be performed that day, water breaks, baby in the birth canal, mother's dilated, baby's crowning. Let's perform an abortion now. That's how I read this bill. And you think, who could possibly think that this is okay? And Madam Chair, with your discretion, I would say that's where this list perhaps comes from. Because in the bill, it states that, and when people are using the lens of life begins at the moment of conception and not taking into account the very real probability that other people in our state believe that life begins at the moment a baby takes its first breath, I don't agree with it. I think it's wrong. I think you should change it in the bill. But I think it would be a first step to all those people who are calling you all of these names. And to Madam Chair's point, that's not me, that's them. When we consider the definition of health, you know, the title of this bill is, sorry, I'm not trying to be callous, that's probably a nervous laugh. Reproductive health care. So I spent my entire life in health care. It's my only marketable skill. Health care means something to me and to a lot of people like me. It means taking care of people. We've spent hours, Senator from Vail and I have spent hours debating prenatal care, perinatal care, how much money we should spend on it, who should be in charge of it, what that list should look like, preventive care for men, for women, for children. To see ending a pregnancy dropped into a definition of health care. Candidly, colleagues, it's befuddling to a huge swath of our population. They don't understand how you can possibly intertwine what for people like me is the ending of a human life and equating that to care. It appears for people like me to be the polar opposite of that. Whatever 180 degrees from care is, people like me view this bill as exactly that. And so when you see it again combined with prenatal care, postnatal care, ironically, delivery care, fertility care, STIs, reproductive cancers, right? These are the things I've fought with you for. I fought with you for these things to get money to mental health care and behavioral health care and behavioral health beds and mental health beds and lower costs for people for care, right? I've been shoulder to shoulder with you on these things, making sure that care is accessible and affordable for people. If we want to have a conversation about abortion, I understand you do, so we will, but for people like me, that's not care. So colleagues, maybe not for your maybe not for your constituents, maybe not for your friends, maybe not for your family members, but for mine, they're looking for answers from you. They're looking for answers as to why you think that it's appropriate to have codified abortions on the day of the delivery of a baby. They don't understand that. I don't understand that. They want to know why you won't take our beliefs, and I'd like to know why you won't take my beliefs into account at all. You have the choice with this bill to draw up some middle ground. I believe life begins at the moment of conception. You might be one of those people that believes that life begins at the moment the baby takes its first breath. Why does it have to be all you? It's not how we do things here. Why was there not any date considered where my side gets a voice? And I don't care, by the way, what date you put into it. I'm going to vote no on the bill no matter what. But to at least show that we matter some.
Sarah Smallwood, I don't think our colleagues have said you don't matter. Please stick to the bill.
Madam Chair. Page 5, lines 1 through 3. A pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion. That is not what my side believes.
I respect your conversation on the policy, but saying that folks said that you as a person don't matter is impugning their motives. Please stick to the policy and why you disagree with it instead of the reason that the colleagues put that in the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, if I misspeak here like that, please don't take it the wrong way. I am not here to impugn motives. If I wanted to impugn motives, I would do that on social media, or I do that when I'm talking to you in the hall. And when you call me stupid and tell me that, I really shouldn't have voted this way, or my amendment was this or that, and I tell you the same, right? We don't consider that impugning each other's motives. These are colleagues having conversations, and so I do not want anything that I say here at the well to be interpreted that way. But here's what I will say. This bill, the way that it's written, the policy that's in this bill, could not disagree more with the beliefs of so many people like me. And so, policy, like what we see on page 5, that says that an abortion can happen anytime, up through delivery, up to delivery, to me doesn't feel like my side of the argument, so many people on my side of the argument, are being listened to at all. It is 100% tilted to one side and not the other. When we see that in this bill, there's no parental notification, there's no parental consent, knowing, which I hope you do, I hope you know that so many of us feel that that is wrong. The thought of a 14 or 15 or 16-year-old girl having an abortion and the parents having no knowledge whatsoever of that, to me feels like your side of the argument is what mattered, and the policy in this bill did not take my side of the argument into account at all. So again, back to thinking to understand first. Perhaps your thinking is, there are a lot of really bad parents out there. And perhaps you're thinking, through the lens that I operate in, I am out to protect that young woman from lousy parents who, when she says she wants to have an abortion or makes the decision to have an abortion, which again, I would disagree with, shame on us as society. When she feels that way and she goes to her parents or her mom or her dad and says, this is what I'm going to do, that they are going to step in, prevent that, prohibit that, make her feel horrible about it, shame her, worse. Perhaps that's the lens that you're viewing all of this through. And I'm sympathetic to that, highly sympathetic to that. What I would ask you is, if that's the way you feel, and if that's why you wanted the language in the bill this way, then help the people on my side of the argument understand this by saying it doesn't have to be 100% your side of the argument, no parental notification, no parental consent, that you would consider something in the middle, on your side of the middle. Because again, it's not just me. But that's not what this bill does. This bill, like so many things, takes one side of the argument only and doesn't consider my side at all. I'm not saying you don't care about me or whatever I was admonished for earlier. Or if you won't do that, because again, I'm going to vote no even if you do that. If you won't do that, take the time to come to the well and explain to the people of Colorado why you think it's okay for parents never to be notified. for parents never to be allowed to consent. Not sometimes, not when the parents are bad, not when, I don't know what the other reasons might be. But explain to us why it has to be 100% this way. I'd encourage you to take some of these amendments. I've got some, I'm working on them right now. And these are amendments that will at least show the people of Colorado that even if you disagree with some of them, that you're willing to come to the middle. I'll still vote no. But I encourage you to make that good faith effort. This doesn't have to be strictly one side or the other. It doesn't have to be. Because I have to believe that you are not what the emails say. I have to believe that. I have to believe you're not what the voicemails say and that the letters that I get. I have to believe that. I don't know that I can be here. I don't know that I can be here and do the work that we've done together for the last 6 years if there's literally no middle ground anymore. If we're not here to work together to make good policy for our state, which we've done on countless pieces of legislation, where we don't brainstorm and collaborate and take ideas from stakeholders and bend a little here and give a little there. If now we've just decided we don't do that anymore, winner takes all, then I don't need to be here. No, Madam Chair is probably thinking, well, that's all it took, Senator, to get rid of you? We would have ran this bill 6 years ago. Because if what I think and what I believe literally doesn't matter at all, if it doesn't matter at all, then we can have anybody sitting in that chair over in the corner. It doesn't need to be me. It doesn't matter. So I'm begging you to listen to some of these. Because that's all I have right now. I don't have the votes and I don't have the answers. To listen to some of our concerns and to take some of these amendments and to understand that people like me are still going to vote no because I disagree with this bill from the very first sentence. But I would appreciate that, colleagues. And after my amendments are done, we'll come back and chat about them. But I want the citizens to know I'll be voting no on House Bill 1279. And I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smallwood. And I considered you a friend yesterday and today, and I will consider you a friend tomorrow as well. Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also will consider you a friend now and in the future, and I so respect your knowledge of healthcare, and I always enjoy working with you on healthcare. I think this is a case where obviously we're going to disagree. Colleagues, I'm a pharmacist. I am not someone who stands up and gives long speeches, but this issue in particular, I have to become vocal and strong, and I will be passionate about why I'm supporting this bill. There's never been a more important time in our country to protect a woman's right to choose. It's anticipated that this summer, the law of the land, the law that's been the majority of my lifetime for almost 50 years, that Roe versus Wade will be overturned by the new Supreme Court that we have. And I have to do everything that I can to protect women in Colorado. And so I come to the well today to speak as a Latina woman, as the first Latina ever elected from my district, Senate District 17, Eastern Boulder County, and as the first Latina ever elected from actually the entire county, from Boulder County, because there are areas in my district where lower income women and families are already dealing with many health inequities. And this bill will go a long way to protecting them and making those inequities less. And the reason for that is because Latinas are already twice as likely as white women to experience an unintended pregnancy. We can talk about some of the reasons for that. The misinformation that's out there, lack of education, stigma, lack of access to reproductive services. But I really want to focus on what happens when women are forced to carry a pregnancy that maybe that was not what would have been the best in their life. Women and families suffer when family planning is not allowed to occur. And it's because Latinas have higher rates of infant and maternal morbidity and mortality. And along with these health risks go continued rates of poverty. But what does our Latina community say about this issue? Well, we have information about that. We have polling data about how my community feels about this issue. And when we asked just last year, we found that 66% of the Latina community here in Colorado have said they wanted laws to protect the rights for abortion, medical procedure, for reproductive rights. So my own family is a part of this statistic. I'm the oldest of 5 children, 4 girls and a boy. It's an inside family story that's difficult for me to share today, but I will share it with you. I was raised Hispanic Catholic, as we call it, and the first public school I ever went to was university. And the biggest argument I ever had in my family was with my mother when I told her to use the vernacular of this time of my life that I was pro-choice. She was very, very upset with me. We went an entire year of not speaking over this issue. Because I'm the oldest of 5, I'm very protective of my siblings. And I knew what was going on in their lives because each and every one of my sisters came to me and said, Sonia, I'm pregnant and I didn't plan it. Each of my sisters had failed contraception. Now, I know that sounds shocking, but as a pharmacist, and we're talking 30 years ago, that was not that uncommon. what they didn't do was they didn't have the strength to talk with my mom and with my dad. So when each of them found out they were pregnant, we sat down and we discussed it. One was already in college, one was in her senior year, and the other was trying to figure out what she was going to do. We were not forced, they were not forced by any state law or any federal law to do something that would go against what they wanted to do, what they needed to do in their lives. If we don't pass this bill today, we are putting that burden onto families now who face the same situation. We were able to talk about it. We were able to make the choices that they wanted to make. Two of my sisters decided that they wanted to have the medical procedure of an abortion. They wanted to stay in school. They wanted to further their education. They could not tell my mother. They could not tell my father. But I could help them. I was the oldest, and I would help them. My other sister decided to have her son, who I very much love. It did change her life, but all three of my sisters are very comfortable and believe that they made the right decision, but that was because they had the right to do it. For the rest of my life, I will fight for that right, for all women to be able to make that decision. It's a family joke, and I hesitate a little bit to share it, but I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. Because out of the 5 kids in my Hispanic Catholic family, the son, the only son, and the oldest, who is a lesbian, are the only ones out of the 5 that did not have an abortion. Was it tough for our entire family? Absolutely. And when my mother found out that that was the case, that's when we had the family talk where we could all come back into being a family again. And she could understand why my sisters needed to do what they did, why I helped make those decisions with them, why it was a family decision amongst our siblings, and why they've encouraged me and supported me to run for office in the first place. This issue, this very issue. There's so many things I want to say about why I'm so passionate to defend our rights and why I am so proud of the co-sponsor in the Senate for running this bill. But I'll leave you with that family dynamic story, because to this day, it's really bonded my sisters and I. We need to balance things here in this country. We have extreme groups that are running bills that will put medical and healthcare professionals in jail if they just practice usual and customary practices to take care of their patients. We cannot have that here in Colorado, and that's why we need 1279. When I was serving in the House in my first 2 years, I saw bills that would say that a pharmacist had to go to jail if we filled a prescription that could lead to a medically induced abortion. Does that make any sense at all? No. Talk about needing to balance. This bill gets it. This bill allows a woman to choose. The language is very clear, including a fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. That's what this bill says. That's the balance that this bill has struck. Everyone deserves the freedom to make medical decisions based on their own unique circumstances. That's why I'm a strong advocate of reproductive health care. That's why I'm a strong advocate of this bill. We must protect this right because we don't know what's coming at us in the future from the federal laws. We cannot end up being a state where we're throwing neighbors in jail because they've told that someone went to a clinic, not even in the state, where we're throwing healthcare professionals, nurses, doctors in jail. We cannot have that in this state. We have to have the balance. And that's why I'm supporting 1279. I hope we will continue to have a very fair and balanced and passionate discussion, but I also hope you understand why many of us are supporting this and will support it for the rest of our lives. Thank you, colleagues.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues, friends. It's not really often anymore that I have the time and the opportunity to share with you at length here at the podium, or even I suppose the wherewithal to do so. But this bill calls for it. First of all, in response to some things that have been said about all of us here, I don't have any problem saying friends and colleagues and continuing to do so, because however, and again, forgive me, wrong-headed I might believe you to be, because probably in your view I am as wrong-headed as I am. These are honest and sincere beliefs that each of us hold. I learned very young that you could be honest and sincere and honestly, sincerely wrong, and I'm sure many of you think I'm honestly and sincerely wrong from time to time. This vote today and this vote on third reading and the signing, near inevitable signing of this bill by the governor will not end this debate. If you'd asked me 25 years ago, I would have said, well, it'll be over someday, but I have reached a point where I know this is a debate that will never be over. The discussion about this bill, it seems for everyone to be a personal one in some way. And for me, indulge me if you will, this is a lifetime of personal. I said in committee, I venture to guess that I was the only person in the room, and venture to say that here, not because many of you wouldn't have an opportunity about which I'm to describe, but you're too youthful to have had the opportunity to have actually met Justice Sherry Blackmun. He was a keynote speaker for the political science department at the Air Force Academy in 1973, shortly after writing the opinion in Roe versus Wade. Just as an aside, the Air Force Academy is an interesting institution in that it invites speakers of all views and across the spectrum to speak to those who would bear arms for the United States and the defense of freedom. And I was 18 at the time, you can do the math. And I knew I was meeting a Supreme Court justice, and I was 18, and I was going to be a fighter pilot then, but events intervened. And the whole abortion debate for an 18-year-old male in what was then an all-male institution was not terribly profound. And yet, I have thought this past couple of weeks, that was a bracket. That moment was a bracket for me in this 50-year debate. This bill, in so many ways, is brought forward because of the United States Supreme Court's now seeming likelihood of overturning Roe versus Wade. I have to say, the other thing I've spent a lot of time in my life, though not quite 50 years, thinking about is the makeup of the United States Supreme Court and the decisions they reach and what they do. And I think you can fear a lot, but who knows? Who knows what they'll do? Somewhat more recently, here in Colorado, in the late 90s, there was in this institution, on this very spot, not on this very carpet, on its predecessor, I think, there was debate about a bill or bills, because it played out over a series of sessions of the General Assembly, about banning partial birth abortion in Colorado. And that's relevant to this bill because of what the effect and how this bill works and why I think the sponsors brought this bill forward now. Because the state of the law then in Colorado, and indeed the state of the law now in Colorado, is that a woman has a right to an abortion at any stage of her pregnancy. I think there might be citizens out there on the street that if you told them that that was the law in Colorado might be somewhat shocked or kind of shake their head and say, well, I didn't really realize that. The partial birth abortion bills of the late 1990s, as well as a ballot initiative, were defeated, leaving us with the situation in Colorado that a woman has a right to an abortion at any stage of her pregnancy. It is the confluence of that and the fear and concern of many that the United States Supreme Court will overturn Roe versus Wade that I think in many ways causes us to be here on House Bill 1279. It is a bill that will change the state of the law in this way, though. It will codify and put on the books this position that Colorado has, that a woman has a right to an abortion at any stage of her pregnancy. Now, proponents, my friends and colleagues, have and will come and argue to you that this is a decision for a woman to make, and a decision between a woman and her doctor, and that's based upon a belief structure and a set of beliefs. In many ways, incredibly laudable. Other friends and colleagues come to the well and say, but life begins at conception. It's a firmly held belief. It's a belief based in their entire being and belief structure, as much as the belief that a woman has a right to choose. Firmly held within a belief structure. Put those together. You can't. It will never be over. Now, my friends here and my friends here cite a whole set of statistics about what people believe. What the people of Colorado, what do they believe? And that's interesting to me, but not very useful. Think about what I just said. It might be disturbing to some, not to others, or disturbing to some in some instances and not to others. Because what I just said was, I'm not really persuaded about what the majority of Coloradans want, even if you can convince me that that's what the majority of Coloradans want. Because when it comes to matters of conscience, I hope each and every one of you would not be guided by what the majority wants, but by what your conscience is. And that could take you off into a whole discussion about what our job is here once we take the oath. To represent our constituents? Well, yes, but my constituents elected me. And believe me, I did my best to let them know what they were getting. And if they didn't know what they were getting from me, then my opponent spent a lot of time telling them what they were getting. May have not been the same things. They might have been confused when they were done. But they elected Bob Gardner and Bob Gardner's conscience as well. Because what we know is the majority can often be wrong. The Supreme Court can be wrong. You need look no further than the Dred Scott decision to know that the Supreme Court can be wrong, historically. The Korematsu decision. And you need look no further than slavery and race in the 19th and 20th century to know that the majority in regions and states can be wrong, morally wrong. I mean, I wonder what if we could have done modern polling in 1859 or 60, people would have been standing on the floor of the United States Congress saying, how many of the people of the United States or Mississippi or Massachusetts or you name it said slavery was right or wrong? That doesn't take you very far. I said early on in committee hearing last week on this bill, I think it fell on fairly deaf ears on both sides of the aisle, that your belief about what should happen on 1279 may very well be and probably is grounded in your religious belief structure if you have one, and I suspect we all do, whether we understand it to be that or not. But it doesn't take you very far in this debate. It takes me pretty far down the road at Sunday school, and it might take you pretty far down the road at the meeting of the Humanist Society, but it doesn't take you very far down the road if I don't subscribe to your belief structure. If I don't know your belief structure or my experience and my upbringing and my set of values aren't grounded in that belief structure, then to tell me that the Bible says this or that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says that won't take you very far with the other side of the aisle. You'll just end up where we are today, actually, although more civilly and more respectfully than that debate takes place out there. In fact, out there, what we find is that fear begets fear, and extremism begets extremism about this issue. Now, I personally believe life begins at conception, as my friend and colleague does. I also personally believe that a woman ought to have and should have a protected right to control her own body. I think it was Winston Churchill who said something along the lines, and this is quite the paraphrase, that the sign of a first-rate mind was the ability to hold two directly contradictory positions at the same time. I think it's a sign of a phenomenal and maybe non-existent mind to be able to reconcile those two competing views. Now, we all have this struggle from time to time as legislators, and I alluded to it earlier, that
my constituents, when they elected Bob Gardner, they elected Bob Gardner's conscience, whatever that might be, which is a sobering thought in our system. Not a bad thought, but a sobering thought, one we ought to think about when we elect our representatives and others to govern us, that we elect not only them, but their conscience, whatever it might be. But we also have this issue and struggle that all of us make from time to time here, and if you haven't had it, you just haven't been here long enough, of your conscience being one thing and your constituents by the polls being another. Or your conscience being one thing, and maybe not even the majority of your constituents, but a large enough number of your constituents that you must, in good conscience, maybe that's not part of your conscience, it's part of mine, think about that 40% of the people. Because one of the things we believe in this republic is that minority rights and minority views, particularly when they're held by a significant minority, should have some bearing on how we govern. Frankly, the fact that it does not is what causes so much grief and divisiveness in the modern era. It's not the worst. I direct you to the United States in the year 1860 for a time that was worse that readily comes to mind. But where I go with that, my conscience versus a significant group of constituents by number, and then outside of my district, a significant group of Coloradans, and maybe a majority of them, or maybe not, is that I got elected to govern. And I've passed some really good bills while I was here, and none of them have been perfect. I've passed some really good bills that I didn't like pieces of them, but there was enough there that I sponsored them, I voted for them. We make those decisions all the time. House Bill 1279 does not account for that significant minority, some might say it was a majority, that believes that there must be some limit on a woman's right to choose. Now, as I try to have that discussion, not because Bob Gardner suddenly believes that life begins at fetal viability, but because I have to govern and I have to be practical. I guess you don't have to be. Depends on whether you want to be effective or not. And so I say to people who agree with me by conscience and belief structure, you know, I think I could get a consensus, and I'm probably kidding myself even at that, but I think I could get a consensus on putting restrictions on abortion at an advanced stage of pregnancy, except for the most extreme situations. But you know what happens? Everybody who agrees with Bob's conscience suddenly begins to surround Bob and throw rocks into the middle of the circle. And I suspect that happens over here, because I know from conversations with friends and not necessarily colleagues here that any move from a woman has an absolute right to an abortion at any stage of pregnancy, including the 39th week, will be met with the same kind of rejection and approbation that I receive on the other side. Because this is about what a large number of people out there who don't have the responsibility of governing believe is a moral stake in the ground on both sides. The latest development in all of this debate that this bill addresses, and this is to this bill, because the legislative declaration makes clear why this bill is there, and it's because everything that's happening out there. The latest thing happening out there is that states that have enacted strong bans on abortion are now looking for what I would describe as extraterritorial jurisdiction to say, if you travel to Colorado from Texas, not far, if you travel to Colorado from Texas for the purpose of getting an abortion, then that makes you liable. And anybody who assisted you in going to Colorado makes you liable. And anybody in Colorado who assisted you is liable as well. So that, you know, if your brother in Colorado puts you up when you came from Texas, your brother better never go back to Texas, because they'll get jurisdiction. So what does that make me next say as a lawyer? Well, and this ain't all bad. Well, the United States Congress will just have to enact a federal law concerning abortion. You say, well, where did they get off doing that? Well, the last time I looked, traveling from state to state for almost any kind of activity is a matter of interstate commerce. And certainly traveling to Colorado to obtain an abortion, while it seems odd to call it commerce, that's what it is. And these will all be challenges to interstate commerce. And the Supreme Court will be right back into it, and the federal Congress will not do anything. Although it may, and when I say it's not all bad, it's because it will force their hand. And they might have to deal with the issues of the day. Some have compared this debate and their position to that of modern-day slavery. And I see that when the argument is made, but here's a bit of the fallacy with the argument. Both sides in this debate believe that they are representing the oppressed, the victim. In 1860, 1865 and on, I think it was very hard to characterize those who enslaved others to be the victims in the battle. But in this debate, life begins at conception. And a woman has the right to choose what to do with her body. There is a middle road. It's not a perfect road. It's not a road that satisfies anyone on either end of the debate. I suspect it dissatisfies in an acceptable way, if that makes any sense, a majority of the American public. Because if you're comfortable with this issue, I don't want to presume too much and be hyperbolic, but if you're comfortable with this issue, I got to ask myself, are you thinking very much, or do you feel very much? Because everybody who came and testified in Senate Judiciary last week who had an experience with either seeking an abortion they could not get, or seeking an abortion and getting it, and then the stories are, and this was the right decision to make, or I've been haunted by this decision forever, or I was advised at 20 weeks that I should get an abortion and I decided not to, and now my 8-year-old child is the joy of my life. There's nothing easy about this. Last week in committee we had a couple of young OBGYNs come and testify, and I couldn't help but put a series of questions to both of them, and you can go back and listen to that testimony, but I'll tell you what I sort of made of it. What I asked them was, so, doctors, you have a patient who's 30 weeks pregnant, suddenly in extremis, and I'm paraphrasing a longer question, suddenly the woman is in extremis. She's got some complication. She comes to the emergency room, and you, being her physician, are called to the emergency room, and she says, "Doctor, whatever you do, save my baby." What will you do? I got doctor's answers. I guess if you ask lawyers, you get lawyer answers. You ask doctors, you get doctor answers. I think what I got out of that is, after discussions with her and so forth, we're going to do, if that's what she wants and that's what she's asking for, I'm going to do for my patient what she asked. Then I asked the question, you have a woman with quite a normal pregnancy, proceeding along quite well, but her partner leaves her, she has no job, she has no means of support, she already has some mental health issues, behavioral health issues, and as I said then, I have no idea myself other than secondhand. I understand 30 weeks of pregnancy is not a woman's favorite time. And the woman says, "I can't do this, doctor. Everything's normal, physically. I can't do this, doctor. I want an abortion. What would you do, doctor? Well, both physicians said, well, I don't do that practice. I'd refer her out. But the final question was, and I didn't get an answer. I really didn't get an answer. Was, I'm a lawyer, and if someone came to me for their family member who was accused of a very heinous murder, and the family came to me and said, we want you to defend our son, my first answer would be, well, I don't do that, and there are a lot of people much better situated to do that than I. I would not be really equipped to do it. So doctors, that would be my answer is, no, I don't do that, I'd refer them out. But if the question was, would you ethically do that, Bob? Would you ethically defend that almost surely to be guilty axe murderer? Well, the answer to that is, I'm a lawyer and that's what I do. That's why I became a lawyer. And I guess the disappointing thing to me was, and I made some comment to the effect, it's a good thing we're in committee and not at the courthouse, because I'd be asking for an instruction to the witness to answer the question. I didn't get a question didn't get an answer other than, well, we'd have a lot of discussions and yada, yada, yada. But, either the answer, yes, ethically I would do that if everything was there, or no, ethically I wouldn't do that, would have been fine with me in terms of an answer. But what the answer was a non-answer. Turns out the doctors don't have much easier time with this than those of us who ask the question that I never got an answer to, because to come full circle, it is a spiritual, philosophic question. At what moment in this process does this being, referred to as fetus, unborn child, or baby, depending on the circumstances and the person, at what point do we suddenly say, and lawyers like bright lines, at what point is the bright line passed and we don't say you have no rights? Instead, we immediately say the Colorado Department of Human Services has a duty and an obligation to protect the rights of this child. At birth? That's the easy answer. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because does it mean when the umbilical cord is cut? Well, maybe surely, but child's breathing before that. They cry before that. And is that the choice we're making before that moment? Before that moment, don't cut the cord. The technology today, as one of our physician witnesses told us, the technology today enables us to, one, diagnose a fetal heart condition, allow the physicians, I assume very highly skilled neonatologists, to remove the baby from the womb, still by the umbilical cord, perform heart surgery. Is that child born right then? The child have rights? I guess still connected to the mother. fix that fetal heart. And we all know, at least I caught myself, I said, we all know, no we don't, that the safest place for that baby is the mother's womb. They return that baby to the mother's womb to further develop. I'll be a no, and if I live to be 100, we'll still be having this debate. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I have the distinct honor of, or the fatal error of following my esteemed colleague, Senator Gardner, and his eloquent remarks. I know we're down here, quite frankly, all of us bearing our souls. This is my first attempt at a very, very significant abortion bill. So I probably won't be any different than many of you in partially bearing my soul. To be honest, I grew up in I think I've shared this with a couple of my colleagues, I grew up in a family that, quite frankly, never talked about abortion. I was totally ignorant about abortion all through my teen years, and quite frankly, even into as a young man. I was in a total fog, and I don't use that so much as an excuse, but the family environment that I grew up in, I was very fortunate. I had a very loving mother and father, a good sister. I'm a blessed person. I've been very fortunate in my life, but as I grew up, it was something that my parents or my immediate family never spoke about, never talked about. I didn't even know what it was about. I went through college until even 1973 when Roe v. Wade. I was in college, and I was a young man studying and going through life, and quite frankly, it never dawned on me about it until a few years later. I got out of college and was very fortunate to marry a very lovely woman who some of you know, some of you met. If you've met her, you would immediately realize that she married down, and I definitely married up. She's a great lady, and she was the first person probably to really kind of bring me along as far as abortion and life. And she had 5 brothers and sisters, was from a Catholic family, of which I was not. At that time, I was one of these Methodists that went to Sunday school, went to church, and it was never talked about. But here I am today, many years later, and I've learned certain things about it, and I've been around friends and family and colleagues of all sides of the aisle, of whom all of you I have the deepest respect and affinity for. I never realized, even 6 months ago, or there again, I never thought about it because even today in my family, we don't talk about it a lot. Nobody in my immediate family has ever had an abortion, to my knowledge. But I have definitely evolved and learned, and the more I've learned and the more I've listened to people, some who are in the audience and friends and so forth, I definitely consider myself pro-life and have come to believe and learn in my heart and in my soul that life does begin at conception. And other people have different beliefs. Here we are confronted with the sudden urgency because of what may or may not happen in the Supreme Court. Quite frankly, I know this piece of legislation, 1279, is brought with with deep concern of what may happen in Washington. But quite frankly, I don't think any of us really truly know what the Supreme Court is going to decide. At least I don't pretend to know. They can make some pretty surprising decisions. But now then we're confronted with this bill, which unfortunately, just speaking for myself, I consider to be rather draconian, that with some of the provisions in the bill, that a child, a fetus, an embryo can be aborted anytime, any place, right up to the moment of birth, and that there are no repercussions. And it's been talked about parental consent. You know, that there's nothing to address parental consent, that women, you know, whether they're teenagers or in their early 20s or 30s or whatever, but especially teenagers, can make a life decision without consultation of probably the closest people that they know and love and respect is their parents. It was brought up a while ago by one of my colleagues about balance, and that the need for this was to bring some balance. Well, you know, my question is, well, really, where is the balance in this bill? I don't see it with all candor. That I think those of you who know me know that on any piece of legislation that I deal with, I don't ever expect to get 100% of what I want, and I'm always willing to work with people in my own party and people across the aisle to get, you know, as I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, if I can get 50 or 60% of what I want sometimes, especially being the minority, you know, I can be a happy camper. And I'm more than willing to work with people on both sides of the aisle to get, you know, sure, I'd like to get all of what I want, but I know that that's not realistic. But from what I know in the House before the bill got here, you know, numerous amendments were offered, well-meaning amendments, logical, rational amendments. They were all voted down, if I'm not mistaken. I think later on we'll probably hear some good, well-meaning, thoughtful, reasonable amendments. And I would encourage and hope that my good colleagues and friends on this side of the aisle, as well as this side of the aisle, will listen to our amendments, because I think they are heartfelt, they're sincere, and they are trying to take a bill that we see that has some serious flaws, or that we can offer some reasonable ideas that will make it more palatable to all parties. So I hope that when these amendments are ultimately offered, that everybody will listen, because I mean, let's be honest, I know the reality it's been mentioned many a time. You know, I can do the math, 20 and 15, even as I look at the Senate sponsorship, there are, if I'm not mistaken, there are 18 co-sponsors, sponsors and co-sponsors to this bill. Well, we only have 15 on our side. So the last time I checked, 18 is greater than 15. So I know that that as far as our chances of defeating this bill are probably relatively slim. I won't say none, because maybe the arguments that we are presenting on our side maybe will cause a change of heart for 3 people on this side of the aisle. I hope so. To my good colleagues on this side of the aisle, it's always been said or been told, we are the party of choice, which you are, meaning choice about abortion, which I understand and I get. I noticed that in this bill is the so-called safety clause, which we all know how that works, that it's, I'll even quote it for the people that don't understand it. The General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. In other words, that this bill, once it's passed and signed by the governor, will be enacted. But there's another way to go about this, which maybe we'll hear about later. The so-called petition clause. And I hope if and when something like that is brought up, that we'll have the ability to maybe let the people of Colorado, in fact, it might be a safety valve. I'm sure that as the anguish that it's creating on our side of the aisle, I have to believe that there are good people, and I know there are good people on your side of the aisle that probably have a lot of heartburn and anguish about this bill as we do, because it's not an easy piece of legislation no matter what. I have to tell you that I'm very sensitive to my constituents in Colorado Springs as well as around the state. I always find it interesting, and I'm glad to do it. When I sit in my office and the phone rings, I will pick it up and I'll say, Senator Liston here. And to my chagrin, a lot of times people are dumbfounded that I answer my own phone. I'm sure it happens to all of you. Is they're ready to hear a voice recording or to take out their frustrations on our aides. And then when we pick up the phone and we say, this is Senator Liston or Senator XYZ, that they are truly amazed. And I will have good conversations with them. In fact, a lot of times they're just taken aback because they can't believe that we're answering our own phone. But I know I do, and I'm sure many of you do too. The point I'm making is that over the last several weeks, while we've all known that this bill has been coming, I have gotten all kinds of emails, and I've gotten phone calls as well from my constituents. And I must confess to you, they're deeply interested as to how I'm going to vote, and I tell them. I've got a number of weeks ago that I had a pretty good idea that where I would be on this bill, and they're also concerned. Well, can you do something to defeat the bill? Like I have a magic wand. And also from the pro-choice people, I have constituents who are pro-choice, and even though I don't favor abortion at all, this would be the furthest thing from my mind that I would run an abortion or an anti-abortion bill that would take away the woman's right to choose. That's not what I would do. That would be as like I say, draconian as what this bill is doing, that this will give a mother the ability to have an abortion at almost any time. So I think of the fairness of this and how all this came to be. It's like, gosh, do we really have to go this far to one side when we really don't know how the Supreme Court is going to rule on this? I have to believe that there is, it's been said by some of my colleagues and probably some of you, that there has to be a little more of a middle ground than what House Bill 1279 represents. Quite frankly, I could stand up here for 30, 40 minutes. I don't know if I could do that the way some of my colleagues could, but I could try. And, I think you will hear, you've already heard some of the good arguments on our side. I really don't know that it would sway you. I would like to think that my great oratory or my words of wisdom might sway you, but any change that is going to come to any of us, just like it came to me as I learned and I listened many years ago about the issue, and I certainly understand why women would seek to have an abortion. I can understand where they're coming from. And it's not going to be me that's going to give them hellfire and damnation that you're going to burn in hell if you have the abortion. Is that any change, it's going to come from your change of your heart. And I would appeal to all of you that as I have learned, and I would encourage you to listen to the words that we will hear today, and maybe you will have a change of heart as we debate this important issue today. I guess last but not least, and I'll just say this partially in closing, I think you all know how impassioned I've been over the last, was it 28 days, 27 days, about what the good people in Ukraine are going through. I am deeply distressed, as I'm sure all of you all are, about what the good people in Ukraine are going through, and the slaughter, and how they're being killed every single day. Women and men and patriots, and yes, little babies. It really, I mean, I think about it every day, and I hope you do too. And that's why I wear the flag of Ukraine. And you say, well, what's the nexus? Because the nexus to me is for those people and for those little infants and for those newborns that are being bombed by the Russians and being killed every day. We want to give them a chance for freedom and a chance for life. And that's all that I want to do, is let's give the babies in the womb today, let's give them a chance for life as well. So thank you for listening, and I know we'll have further debate on this, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Sure.
Thank you. Just wanted to get it right. First, I want to say to both sides of the aisle, all of my colleagues, you are my friends, and this is not an easy subject to talk about, to debate about. I've learned a lot from the many years we've had these bills come through, both the House and the Senate. And I guess that's one reason why I'm sitting on this side and you're sitting on that side, because there are some fundamental differences. And some of them, I can understand both sides. I really can. And that's something I just wanted to make sure that you all knew. But I'm going to start with let's go way back. Let's go back to the 1950s. Let's go back to the 1960s. It was interesting, and I think some of you can remember this. Some of you have no idea what I'm talking about. But if you watched a TV show, or even in conversation, you couldn't even say the word pregnant. How many remember that? It was virtually, I think the only word, well, maybe there were others, but expecting. And I remember my mother always telling me that so-and-so was expecting, and I'm thinking, expecting what? And finally I knew after several months, but you get what I mean. Yes, I remember freshman year in high school, a girl in my homeroom was absent for majority of the school year. She had a baby. I didn't really know that, but she went away, and everybody acted like she didn't exist. I do not, to this day, know what happened to her and her child, but
Those things were hidden back in the 60s and the 70s. I also had college sorority sisters who had abortions, but they didn't do it the safe way. They didn't do it through any medical facility like we have now with doctors to help. And one of my sisters ended up with sepsis and was in the hospital. We were all concerned that for her life. And these were the early days in the mid-70s, and our medical care for abortions now are extremely different. They're safe and they're legal today. And the other thing I wanted to share with you was when I was working on my master's degree, I taught a course, a college course, we called it Baby Zoology. And I even haven't, only remember the course number because it's written here in the book, Zoology 358. It was an upper level course to teach to juniors and seniors in college. And the first time I taught this, it was absolutely amazing. And it was the first time this course was taught in the university. We thought we'd get maybe a classroom full. We had 3 large classrooms full of students wanting to understand embryology, but also it went through what happens before the embryology starts, and that is conception and what happens with the egg and sperm. And it's it was a great book, it was a great course, and I think it helped a lot of young people understand sex education where they never had it before. And I do stand up for House Bill 1279 because nearly all of the abortion, all of my life has been, let me go back here, all of my life has been for a woman's right to choose. A woman's right to be able to control her own medical decisions. And when I look at the medical issues about abortion, nearly all of them occur within the first trimester. And the concept of personhood is different from the concept of human life. And this I found very interesting because human life at conception, but fertilized eggs used for in vitro fertilization are also human lives, and those not implanted are routinely thrown away. So my question is to you all, is this murder? And if not, then how is abortion murder? Another issue is adoption's not an alternative to abortion because it remains a woman's choice whether or not to give her child up for adoption. And statistics show that every woman who gives birth chooses to give up their babies, and less than 3% of white unmarried women, less than 2% of black unmarried women. And we all know that abortion is a safe medical procedure. It's not as it was in the 1960s and the 1970s. A vast majority of women who have an abortion do so in their first trimester, and medical abortions have a very low risk of serious complications that do not affect a woman's health or future ability to become pregnant or give birth. In the case of rape or incest, forcing a woman made pregnant by this violent act would cause further psychological harm to the victim. And often a woman is too afraid to speak up or is unaware that she is pregnant. So the morning after pill is ineffective in these situations. Abortion is not used as a form of contraception. Pregnancy can occur even with contraceptive use. Very few women who have abortions do not use any form of birth control, and this is due to individual carelessness rather than the availability of abortion. The availability of a woman to have control of her body is critical to civil rights. Take away her reproductive choice, and you start on a slippery slope. So if government can force a woman to continue a pregnancy, what about forcing a woman to use contraception? Or forcing a woman to undergo sterilization? If you are opposed to these issues, then the place to express your concern is in the voting booth. And we've done this. We've done this 3 times at least, maybe 4. And the voters have shown us that they want the right to choose. Like any other difficult situation, abortion creates stress. Yet the American Psychological Association found that stress was the greatest prior to an abortion, and that there was very little evidence of post-abortion syndrome. So, House Bill 1279 recognizes the essential unfairness of denying women safe abortion services. And that's why I stand strongly to support House Bill 1279. As was said before, will this be the last time we'll be up here having this debate? I don't think so. But I will continue to defend a woman's right to choose and to determine her own reproductive rights. And I hope that my colleagues, I know, will on one side, on the other, probably not, but I stand in full support of House Bill 1279. Thank you.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is an unspeakable bond between women. It follows us wherever we go, whether it be at the grocery store, vacationing across the world, or walking our dog alone at night. As women, we are kind of part of an intimate, secret club. We may not know each other, but we all care about each other. Why is this, you might ask? Why do we care about people we don't necessarily know? What is so special about being a woman? Many of us share the same issues: discrimination, harassment, fear of assault, fighting for our voice, control over our bodies, equal pay, equal treatment, and the list goes on and on. Today, though, we are talking about one crucial issue that we share: the right to reproductive health. Reproductive health looks different for every individual. For some, it is access to cancer screenings, fertility testing, IVF, and prenatal care. For others, it is access to birth control, the ability to make personal medical decisions, and the option to have a safe abortion. I was told a story about a woman who was forced to deliver her stillborn child. The fetus had developed a complication at about 20 weeks that meant it had no chance of survival. Due to the laws of the state and the stage of her pregnancy, she was unable to induce. She was forced to carry the child until it died in utero. She then had to deliver her stillborn child. Imagine you are told your fetus will have no chance of survival. Already you are faced with an impossible task and devastating news. You want to heal, mourn, and maybe try again. But wait, you can't. Your grief and devastation is prolonged and really never ending. This is not salt in the wound. This is acid to the heart. It's cruel, incredibly cruel. Banning abortion does nothing but drive people to seek unsafe abortions. The World Health Organization reported that 23,000 women globally die from unsafe abortions each year. Thousands experience the lasting effects of serious health complications from these back alley procedures. A recent study estimated that banning abortion in the US would lead to a 21% increase in the number of pregnancy-related deaths overall and a 33% increase among Black women, simply because staying pregnant is more dangerous than having an abortion. Every day, women across our country face the deeply personal decision of whether to continue their pregnancies. Each pregnancy and its circumstances are different. It is essential that we respect a woman's decision and acknowledge the complexities of medical decisions. The solution we are seeking is not to ban abortion, but to provide the resources that our community needs so that they can make educated decisions about their health and their lives. The Reproductive Health Equity Act ensures that this is possible. These are personal decisions that belong right there within the person and not with the state. I firmly stand in support of House Bill 1279, the Reproductive Health Equity Act, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in opposition of House Bill 1278. Sorry, it's 1279. As a legislator who served down here for many years, I had hoped this day would never come. Unfortunately, it is here. I'm going to read a very well thought out article, in my opinion, later. But one of the points it makes is that these kind of laws, in a sense, let men off the hook for their responsibility. I am so blessed that my wife and I have been aligned in our openness to life through our marriage and relationship. And we look at, from the perspective of hospitality to children. Hospitality is something in the Old Testament and even to this day in many Middle Eastern countries, because of the harsh climate, that it is considered, you're basically condemning someone to death if you're not hospitable to them as they pass through your region because of lack of food or water. From the Catholic perspective, being open to life is also about the hand of God or the grace of God deciding, not us as humans deciding who lives and who dies, who grows up to cure cancer or discover that distant planet on that distant star in that distant galaxy. And the good senator from El Paso County made this point about the fundamental irreconcilable difference that we as a chamber have. And I want to say first and foremost, I love and respect each and every person in this chamber. I will always hold dearly the years that we've served. I hold dearly the years I served in the House And I believe what an honor it is to serve the great state of Colorado and the voters. And I hope your feelings towards me don't change in any way after this day. This issue is about changing the hearts and minds of a population, from my perspective, much like as our country struggled with, and the good senator from El Paso County touched on this, about the original sin of our nation of putting into law that certain members of our society were only 2/3. And it's my hope that in my life, I will see when those hearts and minds are changed and the society, men and women, have a hospitality towards children and look at children as a blessing that, even if not the right time, at a minimum can be offered for adoption so that they too can have a chance to fulfill their life as a higher power would see fit. I didn't always have this perspective, to be honest. At a younger age, in my young years, high school and college, my wife and I, when we were dating, had conversations along these lines. And I approached the issue knowing it was uncomfortable and not necessarily life, but maybe like a selfish teenage boy. And I remember the feeling I had was much like in the Christmas story, the character Ebenezer Scrooge, when asked about donating the poor and ill. He says, "Poor and ill are surplus to society. If they rather die, they better do it and decrease the surface population." I feel that for this issue, many approach it that way, as something that's convenient for the betterment of society in another way. And that breaks my heart as well. I think there's a strong argument to be made that the policy shift in our nation under Roe v. Wade has affected the demographics of our nation in the last 40 or 50 years. I submit it's part of the reason that we are struggling to find people to fill jobs, because the natural law of replacing the population and growing the population has been short-circuited by a court decision. It's encouraged others because the need for employment to come to this country from other countries, not a fault of their own, but because there's a strong market demand for labor that has not, in my opinion, been replaced through natural means, through Americans being open to life and having a hospitality to children. So with that, I'll read some quotes that kind of frame and build on this concept. This is an excerpt from a piece December 28th, 2021 by Serena Sigilito and Erica Baccati. The question that divides us is how we ought to respond to reproductive asymmetry. The reality that women carry disproportionate burdens due to our single role in human reproduction. What makes one a feminist is the view that this basic inequality at the heart of reproduction is the one that deserves injustice and affirmative cultural response. We wish not only for maternity to be celebrated, for the true privilege it most certainly is, but also for women to be encouraged and supported in other contributions they make. This requires that the burden of childbearing ought to be shared not only within the family, but also across wider society too. And in a piece from September 27th, 2020, by Erica Baccati, this was in Politico. The title of it is Amy Coney Barrett, a New Feminist Icon. And in all candor, I suspect her nomination to the Supreme Court and others is why we're here today discussing House Bill 1279. Erica Bocciati is a fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center and a senior fellow at the Abigail Adams Institute, where she founded and directed Wollstonecraft Project. Her new book, The Rights of Women, Reclaiming a Lost Vision, will be released in 2021. Amy Coney Barrett has been praised for her top-flight legal mind, even by those who disagree with her. At 48 years old, she is poised to help shape the court for a generation or more. But that's not all. Her elevation to the High Court has a potential to accomplish. Barrett's expected confirmation should serve as a catalyst for rethinking the most powerful social movement in the past century, feminism. Over the past week, as Ruth Bader Ginsburg's body lay in repose outside the Supreme Court, the nation has rightfully celebrated the justice's trailblazing 1970s legal advocacy, one which pushed both law and culture to re-examine the ways in which women had been pigeonholed as caregivers and men as providers. The late Justice's anti-discrimination wins opened up a new era in which both men and women could respectably and responsibly engage in both avenues of fulfillment according to their personal talents and circumstances. But Ginsburg also viewed abortion rights as central to sexual equality, and her leadership helped give rise to a movement that remains laser-focused on abortion to this day. Rather than make women more equal to men, constitutionalizing the right to abortion, as the court did in Roe, has relieved men of the mutual responsibility that accompany sex, and so has upended the duty of care for dependent children that fathers ought equally to share. Barrett embodies a new kind of feminism, a feminism that builds upon the praiseworthy anti-discrimination work of Ginsburg, but then goes further. It insists not just on the equal rights of men and women, but also on their common responsibilities, particularly in the realm of family life. In this new feminism, sexual equality is found not in imitating men's capacity to walk away from an unexpected pregnancy through abortion, but rather in asking men to meet women at a high standard of mutual responsibility.
Senator, sorry to
Reciprocity
interrupt, but
and
I'm
care.
looking forward to you bringing this discussion back to the bill soon. I'm enjoying it. But
Madam
look forward
Chair,
to it being tied back to 1279 in the near future. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would submit this article cuts directly at the heart of what the bill is being brought for and why are we having this policy discussion on the issue. And I'm trying to do it in a respectful way to change hearts and minds, which is what debate is all about. At Barrett's Senate confirmation in 2017, Senator Dianne Feinstein tellingly remarked, "You are controversial because many of us that have lived lives as women really recognize the value of finally being able to control our reproductive systems, and Roe entered into that, obviously. Barrett's life story puzzles older feminists like Feinstein because bearing and raising a bevy of children has long implied retaining a traditional life script like staying home with the children that Barrett has obviously not heeded. To be sure, fellow mothers of 7 could become federal judges, never mind Supreme Court justices. Barrett, generally brilliant, according to her Harvard colleague, O'Carter Sneed, is likely alone in this set. It all seems so unlikely. She has risen to the pinnacle of her profession while at once being radically hospitable. And again, that's back to my reference to hospitability to children. As Sneed has described her, an enigma to many, she doesn't easily fit into an ideological box. If we really intend as a country on seeing women flourish in their profession and serve in greater numbers in leadership positions too, it would be worthwhile to interpret the abortion rights sloganism for a bet and ask just how this mother of many has achieved so much. In a 2019 conversation at a Notre Dame club in DC, Barrett was asked how, while raising so many children, 2 of whom were adopted from Haiti and 1 who has special needs, she has been able to balance life with her demanding profession. Her response was as telling as Feinstein's 2017 remarks. Barrett immediately praised her husband, who is also an attorney. We were open to either one of us staying home at different points. That's really made it work. It's that it's very much a team effort. Right now, Jesse is really doing much more of the heavy lifting. The cooking, the kids, doctor's appointments during the day. We're gone in cycles right now. He's doing a little bit more of the home stuff. We evaluated at every step whether things were working well for the family, for the job I was in, but it was always working and it worked well. The kids were very good, very happy. I loved teaching. Barrett says that for both parents, the needs of the Barrett children came first. Let me back up and punctuate that. Barrett said that for both parents, the needs of the Barrett children came first, their professions second, and yet both their children and professions thrived. Rather than assume caregiving is a woman's choice to embrace or reject her on her own, as Roe does, the Barretts recognize that both mother and father are encumbered by their shared responsibilities to the dependent children in their care. That's the new feminism building upon while remaking the old-fashioned feminism. It's not only the Barrett's teamwork that has made all this possible. It's the same in the same interview, she speaks with gratitude about the consistent child care her husband.
I'm going to ask you I love Notre Dame. I love feminism. But if we can try to pull it back to 1279, I trust that you can do that. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead, Senator.
The fundamental problem I have among many things with 1279 is that it does not look at a family as a unit. It assumes that abortion is the first choice, and it does not, in my opinion, leave life open to as a higher power would want it. It's not only the Barrett's teamwork that has made all of this possible, and that some interview, she speaks with gratitude about the consistent child care her husband's aunt has provided for her for decades. And members, that's why I support many of these other bills down here along the lines of ensuring kids in school have food or ensuring kids get a college education, because we need to look at life in a holistic way, not just conception to birth, not just towards euthanasia or so on and so forth. We need to look at being pro-life in all of our lives. That's why I've supported the repeal of the death penalty in the past. And she points to the flexibility of her workplace and the credit of growing presence of women in the legal profession as giving rise to better working conditions than when she was a young lawyer. As women are more present in law school and on faculties at law firms, the workplace bends to be more flexible to women. Seek those accommodations as women seek those accommodations by bearing and raising children rather than sacrificing their very lives on the altar of the marketplace instead. Meaning, ensuring there's a work-life balance and putting family first, putting children first in your life's equation, of which I don't believe 1279 does. The sad truth is that nearly 50 years after Roe legalized abortion nationwide, the kind of accommodations that make childbearing and family life manageable are only beginning to be implemented. I think we could say that's true here down in the legislature. We've made great strides in recent years. Large numbers of companies still engage in rampant pregnancy discrimination. Studies show that women with caregiving responsibilities are often assumed to be less competent or committed to their work than their unencumbered peers. And then women and fathers seek to return to work after caring for children, even a short time. Their market absence is more greatly penalized by the prospective employer than had been simply been unemployed. When a prominent corporate leader and contender for presidential nominee of a certain party is reputed as saying to have told a pregnant employee to, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to quote the article here, but it's not good. It's no wonder women feel the need to hide that they are pregnant when they're at work. When we belittle the moral status of unborn children, treating a nascent human being as a near half-century court case law as quote-unquote potential life, as I believe 1279 does, it treats a nascent human being as potential life, or in academic and popular argument as something parasitic upon a pregnant woman, we ought not be surprised when our workplaces and other cultural institutions treat dependent human beings that way too. If pregnancy continues to be likened to any other lifestyle choice, or worse, a disability in a Hobbesian contest for wombless men, pregnant women, and caregiving parents will never receive the cultural support they need. To be sure, Ginsburg's 1970s win paved the way for women, and Barrett's talent too emerges on her nominee's announcement. Barrett seemed immediately grateful for that, but Barrett knows the secret of a culture that fully supports family life. No professional work, even that a Supreme Court justice, can best the essential work of a mother or a father, whether a parent has many children or only one. In recounting how she decided to go through with her second adoption, Barrett said, "What greater thing can you do than raise children?" And I agree. That's the other reason I am against 1279, because my wife and I come from the philosophy of the greatest thing we will ever do in our lives is raise our children. And in all honesty, it hasn't been easy. We've been open to life from the beginning, and we've suffered through 5 times losing a child. My wife has been pregnant 9 times. And every time we look at those 4 children that we do have to this day, we think of what a blessing they are. And I'm excited for my youngest, Cora, who is 6. I'm very excited to one day walk her through her high school and have some parent mistake me for her grandfather. I already have a smile on my face because both my wife and I were in our early 40s when we had her. You know what? The doctors told us she was past the ability to have children. And we thanked them and nodded, or my wife did, and we kept just doing what we'd done. And now we have her, and she just celebrated her 6th birthday. That's where we have your greatest impact on the world. And when the Justice of the Supreme Court showcases this truth by her very life, this long abandoned insight can finally begin to reemerge across our culture. I've always admired a certain culture in Colorado who, from their perspective, they see children as their wealth. And I too have that perspective. No matter how much money I make or lose in my lifetime, when I am on my deathbed and my 4 children are hopefully still with me, and God willing, I have grandchildren there as well, that is the legacy and that is the wealth that I will pass on. When greater numbers of us understand the cultural priority of caregiving, the movement will grow strong enough to challenge the dominant market mentality that disfavors family obligations for both women and men. Ginsburg's brand of feminism will give way to something new, a society in which we will no longer fight over abortion because it will have become irrelevant. Members, thank you for your time and indulgence today. I once again ask for a no vote on House Bill 1279. It is wrong for Adams County. It is wrong for Colorado in so many ways. And I submit again, we would not be here if it wasn't for the balance of power changing on the Supreme Court. I think we need to re-examine our hearts and understand that we all prosper when we give everything we can to that next generation of human beings, of Coloradans, and we're open to life, and we have a hospitality towards children through raising them or for putting them up for adoption. Again, I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1279.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President Pro Tem, Madam President. I rise in opposition of 1279. I want to thank the good senator who's not here right now from Douglas County talking about his Catholic faith and why he was opposed to this bill. I'm not Catholic. I'm a Baptist, and this might be the only thing Catholics and Baptists agree on. I'm not predestined to become a Baptist, otherwise I'd be a Presbyterian. But you're a Presbyterian, okay. Well, all those major denominations are in opposition to this type of bill. You know, there's a misunderstanding or a feeling out there that if you're anti-abortion, if you're pro-life, that you must be somehow against the woman. Well, let me tell you, that is definitely not the case. We all had mothers. We all respect them. We all love them. Sisters. We respect women. We know that the decision is hard. It's a very difficult decision for them to make. And nobody takes that lightly. You know, I've known several women that have had abortions, and I heard earlier on the good senator from Denver talk about judging some people. and that she's not going to do that again. And, you know, I've never met anybody, never on this side, any of my friends, no one and that I know of has ever judged a woman for getting an abortion. We don't agree with it, but we don't judge it because it is a hard decision. And we care about the woman, we care about her health, and we care about her safety. You know, the several that I've talked to, it was hard for them to admit because they were ashamed. Later on, after giving or having an abortion, they were embarrassed by it and ashamed of it. They had regrets and they had guilt. When I talked to them, I didn't judge them. I comforted them. There was an Old Testament story about King David. He had an affair with Bathsheba, and God punished him for that affair because he was found guilty of murder in God's eyes and adultery. And the baby that he had with Bathsheba died. King David said, you know, I will see you in heaven, to his baby that died. And when I told that to a friend of mine, this woman who had an abortion, she started to cry. And she thanked me for that because she realized that someday she will see that child that she never had. So I want to just emphasize again that if you're pro-life, anti-abortion, it is about the woman and the baby. You can't separate the two, nor should we try. I heard from one of the speakers that there's a bond between women, and that might be true, but a large number of women, I don't know the numbers, but a large number of women don't support abortion, so there's no bond there. It almost made it sound like if you're a woman, you have this agreement amongst each other that abortion is okay. That's just not true. She also asked, why do we care about others we don't know? I think that goes back to our Christian principles. To love others, even the ones you don't know. Again, we're not here to judge the women that have an abortion. We're here to love them, to take care of them, and do everything we can to get them the help they need and make the decision not to have the abortion. I also heard about a horrible story about a woman that was forced to give birth to a stillborn that died in 20 weeks. Well, that's not an abortion. Even in the bill here, line 11, it says, other than to increase the probability of live birth. Stillborn, that baby's already dead. We also heard that abortion is a safe medical procedure. Well, that's not quite accurate either. The risk of death from abortion increases with the gestational age. At 13 to 15 weeks, there's 6 deaths per 100,000 abortions. 16 weeks, 14 deaths per 100,000. And over 16 weeks, it's 3 times that, the death rate at 13 to 15 weeks. Folks, I wish I had the gift to be able to talk for an hour. Like if I were from El Paso County, I'd be able to do that, but I'm not from there. Or I should say the curse, if you're sitting on this side. I just implore you, we've heard a lot about this bill already, and we're going to be back. I have several amendments, as do I think many other people. I just implore you to, as we care for the mothers, I just pray we all will care for the unborn, the babies that aren't going to be born. I just pray we take them into mind. We think of them when we're down here arguing, debating this bill. So I would ask that we all reconsider this bill, vote no on 1279. Thank you.
Senator Woodward.
Good morning and thank you. I guess it's afternoon. It is
Good afternoon.
So I have been pouring through emails and notes. I've had the good fortune to get to know a number of folks who've struggled with this question over the course of their lives. So I have stories that abound from folks who've made decisions one way or another personally on this issue. And my heart aches for those who, continue to wrestle with decisions of the past. And when the good senator from Weld County came up and talked about caring for moms, I thought I'd just relay a story. And I think, I hope that it provides you with a chance to see into the heart of people who do care about the mom so deeply. In my previous profession, I should say my current profession outside of this chamber, I get a chance to meet with a lot of young women who are struggling with just life in general. They have, through the good times and the bad. It wasn't too many years ago that I got an urgent phone call from a young employee working in Estes Park in tears asking me to come relieve her of her shift. So I jumped in the car and drove as quickly as I could to get up there and found her in tears, found her with bruises to her body, to her face, and she relayed a story to me that's not atypical from the struggle that moms have when they're in a time of crisis. So she had found out earlier that morning that she was expecting. Her live-in boyfriend was not as happy with the news as she was. So he took it out on her physically. He kicked her to the curb, threw her stuff outside, and left her with what she felt was no choice. She didn't have a family who would take care of her. She no longer had a place to stay that night. All she knew is that I've got a phone number that I can take care of this problem with a simple doctor's visit. So she called me asking to come relieve her from her shift because she felt she had no choice. Her only choice in life was to end that pregnancy. That's exactly the opposite of I think the conversation that we have out there in the real world is, there are people who like to say they are pro-choice. This young woman had no choice. So I locked the front door and had a conversation with the young lady and asked if there was anything that I could do. Is there, I didn't want to be interrupted by customers coming in the door, so we just sat in the front lobby and just talked about life. She agreed to delay her decision. I paid for her to have a place to stay for a couple of days. And I didn't really know what my role was. I'm not a philosopher. I'm not a psychiatrist. I couldn't, give her the facts about what impact the choice she would make. But I felt I had to do something. So that happened to be an evening that I had a Bible study. So when I got to the Bible study with a bunch of men that I had met with regularly, we had a conversation, and the conversation was, what are we called to do in this instance? And that is, we should step up and help this young lady. So we did. We passed an envelope and made sure that she didn't have to make her choice based upon the position she was in financially. She was not going to be homeless. She was not going to be kicked to the curb. We gave her some choices in the financial support she needed to spend the next couple of weeks deciding what's best for her, what's best for her family. And ultimately, we wanted to make sure that, she's young and single. She didn't know if she could, once the baby came, what do I do? I'm a single mom. I don't know what options are out there for me. So we also made sure that she knew that if she did decide to keep the baby, ultimately, that we also had her back in that instance. So I guess I raise this conversation and tell this story because I think for me, we're looking at a very emotional, raw, critical time in a woman's life where sometimes she feels like she has no choice. And I think that one of the things that I would ask everyone in this body today, the folks who might be listening, the folks in the gallery upstairs, is to truly be pro-choice. We need to make sure that women have a choice, that they know that there are options out there to help them through their pregnancy, to help them with either adoption later, or perhaps they need some financial support to love and grow and take care of their young baby. So for me, this conversation today has really focused on, among a number of women that I've met in my life, this young gal, and I purposely not said her name. She's still a close friend of the family. She did give up her baby after the baby was born, so the baby was given up for adoption. I can't say that I know for sure what happened to it, but I presume that somewhere in a school near my home is a young child who lived because we gave the mom the tools that she needed to make that choice. I worry House Bill 1279 simply narrows the number of choices and really narrows the choices that women can have if they're placed in a position like this. It becomes more socially acceptable to take really to make the ultimate decision for this unborn baby. So that's all I have for right now. I have some other stories that I'd like to share, but I'd like to yield the speaker to my good friend.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a young man, single, when Roe v. Wade was decided. Quite frankly, it was a non-event in my life. This subject really hadn't touched me at that stage of my life. I've been described as naive. Somewhere in my 40s, I quit being insulted when I was told I was naive. Finally decided perhaps that was something of a compliment. So, that's just kind of the way I grew up on the farm, and life was pretty good. Sure, I had my ups and downs, but like my good friend from Colorado Springs that was saying, he was raised by loving parents, and this subject just didn't touch his life. I was pretty much the same way. When I approach this issue from the absolute belief that life begins at conception, and someone else approaches it from the polar opposite, I realize that we probably don't have a lot of chance of reconciling our differences there. That doesn't mean that we won't be friends. Doesn't mean we won't be colleagues. Doesn't mean we won't work together well on any number of other issues. But let me tell you a little bit about what cemented. This was not a new thought. By the time I got to the point in my life that I'm going to tell you about, I was already adamantly pro-life. But now, many years ago, I lost my first wife in an auto accident. And quite frankly, wasn't expecting to have this reaction. It was, 20-some years ago. We had 4 teenagers. So when I sponsored the single parent resolution, that was the point in my life that I was a single parent. 4 teenagers at home. One of my 17-year-olds was pregnant. Please be seated. We'll try to get through this. Thank you. So one of my twins was pregnant. She was about 10 weeks pregnant when we lost my wife. There really was no talk of an abortion. There was talk of how are we going to raise the baby? Should we think about adoption? There were serious talks that went on between my daughter and I, and the other kids were involved too. We're a pretty close family. In fact, I'll go on to say that some of my at that time I had 4 kids, and today I believe 2 of them probably are pro-choice. I think I misspoke earlier. I'm pro-life all the way, but I think 2 of them probably now. They may not support this bill quite the way it's written, but they would definitely support some sort of an abortion bill. But one thing I am proud of is raising my kids to think on their own. So they raised them, I raised them. I have to take some responsibility for that. But anyway, we're now a family of 5, and a daughter that's pregnant. Early in her pregnancy, an abortion would not have been, nobody that is pro-choice would have criticized us for having an abortion at that point. She didn't. That was never really an option. It was her baby. She was going to raise the baby, and she's a bit strong-willed, and she, during that time, she's 17. By the time before she's 20, she's a registered nurse. The little baby boy that we didn't abort is the grandson that I spoke about yesterday. He's in his 20s now. But the reason we could never have the discussion about do you terminate this pregnancy is that life growing inside of her wasn't just her tissue. It wasn't like a kidney or a cell off your thumb where the DNA is 100% her. It just wasn't. This is a completely new and separate life, and it's growing inside of her, and she's, to her credit, said, I will step up to the responsibility, and so she became a teenage mother while she was going to school. But I really understand the situation that a woman can find herself in, probably as much as any man ever could, recognizing it wasn't me. So I can never totally understand. But I came home from work one day. She was in the kitchen, and I knew something was wrong. Her boyfriend had decided he was not going to go into the drug rehab that he needed to enter, and she was really distressed. There wasn't anything I could do but hold her. I didn't say anything didn't have anything I could say. But I can imagine other women in her situation where they feel like, I have no choice. What am I going to do? Part of being pro-choice needs to mean we give our women choices. These situations have been happening for years and years. They'll be happening long after I'm gone. But the women in our society today need to know they have choices, that 1279 is not the only choice. They need to have the ability to go somewhere. They can be tested, they'll be loved, they will know that they have support. And there are those nonprofits, churches, other organizations out there today that do that. But I just wanted you to know how important this issue is to me, and why I believe the way I do, and why I am opposed to 1279. But I will really support anything I can that will give those young ladies the choice, so they're not in a situation where they feel they have no choice. Thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My timing's impeccable to follow that really emotional testimony. I do rise in opposition to 1279 and want to share a little bit of my perspective as well. I'm finding, after a little more than 14 months here, so much of my decisions are really revolve, certainly they're around a thoughtful approach and gathering input and different perspectives, but your own life experiences shape you to begin with. And I tried to talk about this in committee. I didn't do a very good job of it, but my wife and I, in another 90 days, will be married for 39 years. And we dated for 5 years before that. So I think about one of the good senators from El Paso County being just that simple country lawyer. I'm always trying to figure out, am I just that simple country farm boy? Or uniquely tying back to my wife and I, we're prom king and queen in Alamosa High School in 1979. So I don't know if I want to be the king going forward or not, but we did all the right things. We dated for a long time. We're married for several years till we got very well established in a sound financial position, and then started to try to have a family. And she got pregnant pretty quick in that process, but shortly into the pregnancy, she miscarried and the baby passed. And it took us 5 years to get pregnant again after that. So many trips to the specialists and back and forth, and really we're on the cusp of the in vitro fertilization route. And we just took a pause and take a step backwards, and it happened naturally, and we're blessed with a wonderful son who makes me really proud. And I've talked a little bit. He's blessed me with an amazing grandson. So I approach this from that perspective of, it's hard to imagine going through that choice or decision about continuing a pregnancy or not. But I vowed when I came here to again be thoughtful and engaged. And imagine this, I volunteered to serve on the Judicial Committee last week and hear 14 hours of testimony. And I promise you, I sat through all 14 hours and was very attentive and very engaged and trying, again, as one of the good senators from Douglas County talked about, trying to get a deeper, seeking more information and more knowledge and trying to understand that perspective a little better. So I was committed to the process and trying to get to a spot of a better understanding. But I can honestly say today I'm still convinced this isn't the right choice for me or my constituents, and I don't believe for the state of Colorado. I did want to talk a little bit very specifically to the bill about, and let me say one other thing that I talked about as well in committee that I'm also finding out here, fear is a huge motivating factor here in what we do. And I find really crafting policy, early on my perception is crafting policy out of fear is problematic, that it's not good policy. And listening to testimony last week, I felt an abundance of this was about fear and the potential things that are coming to us. But I will highlight, in the bill it talks specifically in the ledge deck about access to abortion and reproductive health care is currently under attack. That's that fear and that perception. But I wanted to look back really just in my first session last year and thinking about what Colorado has done outside of what's happening, nationally. And looking at that going, last year we had Senate Bill 21-142, health care access in cases of rape or incest. This bill passed and was signed by the governor in May of last year. This bill was concerning removing certain restrictions related to abortion services and in connection therewith removing the requirement that the services be performed only at certain health care facilities and removing the requirement that only a physician perform the service. Man, what a stride towards this effort about protecting women's reproductive health care. It's not something I supported, but the body did, and it became law. And that was really under, that the state in every reasonable effort is made to preserve the life of the pregnant woman and unborn child, then public funds may be used for medically necessary services. The medically necessary services must be performed only in a licensed healthcare facility and only by a licensed physician. The Act removes these requirements and allows medically necessary services to be performed by a provider who is licensed by the state and acting within the scope of the provider's license and in accordance with applicable federal regulations. The bill also referenced in the ledge deck, in order to expand access to services, particularly in areas of the state where access is limited, it's important to allow local healthcare providers to provide care to rape and incest survivors. In community-based healthcare settings, rural sexual violence survivors are particularly impacted by provider scarcity and concerns about anonymity and confidentiality in reporting due to residing in smaller communities. So again, that's a step in the direction of protecting reproductive health care. We also heard and passed Senate Bill 21-193, protection of pregnant people in perinatal period, concerning the protection of a pregnant person's rights during the perinatal period and in connection therewith making an appropriation. The bill repeals language that gives no force or effect to an advance directive of a person who is pregnant while the person's fetus is viable. It also establishes requirements for each facility that incarcerates or has custody of people with the capacity for pregnancy. Requires the Colorado Civil Rights Commission to receive reports from people alleged maternity care that is not organized for and provided to a person who is pregnant or in the postpartum period in a manner that is culturally congruent. A number of efforts in this regard. It also requires each health facility that provides services related to labor and childbirth to demonstrate to the Department of Public Health and Environment that the health facility has a policy that meets certain requirements. That was 2 bills we passed last year. House Bill 21-1017, protect human life at conception, didn't make it through committee, as you could imagine. It was PI'd. Senate Bill 21-025, family planning services for eligible individuals. That one did pass and was signed in by the governor in July of last year. It's one I supported, concerning family planning services for individuals whose income does not exceed the state's current effective income level for pregnant women under the Children's Basic Health Plan, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. It requires the Department of Healthcare and Policy and Financing to seek federal authorization through an amendment to the State Medical Assistance Plan to provide family planning services to individuals who are not pregnant. Again, I contend there's no attack on these services in the state of Colorado. Another one, Senate Bill 21016, protecting preventative health care coverage, concerning services related to preventative health care and in connection therewith requiring coverage for certain preventative measures, screenings and treatments that are administered, dispensed, or prescribed by healthcare providers and facilities, and making an appropriation. And then I think the last one I tracked down, Senate Bill 21009, passed and was signed into law by the governor in July last year, the Reproductive Health Care Program, concerning the creation of a reproductive health care program and in connection therewith providing contraceptive methods and counseling services to participants in making an appropriation. The act requires the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to administer a reproductive health care program that provides contraceptive methods and counseling services to patients. The program must offer each participant at least a 1-year supply of the requested contraceptive method or an alternative contraceptive method and not impose cost-sharing requirements. So I challenge the suggestion that at least in this state, that reproductive health care is under attack. I talked about this in committee as well about, look, ultimately, we are in the body faced with a binary choice. You either get to vote yes or you vote no. But I think about this, the policy in broader terms and where Colorado is. And much like others, I never thought I'd be here having this conversation. But it feels like it's very much presented as a binary choice. The policy is a binary choice, that either you accept House Bill 1279 and women have options and the choice all the way through a full term, through within an hour of delivery. And or the other binary choice is we regulate this where women have no choice at all. My argument to the body is thinking about Colorado's in a unique position, I think, to actually lead and not put us in those positions, but actually be a leader and being supportive of women in need above and beyond what we're doing now, and limit those difficult choices that women have to make when confronted with those certain set of circumstances. I think there's a different path and a different outcome that really changes the paradigm, where we aren't extinguishing the heartbeat of 10,000 babies a year here, that there's a different path forward. I would suggest we finish the debate and the discussion on 1279, and we defeat it, and we immediately start the conversation about, we stood up a Department of Early Childhood Development last year. I suggest we stand up the really early childhood development program in the state of Colorado to really protect the unborn children and support mothers and give them much greater options and alternatives other than what they're kind of presented with today. So those are my comments and initial remarks, and I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Got it. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On an issue such as this, we talk about policy and we talk about stories, and you'll get a little bit of both today about where I am and why I so strongly support this bill. My name is Faith because my mom had 3 miscarriages before she had me. And she had faith in God that I would be okay, and I was. And then came my sister, Dawn. She always told everyone that I had to have faith before I saw the dawn. And I grew up actually picketing Planned Parenthood with my dad. My first political experience was holding a sign that said, "Thank you, Dad, for not aborting me. And along the way, just as the good senator from El Paso talked about how he taught his children to think for themselves, and he doesn't know where they are on this bill, I determined pretty early on that I believed in everyone having their own faith to live up to their hopes and dreams. And when people ask me why I'm a senator and why I'm in politics and why I'm an organizer, it's actually to help people live up to their hopes and dreams. And for me to be pro-choice means it actually is a choice. And we've heard a lot of conversation about making sure it's a real choice. And I feel like I've lived every day in this chamber and the other chamber and my time on city council to ensure that choice for all pregnant people across the state. That's why I fought for paid family and medical leave for 6 years. Because if you have to actually choose between a job and a paycheck, maybe you should have paid family and medical leave. It's why I spent years passing the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, because you should be able to go to work and be pregnant and have accommodations. It's why I've worked really hard for equal pay, because there's been a lot of concern talked about for single moms, but not a lot of concern about what they're getting paid and if they're making a living wage. It's why I fought really hard to make sure that we had money in our budget for IUDs, which, as I routinely tell my dad, who still pickets Planned Parenthood several times a week, that I've reduced more abortions than he has by supporting money for free IUDs. And so this bill is reaffirming choice and making sure the choice is real. But we do a lot of work in this building to reaffirm choice. And the first start of choice is that it is a choice based on hope and opportunity, which I come into this building every single day doing. And that's why I want to talk about my hope and opportunity. We've also talked a lot about families, how important families are in this building, how important children are, how oftentimes women should center their children in their life. I have two amazing children. Tobin turns 13 on Thursday. Sienna turns 11 next month. I spent 6 weeks on bed rest for Tobin. I spent 8.5 weeks on bed rest for Sienna. And I was told if I get pregnant again, I will likely die. So when we talk about hope and opportunity and a true choice, and I look at my children, and I look at Tobin and Sienna, and I think about their hope and opportunity, that means having a mom in this world. That means having a mom to be there as they go through middle school and trials and tribulations. I already got a call from Sienna today. There were some mean girls at school. And I'm going to give her hope and opportunity to talk about those mean girls. But for me, in this bill, it's really personal. Because if I get pregnant again, that takes away Tobin's and Sienna's hope and opportunity. And that shouldn't be determined by people in this room. I love you all. You're my colleagues, you're my friends. I share my personal stories with you, I tell you about my children, but that should be a decision that's between me, my family, including my dad who pickets Planned Parenthood every day, and hope and opportunity that I want to give to my children. This bill is about true choice, and every single day I walk into this building and work on policies to give every pregnant person in this state the economic choice, the political choice, the personal choice to live out their hopes and dreams.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 1279.
I'm a mom. I have 2 daughters. And I'm a grandmother. You've all probably heard me speak about my 6 grandsons. I'm very proud of them. I can tell you that I've experienced firsthand the loss of a child. And it doesn't matter how early the miscarriage is in the pregnancy, you still feel the mental anguish, you still feel the loss, you feel guilt, you feel like you did something wrong. I also have experienced, does anybody know what a rainbow baby is? I have 2 grandchildren who are rainbow babies because they were babies that were born after my daughter had miscarriages. And it's hard to watch your own child have to go through and suffer through that mental anguish of losing a child. Because with a miscarriage, that's what happens. You lose a child. You're losing a baby. We heard earlier about the bond between women. I can tell you right now, as a mom, there is no greater bond than that between a mother and her child, especially when that child is in the womb. You are the sole provider for that child. You feel everything that child feels. Abortion is very difficult, and it's a very uncomfortable topic. But to talk about being unfair to denying a woman her right to an abortion, I don't understand it. I think it's a disservice to young women when we talk about this right. I mean, nobody pretends. And thank you for standing, but you can go ahead and sit. No one can pretend that a 15-year-old girl who's pregnant and afraid faces an easy choice. And it also doesn't feel like freedom to have laws that tell people what they can or cannot do with their body. But does the little girl in the womb, does she get a choice as well? Because with this law, the challenge is that we have is that it's a case that puts the fundamental rights of 2 people in direct conflict. The right of a mother to control her own body versus the right of the unborn child to live. And so it forces us to decide which one of these 2 rights wins out. Every single day in this country, unborn children have their life ended before they even draw their first breath. They are denied the freedom to live. Not because they did anything wrong. They are denied the most basic of rights unfairly because of circumstances they had nothing to do with and do not control. I heard earlier starting a family is a private decision. I agree. Ending a life should not be. And it pains me to hear that there may be people who use abortion as family planning. That's not family planning. The real question is whether human beings have inherent worth and dignity, whether human beings have a right to life, or whether their value and right to life depends on factors such as their age, their size, their stage of development, or physical health. Do all human beings have a right to life, or are some not yet persons, the unborn, the newly born, or no longer persons, those suffering from severe dementia or minimally conscious states, or lifelong non-persons, those congenitally, severely, cognitively disabled? Aren't all human beings equal in worth and dignity? Isn't that equality? I just don't believe that life begins at conception. Science shows that the child in the womb, from the very point of a successful fertilization, is indeed a human being. Life is a continuous process. Fertilization, which incidentally is not a moment, is a critical landmark because under ordinary circumstances, a new genetically distinct human is formed when the chromosomes of a male sperm and a female egg unite. That is the authority of science. The authorities all agree because the underlying science is clear. At fertilization, a sperm unites with a female sex cell. Each of them ceases to be, and a new entity is generated. This new entity, initially a single cell, then divides into 2, then 3, then 4, then 8, and so on. Together, these cells and membrane function as parts of the whole that regularly and predictably develops itself into the more mature stages of a complex human body. Given its genetic constitution and its structure, all this organism needs to develop to the mature stage is what human beings at any stage need, namely a suitable environment, nutrition, and the absence of injury or disease. So it is a whole human. Seems pretty straightforward at first glance. Conception, implantation, the fetus is a living human. The Declaration of Independence states that all humans in our country have a right to life. And common morality agrees that it's wrong to kill an innocent living human being. So it seems the fetus should be allowed to live. Conception occurs within 24 to 48 hours after intercourse. Implantation occurs within about 5 to 7 days after fertilization. The embryo rapidly grows and differentiates. The precursor to the nervous system appears between 12 and 17 days. By the 21st days after conception, the heart starts beating and pumping blood. By 30 days, arms, legs, and brain begin to form. And by the 35th day, mouth, nose, and ears begin to develop. Within 40 days, measurable brain waves begin. And by 42 days, 6 weeks, the skeleton and internal organs are present. The brain controls the limb movements. By the 12th week, the baby smiles, has intricate hand and feet movements. At this point, all organs are present. We know that the fetus and the infant are names for sequential stages in the development of a single human being. Yet this law serves to protect the life of one, while neglecting to protect the life of the other. Philosophically, we should be willing to ask ourselves, what is the difference between a fetus and an infant? What makes one's life worth protecting while the other's is not? Is it a question of size? Surely not. We don't value tall people over short people. Can't be size. Is it the question of the level of development? Many young children don't exhibit complex mental functions. We usually don't advocate for killing children or mentally disabled adults because they don't measure up to a certain mental or developmental standard. Why should we apply this standard to the fetus, who is certainly less developed, but with time will reach this standard? Is it a question of environment? How does a passage from one location to another confer a greater value to a human being? How can we assign a different worth to a baby in his mother's arms versus a baby in her uterus? How? Is it the question of the length of life thus far? Why does a 24-week undesired intrauterine fetus have no right to life, whereas a 24-week prematurely born neonate unquestionably does? One 600-gram baby is dismembered and ripped from the mother's uterus, while another 600-gram baby is valiantly cared for with the latest technology. Why? What's the difference between these two babies? What is it? There's only one difference other than location. One is desired and the other is not. It's a chilling thought to realize that our society has narrowed the criteria of who has the right to life to only one thing: whether a person has won it. Is it a question of dependency? Dependency doesn't end with birth. A newborn infant is dependent. A comatose patient is dependent. We certainly don't want to travel down the slippery slope of saying these types of dependent people do not have the right to continued life. Our society prides itself on how we care for the most vulnerable in our midst. That is at the heart of the social justice movement. Why do we remove our protection from the most vulnerable group of humans? Many people are familiar with the statement, "You can't legislate morality." This is only partially true. We heard comments today that we don't want any of us putting our thumb on the scale, or that this should be a decision between a person, actually a woman, and their doctor. This is not a medical decision. We frequently legislate activities that are related to morality when the actions are likely to harm another human. Murder, rape, and assault restrictions, drug, prostitution, and gambling prohibitions, even traffic regulations. Heck, we have mask mandates and we have no smoking areas. All restrain the free will actions of some people in order to benefit others who may be adversely impacted by those actions. How a woman elects to pursue happiness is beyond the scope of government, beyond the scope of government regulation. But what is not beyond the government scope is the duty to protect the lives of its most vulnerable citizens, the unborn children. I hope we can all find it in our hearts to oppose this bill.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to this chamber for being thoughtful, polite. We all love each other in this chamber. Yes, we disagree, but that's what we do as lawmakers, because we have very important decisions to make and difficult decisions to make. I stand in support of House Bill 22-1279, and I want to explain why. So many of you have talked about your background. Many of you have heard me talk about my background over the years. I grew up in a very strict Baptist home. My father was the superintendent of Sunday schools, so I can quote every scripture there is. My mother was the organist for our church. I sang in the choir. I can still sing today. We talked about everything very openly in my home when I was growing up, because being a woman of color, I had to face things that most people never had to face as a young person. So we spoke about everything openly. My mom and dad talked about the choices you make, you have to live with. And they also told me, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." The reason I'm telling you this for this particular bill is because we're talking about choice here. And yes, you have to live with those choices. But without this bill, you do not have a choice. When I came here to represent my Senate district and the constituents of my Senate district and decisions for the whole state of Colorado, I take that very seriously because I want everyone in the state of Colorado to be able to make their own choices. I don't want somebody dictating to me what I have to do with my body. My body. That's why I am in favor of this bill. Without this bill, you do not have that choice for your own reproductive rights. I have spoken to so many constituents over the years that I've been here at the state capitol. I was a member of the Health Committee in the House and now in the Senate. We have heard every possible reproductive right bill you could hear about. And I remember the testimony. I remember hearing those mothers talk about, I wanted to go through with my pregnancy, but I couldn't for various reasons. Those are their personal reasons. Those are not my choices. They're personal reasons. I also talk to I mentor a lot of young people and have over my lifetime. So many times I have talked to young women who have had a couple of children, and then when they became pregnant again, they decided that they weren't able to get help for their family to afford to even take care of their kids. So why would they bring another child into this world when they couldn't even get money and what they needed and health care to take care of their kids? It was their decision, not mine. Their decision. These decisions are so personal. And I believe those decisions should be made between the person, their doctor, their families, and their pastor, and their God. It's as simple as that. No, it's not simple, but when it comes down to it, it's between the person, their doctor, their family, their friends, their pastor, and their God. You know, there's more men in this chamber than there are women. And I was sitting over there thinking about what would happen if you as a man were told that you needed permission to get a vasectomy. That's a real question. Something to think about. But that is an aha moment for many people. So, I'll say it again. I feel comfortable with the decisions I'm making for my constituents, and that's one of choice. Because without this bill, you have no choice.
We'll take a senatorial 5. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I join the other 14 members of the Senate Minority Caucus in rising in opposition to House Bill 1279. Again, I appreciate the President and the Majority Leader allowing me a rather long moment of personal privilege this morning to talk about process. Thus far in this process, we have pretty much confined our comments to opening perspectives, how we view this bill and how we will vote. I think we are shortly going to move into the amendment process, which will take many, many hours, I'm sure. But I did not speak to the bill this morning because that was the agreement. It wasn't about the bill. It wasn't advocacy for or against 1279 because we had not moved into second reading, the committee of the whole, and here we are now. House Bill 1279, as I mentioned this morning, is the most difficult bill for me to discuss of any bill that has come before in the 11 years that I've served here. 1,398 days with 50 yet to go. debate on gun control, long, arduous, but something that I think I rather excelled at. I was good at talking about constitutional carry and good at arguing against gun control. I know those issues. I obviously, as a man, do not understand the challenges of pregnancy. I certainly have a better understanding of it after the four pregnancies that my wife has experienced. We have 2 sons. 2 didn't make it. By faith, I believe that someday, I mentioned on the single parent resolution, I believe by a person of faith that someday I'll see my mom again. And it might seem extreme, crazy to some. I believe that when I pass, that I will have the opportunity to meet my 2 other children. I believe that. I don't expect you to, but I do. Being the husband of a pregnant woman on 4 occasions, I had the opportunity to understand pregnancy, gestation, the growth of my sons, my children. I remember one morning with our oldest son, Victor, before he was born, looking over at my wife one morning and seeing a foot. He was stretching his legs and there was a foot. Wow. I remember seeing his picture in the ultrasound, but seeing his foot made it all real. As a person of faith, I think my colleague from Douglas County earlier talked about his faith as a Catholic. I am more evangelical, born again Christian. I think of the story of the Bible where Mary, the mother of Jesus, goes to visit her friend. Her name was Elizabeth. She was pregnant with a boy too. We know that child as John the Baptist. Mary walked over to Elizabeth's house, and when she entered, Jesus and John came in contact with each other for the first time, and John leapt in Elizabeth's womb because he was in the presence of Jesus, Emmanuel, the Savior, the Son of God. I love that story as a parent because I got to feel and experience a child leaping in the womb. It's not an inanimate thing. It's not a blob of flesh. As my friend from Douglas County said this morning, I believe, I can't understand how anyone wouldn't believe, understand, accept that human life begins at conception. This bill wants to deny any rights to that life that early, but you and I would not be here if that had not occurred for us. That is where we started. And I agree with my friend. I agree with my friend from El Paso. I believe now I prayed that prayer of salvation at the ripe age of 31. I didn't grow up with that. But I know now that Creator God knew me before I was here, before I was made. He knew that I would be standing here someday and has given me this collection of experiences to share, to plead. Please, don't do this. Don't do this.
Mr. Minority Leader, if you would allow, there is one individual I failed to call on prior to an amendment. Would you be all right if we allowed Assistant Majority Leader Fields to speak, not on the amendment, but on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to, honored to step aside for my good friend, the Assistant Majority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for that kindness allowing me to speak on this bill. Members, I stand in strong support of House Bill 221279. I'm going to put me on video here. I'm voting yes on this bill. But before I do so, I do want to thank the House sponsors, and I do want to thank the Senate sponsor for their labor and leadership concerning the reproductive rights of women. You know, I just firmly believe that everyone should be able to decide if, when, how, and with whom they should start or grow a family with. I've been serving down here under the Golden Dome for about 11 years. In all of my time, I've never debated a bill that talks about the reproductive parts of a man. Never. There's never been any conversation to try to regulate a man's body part. But today, colleagues, this bill is all about control. Controlling women and their right to choose. And you know, we have a long-standing history in our government as it relates to governing and women, period. For example, our right to vote, our right to work, our right to make sure that we have equal pay that of men. But before I go into the merits of the bill, I do want to thank those who have come before me, because I can really feel the pain and the stories that are being shared today. And I know that those conversations and those stories have been difficult. But I can tell you this conversation is very important for us to have. And all of us are expressing a very vulnerable side of ourselves as we look into this debate. But at the end of the day, we want to do what we all believe is best for the people of Colorado. So in my observation, I can tell that this conversation thus far has been very emotional. It's been very difficult. And I can tell you why it's been difficult, because it's rooted in our beliefs. It's rooted in our belief in reference to what we believe is life and death. And it's really simple. Either you are for abortions, or you're against abortion, or you're somewhere in between. But at the end of this debate, my desire is that we will always maintain positive working relationships as we move forward, because relationships do matter, especially in the work that we do. So I'm going to take this moment to talk about my beliefs and why I'm supporting this bill. And it relates to a woman's reproductive rights. But my tone will always be respectful, and will always have a tone of humanity. Because we don't really talk that much about what happens to the child when we force a woman to give birth. Who's going to take care of that child? Is the church going to take care of it? Are lawmakers going to take care of that child? Will that child have access to health care? Will that mom be able to provide access to affordable housing, their behavioral health, their mental health? What happens to their child? Who are we leaving behind? Who are we leaving behind when we force a woman to give birth? Now is the time for our government to get their knees off of my body. It's time for the government to keep their foot off of my ovaries. Now, under this dome, we talk all the time about unfunded mandates and local control rules. And here we are today, telling women and telling girls that they cannot seek their own reproductive destiny that that's controlled by the government. That's not right. The government has no legitimate role that forces someone into manhood, motherhood, or manhood before they're ready. When we do this, I believe that's poor policy, because I'm thinking about the people that we're leaving behind. There's only two very important things about this debate that we need to be mindful of. This debate should be a private discussion between a doctor and the will of the woman. The doctor and the will of the woman. Pregnancy, and we've heard many stories about it, but it is private. And it's a personal decision that should not require a politician to regulate her body or my body. This is not appropriate for us to be doing as lawmakers. We want politicians and the state to decide what a woman can do with their body, and we don't do the same for men. But we tax women on every single feminine product there is. When I think about unplanned and forced pregnancies, we're pushing women into a cycle of poverty. Who's going to take care of these babies? These women are faced with missed opportunities on so many different levels. And I'm being really frank and honest with you guys today because it's my body. I have 3 granddaughters, and I have a daughter, and I have aunties, I have sisters, I have girlfriends. And our birth canal is none of your business. It's my decision. And it's my reproductive destiny that you have no say over. So I don't want us to get distracted by misinformation. This is about your sister. It might be about your wife. It might be about your daughter. That girl. That coworker. Members, it's time that we codify Roe versus Wade protections in state law. That's what the merit of this House Bill 1279 is all about. There's been a lot of reference about the church and the Bible. And I'm a woman of faith. But the church is not going to take responsibility for my newborn or anybody else's newborn. They might, you might can go to their food shelter. But the government won't even guarantee equal pay. But yet you want to control my fallopian tubes. It's about control over some and not of others. Talk about the lack of equity. There's this conversation where we're doing what's best for the woman and their family. How do you know what's best for that woman and that family? The government knows. The politician knows. This bill will codify in statute that every woman has a right to their own destiny as to when they want to start or grow their family. To me, that's very, very simple. That's for every girl, that's for every woman, that's for every sister, that's for every auntie, that's for every cousin. And I can go on and on and on. And I'm not trying to exclude men because they're a part of this equation as well. It's hard out here. People think that just because you're in a big house, that people are suffering with all levels of insecurity. It could be food. It could be economic insecurities. We're just coming out of COVID, and we want to force motherhood on a woman on top of the trauma that we're having to deal with. So at the heart of this issue are the fundamental civil rights of women. Either you're for her rights or you're not. And it is a personal choice. And I know what side I stand on. And I stand on the side of choice as it relates to when a woman or family decides to start or grow their family. Right now, our economy is in the midst of so much instability. When you go to the grocery stores, there's increase in milk, in gas, everywhere you go. It could be celery, it could be apple, oranges, or whatever you're buying. And we want to force motherhood on a woman, and we don't do this for men. I'm repeating this. The government does not regulate a man's production of sperm. All the burden is on the woman, and then the government wants to tell the woman she has to be forced into motherhood. But a man can do whatever they want. They can pregnate as many women as they want. But I've never, ever debated a statute on that. So members, I'm asking that we all kind of suspend our judgment as relates to where we stand on this issue. It's been a long-standing issue since the beginning of time. And I'm quite sure we're going to continue to have these discussions way beyond 2022. But I'm hoping in the midst of all of this that we can still trust that we all stand our own values. We all stand on our own values and our own beliefs. And so that's why I remain in strong support of this bill, because I don't believe government can control my 28-day cycle. You can't do that. It's not your right to do so. So with all this in mind, please, members, vote aye on this House bill. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the last few weeks, I have had a lot of people reach out to me about this bill. First and most importantly, thank you for taking the time to get engaged and share your thoughts, and take full advantage of the fact that I share my cell phone on my webpage and on my autoresponder emails. And thanks to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their insightful and incisive and respectful and thoughtful comments here today. As the only person in the legislature with a Master of Divinity degree, I've had a lot of people specifically name that they hope that my faith and my education will guide me on this bill. And it does. But probably not in the way that they expect. You see, one of the most important lessons that I learned at Divinity School is that Christians, even members of the clergy and members of the same denomination, have vastly different views on just about everything. And that includes abortion. And all of those views are deeply grounded in their faith. There is no single Christian position on abortion. The Presbyterian Church USA is officially generally pro-choice, as is the Episcopal Church, the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, along with Unitarians, Methodists, and incidentally, most Jews as well. And that is without getting into poll results, where we find that more than half of self-reporting Catholics support keeping abortion legal in all or most cases. Speaking theologically, thought about sharing the deeply horrifying story in Numbers 5 and really opening up that theological debate, but I don't believe that's what today is about. Theologians who are far more intelligent and well-read than I am have debated this at length and have not come to a shared Christian position, yet alone one that crosses religious lines. So please, today, vote your conscience. But please don't report your particular position as the Christian one, or even as the only moral one. People in collars can speak on both sides of this bill, and no one has a monopoly on truth besides God. And we are not angels, despite what we may think. The question for us today then becomes, how can we respect and protect the diversity of deeply held beliefs around this question? How can we ensure that every woman has the freedom to make the choice that she believes is the moral, right decision for her, one that aligns with her values, her situation, and her relationship with the divine, whatever that might look like to her? For an individual Coloradan making that decision, whether a relative, a friend, or a stranger, no offense, but you're not invited. And you don't belong in that room. And that's all this bill says. A pregnant Coloradan deciding whether or not to have an abortion has the freedom to invite into that decision, or not invite, her family, her friends, her healthcare providers, her clergy, and her God. But we don't get to put ourselves into that room and make that decision for her. Not you, not me, not the sponsor of this bill, not anyone in any local government in the state of Colorado. I understand that there are extremely strong feelings, both for and against this bill. And there are deeply held beliefs at stake here today, both for and against this bill. But there is no single right and moral answer for every Coloradan in every situation. Protecting the freedom of Coloradans to make that choice for themselves is why we are here today. And I ask for an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we're going to begin to move into the amendment phase of this floor debate, I want to thank you all so much for sharing your stories, for sharing your perspectives, for helping us to understand your perspectives. That's all we ask of each other. It's what we all stepped up to do when we signed up for this work. And part of what I love about this work is the fact that I learn something new every day. And today I have learned a lot about each and every one of you. So thank you for that. I did want to take a moment to respond to just some pieces of the debate that we've heard thus far. And so they're not in any particular order, they're just sort of notes that I've taken over the course of our debate thus far. I do want to begin by saying that the language around a pregnant individual here referenced in House Bill 1279, that was quite intentional. We've heard a lot of different comments and discussion over today's debate thus far about how families can look different, about how families should be respected. And we intentionally drafted language that would be inclusive of our LGBTQ siblings, of LGBTQ Coloradans, and of those families. And so we wrote the bill intentionally to be inclusive of that fact and of those families. To the senator from Douglas County, I wanted to acknowledge that what I interpreted to be your grief around the fact that we were bringing this bill forward. And I heard you ask, why wasn't there any language about our side? And with all due respect, and you've heard some other folks speak to this issue here today, I don't think that I should have a say. I don't think that we as a body should have a say. We heard testimony in committee from people who actually consulted their doctors at 26 weeks or 28 weeks with serious complications. And then decided to, and made a different decision other than the decision that their doctor recommended. Carried the pregnancy to term, have a healthy child now. Under the interpretation of House Bill 1279, that decision too is respected. What this bill is all about is ensuring that whatever that decision may be, that the government can't interfere. And that's why we've tried really intentionally to be as inclusive of any individual's perspective, of any individual decision in the bill as drafted. I think that the good senator from Arapahoe County just spoke to this in terms of this idea that no religion has, that there is no common position, there is no unified position. I heard testimony from in committee, and I've received so much input from Coloradans all across the faith spectrum who vehemently oppose abortion because of their faith. And I've also heard from Coloradans who spoke passionately and more eloquently than I ever could about the fact that they believe their God to be so knowing and loving that they could accept and hold all of the complexity of the decisions that we as individuals make. And that their support of House Bill 1279 was not in spite of their faith, but because of their faith. I also have to just acknowledge and name, much in the lines as the good senator from Douglas County was referencing, that I have heard some of the most appalling and shocking rhetoric in the name of defending Christianity on this bill. They've been stunned. And so I'm really grateful that as we have had this discussion thus far, that we have been thoughtful, that we have listened to one another. And as we now start to wade into a political debate around black letters on a white piece of paper that we, in red books, or, text that we hope to be in red books, that we continue to treat each other with that same level of decorum and respect. I could say more, but I will go ahead and stop there and turn it over to the good senator from Douglas County. Thank you.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Turn that one in first.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L071?
L071 by Senator Holbert, amend re-engross bill, page 5 after line 26, insert paragraph 3, nothing in this part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L071.
Would you like to explain your amendment? Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L071 proposes to make clear in this bill that nothing in the Part 4 of the bill would change the current Parental Notification Act. And if you are watching or listening online, you can refer to Part 4 of House Bill 1279. It begins at the top of page 4 at line 2. So the Parental Notification Act, current law in Colorado, requires that an unemancipated youth, a person under 18 of age who is still living under the care of parents, adults, guardians, that the parent, the guardian, be notified of a minor who intends to receive an abortion. That's current law and has been in Colorado since my predecessor sponsored the bill to put that in law. I want to make sure that House Bill 1279 would not remove that current state law. Why? I am not the father of a daughter. I don't have daughters. I have 2 sons. But during their lives, they have experienced different medical challenges. I remember my younger son, I got a call one day at work, please come to his school. It's an emergency. And I jumped in my car and I raced to the school and got to his classroom, and he was still unconscious on the floor with his head in a puddle of blood. I was panicked. That was the day I learned about Loch Knee syndrome. And the EMTs were telling me about Loch Knee syndrome. He was in a choir on a riser and was standing there sort of at attention. I'd never heard of Loch Knee syndrome, but my son taught me that day. But when he came to, and the EMTs were attending him, he'd been out for a while. When he came to, he was rather panicked, and I think he took reassurance that his dad was there. In making this critical decision, one that I and the members of our caucus has made clear, I think, we don't support this bill. We don't support this choice. We support life. But this amendment is not intended to do away with that choice. This amendment is simply to uphold current law that when a minor, a young woman, is confronted with this choice, that the parents, guardians be notified. As a parent, I can't imagine a young woman making this decision without one or both parents or guardians involved. The people in that family, that home, who care most about that child, that person who obviously in this situation would have reached a point of maturity that pregnancy and reproduction is possible. But the level of maturity and experience and decision making probably not fully there. This is current law, members, and I ask your support for L071. It doesn't change anything about current law. It upholds what has been on the books for years. And I want to make sure that House Bill 1279 doesn't put young women at greater risk. It doesn't prevent them from making this decision. It just requires that the parents be notified at least 48 hours in advance. I know that in some families there could be challenging relationships, abusive relationships. If you read the section 1322, 702, and 703 is the definitions, 704 notification. It also talks about law enforcement and clergy. It contemplates those less than productive, less than nurturing relationships. This is not new, and we should make sure that 1279 does not overturn current law. I ask for your aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L071. Let's be really clear about what 1279 does. It is not a validation of Roe v. Wade. It's a rejection of Roe v. Wade at the United States Supreme Court level. In Roe v. Wade, the United States Supreme Court found that the right to abortion, quote, and this is reading from the opinion, is not absolute and must be balanced against the government's interest in protecting women's health and protecting prenatal life. So this bill seems a rejection of Roe v. Wade. It's reaching out, reaching beyond, and taking away elements of the pre-existing behaviors that we have in society. It also comes back in, and as we're just discussing now with Amendment L071, it intrudes into Colorado law in some significant ways as well. As written, this bill would change the way parents and children interact on this incredibly challenging life conversation, life issue of I'm 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old, 18 years old, not completely able to handle enormous decisions that may be coming in my life, typically I would go to my parents, a guardian, a close friend, perhaps clergy, maybe an older sibling. But the point is, I would go to someone, and that probably begins with parents. The bill is drafted, 1279 intrudes upon that. And it interrupts the logical societal relationship we have between parents and children on this incredibly critical issue of a young woman realizing she's in a circumstance that is probably beyond expectation, physically challenging in the extreme, emotionally challenging in the extreme, spiritually challenging perhaps in the extreme. Running that gauntlet alone? Ouch. No. Too extreme. A destruction of existing Colorado law that provides for the comfort, succor, support, sustenance of that parent and child relationship. Is it perfect in every family? No. There are circumstances where the familial relationships may be stressed, strained, even broken. But in the mean, it's a benefit to society to retain that relationship and conversation between parents and children, especially when those children may be in a difficult circumstance. I urge your support of Amendment L071. And colleagues, we're going to have conversations about other amendments that will truly strike at the heart of the bill. I do not believe this particular amendment strikes at the heart. It simply says, can't we find something to improve upon? Can't we find a way that enhances, enriches, improves the societal discussion we're trying to have? I think Amendment L071 is one of those measured, narrow, improving offerings. I urge your support of L071.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise also in support of L071. Members, when I spoke a little while ago, I spoke about balance. And that, to me, is what L071 does. It brings back what I had also mentioned is a very draconian bill under 1279 to a little bit of balance that we have currently here in Colorado. And we've had this balance for many years where a woman's right to choose, she can still get her abortion under almost any circumstance she wants. But all we're advocating here is for this little bit of balance for those young ladies that are young in their teen years or whatever, certainly living at home. What is so wrong with having a little bit of parental input for a life decision, not only for the health and safety of the mother, but for the health and safety and the well-being of the fetus and in the womb? So this makes this bill much more palatable. Nobody is being hurt. Everybody is being helped. It's a fair, logical, reasonable amendment, something that we have today. It keeps the status quo just a little bit, and I'm very confident that no matter what happens with the Supreme Court, that this will not eviscerate what the good people on this side of the aisle want. So I commend the sponsor or the good minority leader for bringing this amendment. It's a good, fair, logical amendment that will preserve the life and health of the mother, and especially the life and the health and the well-being of the fetus. So please vote for L71. Thank you very much.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of Amendment 71. Colleagues, this is one of those handful of issues that I mentioned earlier this morning. We talked about trying to create some balance in this bill, making sure that Some of the voices on the other side were heard. It's no surprise to anyone in the majority. The two issues within this bill that seem to be most abrasive, at least to the folks that have reached out to me, one is the day of abortions, and followed very, very closely by this one, the fact that parents wouldn't even be notified. So I just want to reiterate to my colleagues and anybody listening, this does not, as I read it, require, mandate, suggest parental consent. This is strictly parental notification. And I'd like for us to think through this just briefly, practically speaking. There are parents who, once notified of this, very well might help somebody make a different decision. And one thing I did hear today, colleagues, that was refreshing was I didn't hear anybody from the majority come and explain at the well that they wish that there were more abortions in the world. Nobody came here and said the world would be a better place only if there were more abortions. So if this is one small change to the bill that we could add that might, just maybe, have a parent communicate with that child to say, you know what, we can get you out of this situation, financially, from an education perspective. If you still want to make that decision, you don't need the parent's consent, but it might be one of those things that actually reduces the number of abortions in our state, and I think we would all agree on that. Urge an aye vote on Amendment 71.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of parental rights in this amendment. I think everyone should understand how much a parent cares about their child and wants the best for their child. And by not allowing for that discussion between a parent and a child, by having law firewall off any possibility that a parent would welcome into conversation and be there and offer to raise a grandchild as a child, I think is very difficult. Abortion creates a lot of fractures in families, and I think the way this bill is, especially if it delves into disrupting the Parental Notification Act, is another one of those areas that is creating fractures in families. And adoption needs to be a part of the equation and conversation, and I think the way the bill currently is, it dissuades the conversation of adoption, which my understanding, because I have friends who have adopted children from outside of the country, is there's a real shortage of children available for adoption in this country, so many look to other nations for that choice. So with that, I rise in support of the amendment.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of Amendment 71. You've heard my story. When my daughter came to us and let us know that she was pregnant, she had nothing to fear. She was not fearful. She was nervous, but she was not fearful. But having thought that through, I can't imagine what it would be like for a young lady who was fearful. But this bill does not require that person, the young lady, to go to her family. It is parental notification. That notification is generally going to come from a third party somewhere. So, we can take out that fear factor, and I think you would find many young ladies who found that their parents had a very different reaction than what they were afraid of. I urge support of this bill, this amendment.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's might be helpful to explain a little bit more about the existing Colorado Parental Notification Act. Members, you can find that at 1322-701, current statute books. That's page 456 in Title 13. apparently there was an earlier version of the Colorado Parental Notification Act that the Supreme Court found to be unconstitutional because, according to their perspective, not mine, the act failed to provide such a an exception for this minor, that there was maybe a choice to be made by the parent, consent. That's not what the existing parental notification law says. It's just notification. I think that this is very important for us to consider, because I think parents dealing with an adolescent, a minor woman who is pregnant and seeking an abortion, listening to women who have made this choice in their life, talk about the mental repercussions months, years, decades down the road. I think that a young woman who's confronted with this choice would be best served, in most cases, by having advice, counsel, support, involvement of her parents or parent, or, like I said before, guardians. It does take into consideration, again, clergy member, relative of the minor in cases where maybe the parent or parents are not available. That is existing law. It does not require parental consent. And again, if you are not familiar with this section, as I read House Bill 1279, I don't see that it repeals 132701 through 708. I don't see that it repeals, so I just don't see any harm, any conflict with the bill, but it would help clarify that Section 4 of 1279 would not interfere with that existing law. And again, ask for an aye vote on L071.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge for a no vote on L071. As the fantastic minority leader pointed out, this does not repeal current law. Colorado absolutely has a parental notification law, and federal abortion jurisprudence has upheld that notification law. 1279 will not impact Colorado's parental notification statute for minors seeking abortion care. There is still parental notification. I will say that again. There is still parental notification when 1279, if it passes, passes. It maintains the status quo of federal and state law as the right to choose an abortion, not to access an abortion. I think over the next couple hours, we're going to talk a lot about access versus choice, and this bill is about choice and not access. Abortion choice and access are legally distinct matters, and the parental notification requirement is simple, that a requirement that parents and guardians be notified of their child's choice. Once a minor has chosen to obtain an abortion, their parent or guardian has no legal ability under current law to stop the abortion from going forward. So this bill is about choice, not access. This does not change our current statute. It does not upend our current statute. Parental notification is still in statute, and this bill is about choice, not access, and I urge no vote.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, what my colleague from Adams County just described is why this amendment is so necessary. She noted that I pointed out that this bill, 1279, doesn't repeal that existing section in Title 13, Article 22, Part 7. But this bill, 1279, does say that every individual, that would include minors, has a fundamental right to make decisions about the individual's reproductive health care. This bill on page 5, line 1, a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion and to make decisions about how to exercise that right. That's what this bill says. I think an attorney, I'm not an attorney, didn't go to law school twice, and not all attorneys are the same. Some of them are really incredibly talented and valuable. Others might take the opportunity to say a fundamental right can't be fundamental. It can't be a fundamental right if it's subject to the whims of a parent or the notification of a parent. Can you see my concern here? It is not repealing the language, but it certainly indicates to my layperson eyes that it would overrule, supersede. How could a person, it doesn't say an adult person, an adult individual, it says every individual. Doesn't that cast some doubt as to whether, if an individual is a minor, that I started to say he or she because we have this individual language, that the individual who is pregnant, in my mind that means she, if she's a minor, does she have to notify her parents? Yes, that's state law, but now if 1279 becomes law, we would have another law, another place in statute that says that person has the fundamental right to make those decisions. And it doesn't say with input from her parents. It doesn't have a fundamental right to make that decision so long as the parents are notified. So it doesn't repeal that other part of statute, the parental notification law, but it certainly seems to step on it. It certainly seems to contradict it, and that is why L071 is so important. So, if you're okay with current law, if you're okay with the fact that this bill doesn't repeal the current Parental Notification Act, why would you not be, why would you oppose 71, L071, that says keep the current law, and just so we're clear, this fundamental language here doesn't interfere with that law. That's what this amendment seeks to do. Let's be clear. Maybe we understand that it didn't repeal Part 7. But what about a doctor? What about a woman, a young woman? What about attorneys who might want to sue a doctor if parental notification isn't upheld and the doctor says, well, gosh, this young woman who's an unemancipated minor needs an abortion, and the law says that she has the fundamental right to make this choice, and the doctor goes ahead and performs that procedure and then gets sued. Maybe that doctor who performed that procedure might come back and ask, why didn't you make this clear? Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, there are things about House Bill 1279 that are sweeping in their breadth. And one of them is on page 5. It's actually a set of provisions concerning public entities. And we're going to need, as we consider Amendment 71 and why it needs to be passed, we need to talk about what the bill says and why it becomes necessary. It says a public entity. Now, need to look here. Is there a definition of public entity? Has the same meaning as set forth in section 2410-1035. Somebody might do me the favor of looking at that, but I'm going to guess that it means any subdivision of the state, any state or local government agency. Maybe something's excluded, but I think not. A public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere with. What does it mean to interfere with? Do I interfere with you coming to the well if I step in front of you, maybe intentionally or unintentionally? My point is, interfere with is pretty broad. Or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception, or to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits, facilities, services, or information. Okay? So the or means that you can go back up at the top and say a public entity shall not deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means an individual of the individual's right to act or refrain from acting during the individual's own pregnancy based on the potential actual or perceived impact on the pregnancy's outcomes, or on the pregnant individual's health. A lot of things there that a public entity cannot do in a very broad way with respect to a woman and her reproductive decisions. Oh, that's really good. Except language like that, it's an invitation to even simple country lawyers. That covers a lot of stuff. And just in case you had any doubt about how broad it was, there's this next section called application. It says this part 4, that means this 25-6-401, 402, 304. This part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines, and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions, and their implementation, whether statutory, notice that, whether statutory or otherwise. And then, just to make sure that home rule cities don't get to come in and say, oh, I can do this. We say the rights protected under this Part 4 are a matter of statewide concern. That's all about home rule cities. And then it says nothing in this Part 4 may be construed to authorize a public entity to burden an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. Okay. Now what's the amendment? The amendment offered and moved says nothing in this Part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. So that means 1322-701. Now, and et sec. Now, if you look this up, however you choose to look it up, I went on my online service that Simple Country Lawyers have in the year 2022, and I printed it down. Let me take you through Title 13, Article 22, called the Colorado Parental Notification Act. You know, it's found in Title 13, which is courts and court procedure. That's interesting in and of itself. Contracts and agreements, that's interesting. And then Article 22 is about age of competence and arbitration and mediation. I think the Office of Legislative Legal Services was struggling hard to find a place to put this. And part 7 is like at the end of all of those things. So, you know, a prior version of the Parental Notification Act didn't provide any it didn't provide any process and so forth, and the 10th Circuit rightfully struck that down, and so this was redone to make it constitutional. Now, a prior General Assembly had a legislative declaration. It's on the law, it's on the books, so it's still the legislative declaration of the General Assembly. It says, the people of the state of Colorado, pursuant to the powers reserved to them in Article 5 of the Constitution of the state of Colorado, declare that family life and the preservation of the traditional family unit are of vital importance to the continuation of an orderly society. That the rights of parents to rear and nurture their children during their formative years and to be involved in all decisions of importance affecting such minor children should be protected and encouraged, especially as such parental involvement relates to the pregnancy of an unemancipated minor. By the way, the last phrase is recognizing that the decision by any minor to submit to an abortion may have adverse long-term consequences for her. That's prior General Assembly, Senate, House, signed by the governor. Seems a little at odds with everything here in the sense that in the bill it says a public entity shall not deny, restrict, or interfere with, etc., etc. Now, how does the Parental Notification Act work in practice? It's actually kind of interesting. I'll spare you the definitions of minor and parent and abortion and clergy member and medical emergency and relative of the minor, but all those things have very precise legal definitions. You get to 13-22-704. It says notification concerning abortion. Some of you may think this is a good law. Some of you may think it's a bad law. It's the law of the state of Colorado. It says no abortion shall be performed upon an unemancipated minor until at least 48 hours after written notice of the pending abortion has been delivered in the following manner. And then it has a list of ways to deliver the notice. Paraphrasing somewhat, the notice addressed to the parent at the house, home of the parent, the notice to be delivered to the parent by the physician or the physician staff or the sheriff or any other person over the age of 18 who's not related to the minor. That's basically typical service of process. Or a clergy member who's over the age of 18. That's one way. Or a notice delivered by any person other than the attending physician shall be furnished to and delivered by such person in a sealed envelope. This is a provision marked personal and confidential, and its contents shall not in any manner be revealed to the person making such delivery. Very private. Whenever the parent of the minor includes two persons to be notified, in other words, if there's two parents, and they reside in the same dwelling, delivery to one of them is sufficient. The 48-hour period commences when delivery is made. If they're in different households, then you have to deliver to both, unless the minor shall request that only one parent be notified, which request shall be honored and shall be noted by the physician in the medical record. Then, because these things matter a lot about what's 48 hours and what service, it very punctiliously says whenever the parties are separately served with notice, the 48-hour period shall commence upon delivery of the first notice, which is really contrary to the way things like that usually work, but okay, I get it. The delivery of such notice, if other than the physician, the person delivering the notice, if other than the physician, shall provide to the physician a written return of service at its earliest practical time. I'll spare you all of the return of service pieces. So then what? Well, if you go to section 705, got to keep reading. It's first rule of law school, you got to keep reading. It says no notice required when? No notice, and this is parental notification. So statutorily, there's a way in which no notice is required. No notice shall be required pursuant to this Part 7 if the persons or persons who may receive notice, the parents, certifies in writing that he or she's been notified because they went with their daughter to the doctor, most likely. Or the person whom the minor elects to notify pursuant to 1322-704, that's one parent or the other, I think, certifies that he or she's been notified. But what if that minor is afraid? What if that minor's been a victim of rape or incest or some other abuse? The Parental Notification Act says the pregnant minor declares that she's a victim of child abuse or neglect by the acts or omissions of the person who would be entitled to notice. And the attending physician has reported such abuse or neglect, which they're mandatory reporters, so they must do that. That's not really new. When reporting, by the way, this is kind of an exception or at least a clarification of the duty. The physician shall not reveal that he or she learned of the abuse or neglect as a result of a minor seeking an abortion. Protection of privacy. The attending physician certifies in the pregnant minor's medical record that a medical emergency exists and there's insufficient time to provide. You have a minor with child injured in an automobile accident. The doctor has to make a decision to save the mother, that kind of issue. Or then we finally get to it. A valid court order is issued pursuant to section 1322-707. No notice is required when a valid court order is issued pursuant to section 1322-707. Got to stop at 706 if you're reading this. It tells you what the penalties, damages, and defenses are. Just note that and put your finger there. We're going to talk about the judicial bypass procedure of 707. Now, this is an interesting procedure. I once had a colleague, well, still a colleague, friend and colleague, by the way, but legal colleague, who was appointed to represent a minor in one of these cases. And I was just fascinated when I was at his office one day on another matter, and he said, I'm sorry, I need to catch up on this matter we're talking about because I've been involved in this case. And I said, tell me about that, without disclosing confidences or anything at all, but just, and he described this process and procedure. Now, the judicial bypass is quite interesting because what you have is a process so that just hypothetically, a 15 or 16-year-old girl who's pregnant says, not, I'm a victim of abuse or neglect, not that there's some other reason she can't talk to her parents. All she really needs to say is, I don't wanna. Okay. But a prior legislature, our prior colleagues said, well, it's pretty important that this young woman, if she could and if she's not in any danger, talk to her parents. But maybe there are reasons why not. I mean, maybe she has legitimate fear. So this process says, if any pregnant minor elects not to allow the notification required pursuant to section 1322.704, remember when I said back there's this notification to parents, one parent, if the minor elects, and et cetera, that's it. Any judge of a court of competent jurisdiction causes me to ask the question, what court has competent jurisdiction? Turns out it's the district court. It might be the county court in some locations. Probably in the city and county of Denver, but I don't know. Anytime you see if a court of competent jurisdiction, I always, about 5 jokes come in my head about that, but upon petition filed by or on behalf of such minor, the court enter an order dispensing with the notice requirements if the judge determines that giving of such notice will not be in the best interest of the minor, or if the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that the minor is sufficiently mature to decide whether to have an abortion. Any such order shall include specific factual findings and legal conclusions in support thereof, and a certified copy of such order shall be provided to the attending physician of said minor, and the provisions of the section shall not apply to the physician. The court may, in its discretion, may appoint a guardian ad litem for the minor and also an attorney if said minor is not represented by counsel. Well, believe me, they'll appoint both. Because no judge likes to do this kind of case. Will they? And do they do them with great gravity and consideration? Absolutely, but this is not the kind of case you want in front of your bench. But you go back up here. The court enters an order dispensing with the notice requirements if the judge determines that giving of such notice will not be in the best interest of the minor. Or if the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that the minor is sufficiently mature to decide whether to have an abortion. I don't know. As to the latter one, I'm thinking back to when I was 16 or 17. I don't know if you could prove by clear and convincing evidence that I was mature enough to be left alone without supervision. Just ask my mother. She just turned 93 in January, by the way. Probably thinks I shouldn't be unsupervised even now. If you notice this burden of proof, now the first one, best interest of the minor, that's implicitly, I didn't say so, but is a preponderance of the evidence standard. But nevertheless, that means that the court has to make an affirmative finding that more likely than not, there's some more stuff about being confidential and precedents and all that, and it is important. They are important provisions, but I want to stop right there in my discussion of the Parental Notification Act. And those who have said, well, this does not, 1279 does not apply to the Parental Notification Act, and it's not doing that. And the sponsor assured me that that was the case in committee, and I expect we'll do so again, and I appreciate that. But what we intend or don't intend, judges and courts in the state of Colorado are supposed to read what we wrote and decide what we intended by what we put on paper. And if what we put on paper is not ambiguous, then it doesn't matter that we intended something different than what we put on paper. What we put on paper and put in the red books back there, that's what we intended. You don't get to the question of, well, what was the legislative intent, unless what's written in the statute by its plain words is ambiguous. And I may live to regret having said this out loud, but I don't think this is ambiguous. It's sweeping. It's breathtaking as to how broad it is. But there's a lot of words here that are intended to express our intent very clearly. Won't be my intent, by the way, but it'll be the intent that the sponsors put on paper, and that becomes the new 256404, and it says, a public entity shall not. Is a court a public entity? So a court shall not deny. Well, the Parental Notification Act has the possibility that a judge might deny. Restrict. interfere with? Well, I'm going to appoint a guardian ad litem for you, and the guardian ad litem, even under the bill that the majority leader and I are passing now, which is the client-directed model for minors. Nevertheless, the guardian ad litem might well be saying to the minor, do you really think this is the right thing for you to do? Your parents, they don't have a history of treating you badly. I know you're just scared to tell them. But if you did talk to them, you might be surprised. Is that an interference? Court-appointed officer. Interfere with. Discriminate against an individual's fundamental right. Or how about a public entity shall not deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means, whatever other means are. I think other means is everything. An individual of the individual's right to act or refrain from acting during the individual's own pregnancy based on the potential actual perceived impact outcomes, etc. Seems to me that the state of Colorado and the courts of the state of Colorado are a public entity. Seems like the Parental Notification Act sets up a restriction. I mean, even if the judge decides that the minor may get an abortion and may do so without notification of the parents, that nevertheless was a hoop that had to be jumped through. My clients sort of universally believe that having to go to the courthouse is a interference with their activities. Maybe it's one that they have to, but if you talk to any of my family gets called for jury duty, they think that the Senate Judiciary Committee can deal with that too. It interferes. Now, just in case you were uncertain about whether all of these things that a public entity shall not do really meant other things, the application here, the next section, 256405, says this Part 4 applies to all state and local laws. I think, as the minority leader noted, I had to go to law school twice, struggled both times, but I think 1322-701 et sec, I think that's a state law. And I think, by the way, in this judicial bypass procedure, there's a direction to the courts to make a set of rules for how to do this. I think those rules probably are rules, practices, and other governmental actions and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. But if you had any doubt at all what the legislature intended by its plain words, not what they said they intended, but what they wrote, the sponsors added this: nothing in this Part 4 may be construed to authorize a public entity to burden an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. We really meant it. And I appreciate the sponsor's assurances that this is not what was intended. But the first rule of statutory interpretation is, what do the plain words of the statute say? You don't get to legislative intent and all of those interpretation exercises unless you read the plain words of the statute and say, well, I don't know what that meant. I can't make sense of that. It's ambiguous. What's so troubling to me is that on the one hand, the sponsors seem to have gone to great, even phenomenal lengths in 256404 and 256405 to say, this is what we mean. In case you didn't get it, let me tell you one more time, we really meant that. And a coda on the end. I told you I really meant it. Well, let me tell you a third time. Nothing here may be construed to authorize a public entity to burden an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. My friend, the minority leader, said, well, you know, lawyers. Well, he's right, because I think about a lot of things when I read statutes. They just pop into my mind. They pop into my mind because I've been trained to find causes of action, things to sue people for, or things to warn my clients about. There's two sides to the coin. To warn my clients about in terms of risk management, or things to tell people how they might vindicate their rights, or things to warn public entities about how they might interfere with rights, and also a risk management function of doing what they need to do to comply with law. And when I read that, to come full circle, anytime I encounter some law or policy or procedure or regulation that in any way deals with a woman who's pregnant, whether she's seeking an abortion or trying to have a child, quite frankly, because the bill pretty well sweeps through all of that, makes me wonder if we haven't created an entire set of causes of action for public employees. I mean, we already have legitimate, under the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act, protections for various classes of people, and women who are pregnant, seeking pregnancy, have had a child. They're covered and well covered, and thoughtfully so, but this bill seems to say, doesn't seem to say, it says, a public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse, or to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits.
Senator Gardner, can we keep on the amendment that we're discussing?
Well, certainly, Mr. Chair. Let me tell you why what I was just talking about has to do with Amendment 71. When people think that I'm not talking to the amendment when I discuss the bill, and the very provisions that Amendment 71 will change in the bill, and how the two will work together, I guess I just have to talk a few more minutes about how they interact with each other. And the way they interact with each other is this. To repeat, right now as it stands, (25.6.404) says, a public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception, or to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits, facilities, services, or information. Or, when you see an or, that means you should go back up to the top and see what it says, Mr. Chair. It says a public entity shall not deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means an individual of the individual's right to act or refrain from acting during the individual's own pregnancy based on the potential, actual, or perceived impact of the pregnancy's outcomes, or on the pregnant individual's health. Now, the amendment addresses a concern of this sweeping provision, a concern that that language may, in fact, nullify, neuter, or implicitly repeal the Parental Notification Act. Now, my discussion, Mr. Chair, to the amendment is that the proponents of the bill, the sponsors, have said, oh, no, that language doesn't apply to the Parental Notification Act. And that led me to a discussion that I guess I'll need to repeat because people didn't think it was to the amendment. And that is that expression of legislative intent here in the well doesn't become operative unless there is an ambiguity in the bill. So why is the amendment needed? To the amendment, we have to look at the bill. Well, if 25.6.404 was the least bit ambiguous, and I think it's not, I think I said it was breathtaking in its sweep. 25.6.405 makes it clear that the Part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules. Recall a moment ago, I was going through the Parental Notification Act itself, which is the subject of the amendment itself. So in reciting the Parental Notification Act, it's to the amendment, Mr. Chair. Parental Notification Act says that the Colorado Supreme Court, I think that's a public entity, Colorado Supreme Court will issue rules governing the judicial bypass procedure, including rules that ensure the confidentiality of minors filing bypass petitions, promulgate a form petition. What if that form petition is some way interpreted as a restriction? Because, as I say, lawyers, and there are a lot of us, not a lot of us here, but there are a lot of us out there. You go down Lincoln and Broadway, and they're all over the buses. You see them. Lawyers are trained to find causes of action or to protect their clients from causes of action, to think about these things and look at them and go, you know, that's a risk. All that the amendment does, this is to the amendment. The amendment says nothing in this Part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. And let me circle back in case some weren't listening. Why do we need this amendment? After all, the sponsors say, well, it's not intended, nothing there is intended to affect the Parental Notification Act. Well, what's the rule of statutory interpretation? What's the first rule? The words on the page, if unambiguous, are taken to mean what they commonly do or as they're defined in the statute. It is only if there is some ambiguity that we turn and go, well, I can't make sense of that. The judges go, what did they mean? I don't understand what they meant. It's not clear to me. So, first of all, to assure me in committee or here in the well that you don't mean that concedes that you need to tell me that, and that what you wrote was ambiguous. I wouldn't want to be drafting ambiguous things. Maybe it's not ambiguous at all, I say. Or maybe the judges at least will, as they do over there across the street on a 4-3 decision. I once got a 7-0 decision over there. I just had to almost be resuscitated. 4-3 decision, very often. We did just to make the point, still talking to the amendment, trying to make the point about ambiguity. We passed a bill here the other day on the subject of premises liability because a very long-standing statutory provision had a set of facts come to it. And we said the court did not interpret the statute properly. Well, those of you who are concerned that the court might not interpret this properly, your concerns are well-founded. So when we see those things here in the Colorado General Assembly, when we see them quite often, and we ask in committee, this might be construed to interfere with or repeal the Colorado Parental Notification Act. And when the response comes to me on that or anything similarly and say, no, that's not what I intend at all, then I always say to myself, well, why did I think that? Is it just because I'm too simple a country lawyer, or is it because I'm a lawyer and I think about things that people might, not off-the-wall things. I've served with people who could think of the most off-the-wall things, but this one's not off the wall. It's the same subject. It's about abortion. It's about consent. It's about notification. It's about a woman a minor, but a woman of childbearing age, obviously, about her right to exercise her reproductive freedom. Those sections say no state law can burden, restrict, or interfere with that. Her case might be you're burdening, restricting, interfering. Or, you know, maybe it's a doctor who's about to be penalized for a technical defect in the notification. Or maybe it's a minor that's been denied by the court, even though the appeals and everything tell me that that's the rarest of circumstances, but it's nevertheless a burden. But still on the amendment, Mr. Chair.
As long as it...
The way to... I'm sorry, Mr. Chair?
As long as it takes.
The way to solve the problem, the way to remove the fact that there might be ambiguity, the way to make it clear, we do this all the time, is to have an amendment, 071, that says nothing in this part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. And that, in a nutshell, colleagues, is why Amendment 71 is absolutely necessary. The fact that the sponsors would offer the assurances that they do is the best case for why Amendment 71 is necessary. I have quite a few more things I could say to you, but they're not about the amendment, so I'll save them for another time. Thank you. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 71.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to be back with you after that brief interlude. I want to revisit my concerns. I want to make clear for anyone watching or listening, I oppose House Bill 79 and will vote no. And I really have no personal concerns for the doctors who perform these procedures. But I'm not here to offer you my personal opinions. I'm here to talk to you about L071. But I mentioned something, why I think this is necessary. It puts the doctor in an awkward position. Is he or she still required with an unemancipated minor? Is he or she still required to follow the Colorado Parental Notification Act? Or is he or she required to honor the fundamental right of a patient, even if that patient is a minor? Let me run 3 scenarios. There might be other scenarios, and the good senator from El Paso County that holds 2 law degrees might be able to very quickly come up with 10 more, but these are the first 3 that occurred to me. A doctor performs an abortion, if 1279 becomes law, a doctor performs an abortion without parental notification, standing on the fundamental right of the patient to make that decision on her own. The parents sue because the law wasn't followed. What happens? I don't know. Probably the doctor and the parents incur legal bills, and what the court finds, I don't know, but I turn first to the perspectives of the good senator from El Paso County with 2 law degrees, the simple country lawyer. He is as an attorney, admitted that he looks for such opportunity on the behalf of his clients. So a young woman goes to a doctor and says, I have the fundamental right, and the doctor performs an abortion without parental notification. Then the parents say, wait a minute, Buster, our daughter is underage, she still lives with us, she didn't give us the parental, or you did not give us parental notification, and the parents sue. Second scenario. That same doctor, same young woman, have the same conversation, and the doctor refuses to perform an abortion without parental notification. The young woman, the patient, sues for violating her fundamental right to make these decisions on her own. Doctor's in a lose-lose situation there. In one scenario, hypothetical, he or she performs the abortion without parental notification, parents sue. Second, refuses to perform an abortion without parental notification, patient sues. Third, the doctor performs an abortion with parental notification. Well, what's wrong there? Upholding current law, honoring the fundamental right, but also honoring the Colorado Parental Notification Act. I'm not an attorney. Thank Lord I haven't been sued yet. The doctor performs an abortion with parental notification and the patient still sues. What if the parental notification triggered some tension in the family? The parents disown, or there's punishment, or they take the phone or the car or something away, and the patient becomes frustrated, upset, disconnected, separated, angry with her parents, and then turns around and sues the doctor for being the cause of that. Didn't she have the fundamental right to make the decision without the parental notification? And the harm that she has been done by the doctor honoring the parental notification law conflicts with her fundamental right to make the decision. And she turns around and sues the doctor for following the parental notification. This is why we need clarity. With Amendment 071, I think that all three of those are answered. All three of those possibilities would be addressed. The clarity would say nothing here in 1279 interferes with Part 7 of 1322, Title 13, Section 22, Part 7, the Colorado Parental Notification Act. But without this amendment, I can't do it justice that the good senator from El Paso County, in walking through all of Part 7 and how House Bill 1279 has this looming question. But with L071, it's clear. No. This new bill, if it becomes law, doesn't interfere with 1322 Part 7, the Colorado Parental Notification Act. That's why it's so important, not to satisfy my concerns. You know I'm opposed to the bill. I don't support it. I won't support it if the amendment is adopted. But in this odd way, looking out for doctors who do this procedure and the patients, let's not give attorneys more work. Let's not give them more opportunity in capitalizing on these rights of action. I've offered 3 scenarios, and all 3 of them the doctor gets sued. Let's provide the clarity. Let's vote aye on L071.
Senator Gonzalez.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we've been talking a lot about seeking clarity, and yet much of the discussion regarding Amendment L071 has instead conflated a multiplicity of issues and conflated, and I think actually confused the issue. We heard in committee testimony from an attorney who represents minors in these processes of providing parental notification, and also who represents minors when they are seeking judicial bypass. And it is quite clear that Title 13, Article 22, Section 701 through 708 concerns parental notification. Notification is different than an individual's decision. Let's get that clear from the outset. (1279) makes it clear that the statutes that public entities within Colorado as defined at 2410-103 subsection 5 will respect a decision. However, 1322-701 to 708 is not about a decision. It's about notification. We heard testimony in committee from practitioners who said, let's be real clear here, parental notification will continue because House Bill 22-1279 has nothing to do whatsoever with changing the process by which minors' parents are notified. There was also debate coming from my colleagues on this side of the aisle around making healthcare decisions free from parental interference. Just to be real clear, the title of House Bill 22-1279 is concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive healthcare decisions free from governmental interference. Believe me, there were moments when I was a kid that I thought my parents were judge, jury, and everything else. But this bill is actually about governmental interference and not about parental interference. I do just want to end by reminding folks of the state of the law and the state of how we got to this point. In 1973, after Roe v. Wade was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court, about 3 years after, Boulder versus Baird set the legal standard for those parental involvement laws. And just to be clear, that U.S. Supreme Court case held that it held that the minor making the decision is one thing. The Supreme Court clearly stated that parents could be involved, but that the parental involvement could not be the absolute bar. This statute that we see here that we've been discussing regarding L071 was placed into the statute in 2003. Nothing in House Bill 22-1279 would change the notification process, because an individual's fundamental right to make the decision has nothing to do with whether that notification for a minor takes place. Colleagues, I ask for a no vote on L071.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am now confused. Let me read Amendment L071 and see if it doesn't resonate with prior speakers' comments. Nothing in this Part 4, that's the bill we're talking about, modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. Why not accept the amendment based on the argument we just heard? Asked and answered. Here's why. This bill is a preemptive strike. There is concern, political concern, that Roe v. Wade may change. We live in a time where there's settled law, state law, federal law, case law, statute that has identified the process through which we manage this incredibly life-changing and difficult question of abortion, pro-choice, pro-life. This bill comes in and says, we're going to repaint the whole thing, and we're going to do it in the broadest brushstrokes possible. We are going to use words like fundamental right over and over and over again with regard to the context of a pregnancy that goes from conception to 40-plus weeks. No interruption, no stratification, no difference or changes across the course of that pregnancy. From conception to 40, it's all treated the same. If, in fact, that is not the case, if, in fact, we are seeking to just make sure what we've all agreed and settled into and live with as the law of Colorado as it intersects with the federal law, why not just accept the amendment? Here's why. Again, asked and answered. Roe v. Wade does not give the rights, the fundamental right as defined in 1279. Roe v. Wade, from the decision, it is not absolute and must be balanced against the right to abortion, is not absolute and must be balanced against the government's interest in protecting women's health, which we all care desperately about, and protecting prenatal life. This bill takes that prenatal life right out of the equation. It is sweeping. It is broad. There is this theme that is going on, and we come up with an amendment that sounds to me like the bill sponsor says that, no, nothing in the bill changes this. All right, then let's just put it black letters on white pages in the red book so there's no confusion. Amendment L071. Nothing in this Part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7, Article 22 of Title 13. Now, if you get all the way back to the legislative record and you actually get to this piece of the legislative record just prior to my comments, you would hear those same words. But that's not the way the law works. That's not the way the confrontational process, the adversarial process of the law works. Some lawyer is going to interpret it to say, no, no, no. This notification that should have happened didn't happen, and the reason it didn't happen is because of the bill, the law, the statute says very clearly, every individual has a fundamental right to make decisions. We're not talking about provision of service. We're talking about the decision. What happens as part of a decision-making process? Consultation. We all interact with people that give us their best advice, their best thoughts. Parents are pretty doggone good at giving their minor children the best of their thoughts. Nobody cares more about those children than those parents. It's a fact of reality. What we're seeking to do is keep clear exactly what we put into the statute book some time ago. The ledge deck from the parental notification. The people of the state of Colorado, pursuant to the powers reserved to them in Article 5 of the Constitution of the state of Colorado, declare that family life and the preservation of the traditional family unit are of vital importance to the continuation of an orderly society, that the rights of parents to rear and nurture their children during their formative years and to be involved in all decisions of importance affecting such minor children should be protected and encouraged, especially as such parental involvement relates to the pregnancy of an unemancipated minor, recognizing that the decision by any such minor to submit to an abortion may have adverse long-term consequences for her. It goes on. The people of the state of Colorado, being mindful of the limitations imposed upon them at the present time by the federal judiciary and the preservation of the parent-child relationship, hereby enact into law the following provisions. And then it goes on to outline it. It's this delicate balance that pre-exists 1279, which comes in with this new sweeping sets of languages, big words like fundamental rights. If it is so simple, if it is in fact the intent of the bill, why not put the simple words into the bill? Nothing in this Part 4, the bill, modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7, Article 22 of Title 13. Let's just make it clear. Let's bring the sweep back to brushstrokes and make clear what I think we seem to be saying we're in agreement on. Let's just put it in black letters on white pages in the red books. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kirkwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. So here's what I heard. Parental notification will continue because 1279 has nothing to do whatsoever with changing the process of how parents are notified. Well, let me just see if maybe I can help connect the dots. (25-6-401). A public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right. I'm not going to read the rest of it. 25-6405 says, paren 1, this Part 4 applies to all, that's all, not just some, but all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, and governmental actions and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. Says the rights protected under this Part 4 are a matter of statewide concern. And then it says in paren 2, nothing in this Part 4 may be construed to authorize a public entity to burden an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. So just to be clear, public entity shall not interfere with. This part applies to all state laws. Nothing in this part may be construed to authorize a public entity to burden an individual's fundamental rights. So, public entity, as defined in 24-10-103, paren 5. Public entity means the state, the judicial department of the state. So the good senator from El Paso County was right. Courts are included, the judicial department. Any county, city and county, municipality, school district, special improvement district, and every other kind of district, agency, instrumentality, or political subdivision thereof organized pursuant to law, and any separate entity created by intergovernmental contract or cooperation only between or among the state, county, city and county, municipality, school district, special improvement district, and every other kind of district or political subdivision thereof. So cities, counties, school districts, hospital districts, ambulance districts, fire districts would all be impacted, would all be considered a public entity. So here's where something does come up within 1279 that changes the process of how parents are notified. Because in 13-22-704, notification concerning abortion. No abortion shall be performed upon an emancipated minor until at least 48 hours after written notice of the pending abortion has been delivered in the following manner. A, the notice shall be addressed to the parent at the dwelling house or usual place of abode of the parent. Such notice shall be delivered to the parent by the Roman numeral 1, the attending physician or member of the physician's immediate staff who is over the age of 18. So here's where we change the process. You know, hospital districts, county public health departments, out in the rural parts of our state, in all likelihood, the attending physician may be at a county health department, may be employed through a hospital district, may be through a non-for-profit that's contracted with the city or the county, which probably would apply here, but I'm not an attorney. But the attending physician then, if they're of that hospital district, would not be able to interfere with or burden an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. So those doctors wouldn't be able to notify the parents. That would be changing the process of having parents notified. The second Roman numeral. The sheriff of the county where the service of notice is made or by his deputy. Guess what? The sheriff is part of a public entity. So you could look at this and say, because a public entity shall not interfere with or burden an individual's fundamental rights, that the sheriff can no longer go give parental notification. Again, changing the process of how parents are notified. The next one, Roman numeral 3, any person over the age of 18 who is not related to the minor. So I just again want you to think about rural Colorado, and maybe not even just rural Colorado, but high school, 15-year-old young woman goes into the nurse, the school nurse. Remember, school districts are a public entity. She goes into the school nurse and has a discussion with the school nurse about wanting an abortion, about maybe going online and figuring out how to get a pill to induce an abortion. That school nurse who is over the age of 18 years old, who is not related to the minor, cannot notify the parents. So that would change, again, the process of how parents are notified. This amendment is simple. We heard several times that we need clarity, that we don't want government interference, but we also heard that nothing is intended in this law to affect the notification of a parent. If that in fact is true, then there is no reason why we can't amend this bill to say nothing in this Part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. Again, this bill is written says, a public entity shall not interfere with an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception or to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion. It's very clear, it's black and white. Public entity shall not interfere with. So that would be a rural hospital district or any hospital district. That would be a school district, that would be a county, that would be a city, that could be an ambulance district, which there are several in this state. It could be a fire district. If a young woman decided to show up at a fire district, maybe she feels safe there, they wouldn't be able to do anything. This bill clearly states a public entity that nothing in this Part 4 may be construed to authorize a public entity to burden an individual's fundamental rights. I would say notifying a parent might be construed to be burdening an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. So again, that would include public health departments, county health departments, hospital districts, ambulance districts, fire districts, school districts, cities, so police departments, and counties, and the judicial departments, and the state. And probably by extension, any contract that a county public health department may have with a non-for-profit who's providing physician services to folks in their area. So if we are truly getting to the point of where parental notification will continue to ensure that notification is not disrupted, that the process is not changed, then it's very clear and it's very easy to just submit and approve this amendment, which again, nothing in this Part 4 modifies, revises, or otherwise affects the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. It's not that hard. Both sponsors have stated it is not their intent to modify the Parental Notification Act. Yet, it is very clear in black and white here that we are. Ask for an aye vote on L071.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L071. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number L076?
Amendment L076 by Senator Holbert, amendment re-engross bill, page 4 after line 11, insert paragraph 2, government interference or interfere does not mean or include the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. Renumber succeeding subsections accordingly.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L076.
Would you like to explain your amendment, Senator?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Like L071, this deals with the Parental Notification Act, but since we can't just have a blanket clarity statement that nothing in this new Section 4 of 1279 interferes with that, this one is a bit more specific to say, and there's been a great deal of conversation about this, but government interference or to interfere does not mean or include the application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. Of course, the renumber succeeding subsections accordingly is just drafting language to say when this fits in, when we adopt this amendment, the bill will be renumbered so that this will fit in. So this effectively is the same point that we've talked about for an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, but that amendment got voted down. I don't really understand why, because it would have provided clarity for everybody involved. And as my friend from Weld County just noted, the sponsor has indicated that 1279 isn't intended to repeal the Colorado Parental Notification Act. And as we have talked at length already, it may not be intended to, but giving those patients the fundamental right to make those decisions on their own does seem to indicate that a young woman, an unemancipated young woman, would not need to get parental notification under the Colorado Parental Notification Act, 1322, Part 7. L076 doesn't go as far, some might say it does the same thing, but it attempts to be more specific, to say that interference part that so many members talked about that is in the bill. It says that no portion, no part of government may interfere with that patient making the fundamental decision to have an abortion. All this amendment does is say, okay, government interference doesn't mean application of the Colorado Parental Notification Act. So trying to get at the same clarity in a more, a narrower, more specific way, ask for an aye vote on L076.
Sarah Smolt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I rise in support of Amendment 76. Hopefully this threads the needle for those who apparently opposed the previous amendment. If you look, colleagues, at page 5, lines 18 through 23, this is what I think is especially germane given what we've just gone through. So on page 5, line 18, this Part 4 applies to all state and local laws, ordinances, policies, procedures, regulatory guidelines and rules, practices, executive orders, and government actions and their implementation, whether statutory or otherwise. So, casting the statute books aside, colleagues, we've just gone through 2 years of our lives being governed not by statute, not even by rules or regulations, but to a large degree by executive order. And none of us can comfortably say what executive orders are coming in the future, no matter which party is in control. So the fact that executive orders is specifically written into this bill is one of those things that I referenced when I spoke earlier today, that I am hearing from constituents that they are worried that parental notification is gone. And I appreciate the bill sponsor trying to assure us that we can rest easy that this isn't going to happen, but this is what I'm hearing from worried citizens. Is that something like an executive order, which, if you remember, colleagues, we weren't really involved in that to a large extent. They were just handed to us. Here's what the executive order is. And we had to live under that. You'll also notice this talks about regulatory guidelines and rules. Because again, it's clear in lines 18 through 23 that whether these things are statutory or not is outside of the concern here. That if any department within government creates a regulation, perhaps in divisions of professions and occupations, they create a rule, or even more broadly speaking, something even more nebulous when it says practices. So if it just becomes a commonplace practice that parents are no longer notified when their children are seeking an abortion, that this very clearly, in my opinion, could be completely outside of the Colorado Parental Notification Act. And if I understand the sponsors and the supporters correctly, nobody wants that. We want this parental notification to stay as part of this act. Now, if I'm misunderstanding that, some clarification would be really helpful, because it sounds to me like this is one of those things when we talk about balance, when we talk about the parties working together, this sounds like one of those areas where we already agree that you feel that parental notification is important. I sure as heck know that we feel that parental notification is important. And again, for the people that are listening, we are not talking about parental consent. We are referring specifically to the Colorado Parental Notification Act, Part 7 of Article 22 of Title 13. So if we have broad agreement between the proponents and the opponents of this bill, and we can clearly see in lines 18 through 23 that there are several things that are completely outside of our control as lawmakers. We do not control the executive orders that come out of the governor's office. We do not control regulatory guidelines that the departments create. And we certainly, nobody controls. Nobody in government controls something as vague as practices. Colleagues, what does that even mean? A commonplace practice? A rare practice? Something that happened once 5 years ago? I don't see the term practices defined anywhere in any of our statute books related to something like abortions, certainly not something related to parental notifications around abortions. Colleagues, this seems like a very, very common sense amendment, something that I will tell you is going to really help folks in my district who are extremely concerned about this new act eliminating parental notification, and I would very, very much encourage an aye vote on Amendment 76. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the senator from Douglas County said that he has constituents that are really concerned about this bill and why this amendment is necessary. And I don't know if people understand why those constituents are so concerned. The reason that they're so concerned and believe that an amendment like Amendment 76, and that's the one that's before us now, is necessary is because it's either unclear or more likely quite clear that the sections of 1279 on page 5 do have impact upon the Parental Notification Act. Now, to understand this, you need to start with the Colorado Parental Notification Act. And that's found at Title 13, Article 22, Part 7. And you start with, to understand what they're concerned about is right now the Parental Notification Act is the law in the state of Colorado. And there's a legislative declaration, just like 1279 has a legislative declaration, there's a legislative declaration in the Parental Notification Act. And this is a declaration made by the General Assembly, our predecessors. You can open the statute and it's there. It's a 1322-702, and it says, the people of the state of Colorado, pursuant to the powers reserved to them in Article 5 of the Constitution of the state of Colorado, Article 5 being legislative powers, declare that family life and the preservation of the traditional family unit are of vital importance to the continuation of an orderly society. I gather that the good people of Douglas County, like the good people of El Paso County, and I strongly suspect the good people of 62 other counties are interested in an orderly society. And that the rights of parents to rear and nurture their children during their formative years and to be involved in all decisions of importance affecting such minor children should be protected and encouraged, especially as such parental involvement relates to the pregnancy of an unemancipated minor. Is that revolutionary? I think there's no mother out there who wouldn't have serious concerns if she found out that her daughter was pregnant. Might very well, most likely, would be heartbroken, but love her daughter more than anything in the world, more than life itself. After all, she carried her own daughter through pregnancy. Goes on in the legislative declaration to say, recognizing that the decision by any such minor to submit to an abortion may have adverse long-term consequences for her. How can they say such a thing? Well, we heard a lot of testimony about that in the Senate Judiciary Committee, that there were people who had an abortion in their teens and carry the scars of that even today. Or, there may not have been adverse consequences, but that's something you might think a parent would want to be involved in. So, what the Colorado General Assembly did, people sitting in the seats that you're sitting in, both your district seats and the very seats. Well, actually, President Schaefer changed the seats, but that's another story for another time. At least sitting at those desks, because if you look down there, there are names there. They passed this, and though I'm tempted to go through the definitions, I'll skip the definitions once again. What does the Parental Notification Act do? Well, it requires a particular notification for unemancipated minors. So 1322-704 says, no abortion shall be performed upon an unemancipated minor until at least 48 hours, not 2 days, 48 hours, after written notice of the pending abortion has been delivered in the following manner. So, if a hospital, if a doctor, if any clinic at all is going to perform an abortion on an unemancipated minor, they must do this, with exceptions we'll get to. The notification shall be addressed to the parent at the dwelling house or usual place of abode of the parent. Such notice shall be delivered to the parent by This is the service. The first one is the attending physician or a member of the physician's immediate staff is over the age of 18. So that's probably the most common. Or the sheriff, that's probably, I mean, it's permissible, but probably not terribly common. Any other person over the age of 18 who's not related to the minor, that probably is preferable to having the sheriff show up at your house. We appreciate them, but when they knock on your door, that means usually something's not right, unless you're the minority leader and it just means your son came for dinner. A clergy member who is over the age of 18. And it goes on about how this notice is served. As with most statutory regimes, it has a bunch of exceptions. And really the next provision says no notice required. When? It's kind of interesting how that's always says that. It's like, when is no notice required? But no notice required dash when. No notice shall be required pursuant to this Part 7 if the person or persons who may receive notice pursuant to Section 1322-7041 certify in writing that they've been notified. Actually, we hope that this is the way this sort of thing happens, because that probably means that mom and or dad went with the unemancipated minor to see the physician and had this conversation and had this discussion, and they could sign right there at the hospital or clinic and say, I've been notified. The person whom the minor elects to notify pursuant to Section 1322-7042, I probably ought to take a look at that. Who would that person be? 7042. That would be if the minor is residing with a relative and not a parent, then the written notice shall be provided to either the relative of the minor or a parent. So if one's living with one's aunt, one's brother or sister of an older age. So, yes. The next case is when the pregnant minor declares that she's a victim of child abuse, and I think some of you will recall my discussing this a bit earlier. The provision also has some provisions about mandatory reporters and what they need to do. Or the attending physician certifies in the minor's medical record that there's a medical emergency. So the young woman shows up at the emergency room, has a miscarriage going on. The doctor performs emergency surgery and certifies that. But the one of most interest and makes this process most interesting to me is no notice shall be required pursuant to this Part 7 if, and the last one is a valid court order is issued pursuant to Section 1322-707. So you go to 1322-707. Says judicial bypass rules. Now, to understand the structure, what we have done in Colorado, our predecessors, Colorado General Assembly, people who sat behind your desk, the same authority that you had, elected by the people of their districts, passed this law on our books. What we've said is, if an unemancipated minor wishes to get an abortion, her parents must be notified unless. It's a Parental Notification Act. Unless what? Well, there are some unlesses. Now, what's interesting about this is if you go over to the affected provisions of the statute that this amendment would operate on, nothing happens on the parental notification side that I think involves a public entity. Because 256404 says that a public entity shall not do some things. Deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against any individual's fundamental right. If you say, doctor, you must give notice, other than the General Assembly itself requiring that, you haven't had a public entity act. But when you get to the unless, and the one unless that is so interesting to me is the one that says, unless you get a court order pursuant to 1322-707. And that's judicial bypass. So if the minor says, well, I've not been abused, I'm not saying that at all, I just don't want to tell my parents. It's none of their business, says the 16-year-old. I don't want to tell them, they don't approve. They think life begins at conception. That's what our family believes. I don't believe what they believe. Which causes me to think, how many of you ever had a 16-year-old child in your household? Did they believe anything you believed at 16? I don't think. My son was an anarchist, and my daughter was a lawyer in the making. So you're talking about, as often as not, a 15 or 16-year-old here. And you're talking about a situation where what they've said is, I don't want to tell my parents. And I'm willing to go to court to not tell my parents. So, if any pregnant minor elects not to allow the notification, she certainly can do that if she files a petition with the court. It says, any judge of a court of competent jurisdiction shall, upon petition filed by or on behalf of such minor, enter an order dispensing with the notice requirements if the judge determines. What does the judge have to determine? The giving of such notice will not be in the best interest of the minor, or if the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that the minor is sufficiently mature to decide whether to have an abortion. I think that latter is fascinating. The judge would have to find by clear and convincing evidence that a 16-year-old was sufficiently mature to decide whether to have an abortion, whether that was the right decision. We don't let 16-year-olds vote. We don't let them join the military. We don't let them drink alcohol. We let them drive cars, but with great trepidation. I have a lot of questions, sort of generally as a society, based on our legislation, about whether a 16-year-old has sufficient maturity to do a lot of things. And we'd say that the judge would have to determine by clear and convincing evidence that that minor is sufficiently mature. I suspect, don't know how many of these cases actually occur. As I told you earlier, I do know of one that a colleague acted as counsel appointed by the court. But I think that's the hardest one for the judge to find. I think the more common one for the judge to find would be simply to say that giving the notice will not be in the best interest of the minor. I don't know if most judges are parents. I suspect they are, have been, are. And I suspect as they sit there, they'd have to be pretty convinced that that minor was going to, that young woman was going to suffer such adverse consequences on notifying her parents that they would be so adverse that it was in her best interest not to tell her parents. Need to prove that by a preponderance of the evidence. More likely than not, it's in the best interest of the child not to tell the parents. Why do I go through that? Because what I'm suggesting is, one, this is a case that judges don't like to do. They don't like to do this kind of case because I think this is wisdom of Solomon stuff. You're deciding in the place of someone else's parents. You're deciding, by definition, you're deciding without having any conversation with the parents to know whether the parents are going to react the way that the minor thinks that they are, or that they're going to be disinherited or something. So, I think it's certainly possible, well, it's not even possible. The fact that you have to go and ask the court, you have to file a petition, you have to go to court and ask the court its permission, that's an interference or restriction. If you've ever represented anyone who has to go and ask the court before they do something, you'll know what I mean by that. People who are on probation who have to go and ask the court if they can leave the state to go to their mother's funeral think that's pretty interfering, but that's the way that works. My point being, it is some kind of restriction or interference. Now, that's the set of provisions that we seek to ensure are preserved. And the sponsors of the bill have said to us, we do not intend in any way to interfere or change or amend, at least not through this bill, do we intend to change or affect the application, operation of the Parental Notification Act. I take them at their word. I believe that that's what they intend. But here's the problem. If we pass, as is likely, or I should say, if House Bill 1279 is passed by a majority vote, it will go in the statute books, and it will have the meaning and application that its plain words carry. Doesn't matter what I intended, what you intended, what the sponsor intended for that matter. So long as the words of the statute are plain and clear and unambiguous. That is the first rule of statutory interpretation. Words have their plain meaning. The words mean what they say. And if they are unambiguous, then we don't need to resort to rules of statutory interpretation. Now, there are a whole regime of statutory construction rules. And there are cases all over the country and decisions and fact patterns and everything else. I once won a case on statutory construction on an esoteric rule. But you don't get to any of those rules, one of which is determining the intent, the legislative intent, by expressions here in the well, or expressions of the sponsor, or expressions of legislators. You don't get to that if the words on their face are clear. Because after all, as a simple country lawyer before coming to the Colorado General Assembly, I often in my practice would pull those books off the shelf and read them, and from time to time I'd read something that was passed, and I read a few sentences, and sometimes the things that we pass are not so clear. I know that's very rare here. It's very rare. And I used to ask myself, and this is to Madam Chair, to why we need this amendment. I would ask myself when I pulled those things off the shelf and I would say, what did they intend? What did they intend? By the way, shortly after I was elected to the House, one summer I went home in the interim and I took one of them off the shelf and I read it. I was talking to another lawyer on the phone, trying to figure out, we were doing some negotiation back and forth, and out loud I said to the other lawyer, we were reading a statute that we were trying to put in some of it in a contract, and I said, what does that mean? And he said, well, I don't know, Bob. You're the one who passed it. What did you intend? Well, my point was, I passed it and I didn't intend anything other than what it said there, because it wasn't my bill and it wasn't a fact pattern that I'd thought about and so forth. So what do we intend? Well, the senator from Sterling intends one thing and I intend another thing, and I might have intended to pass a bill with money for the gap, and he might have intended to pass a bill for money for rural Colorado. I don't know. I think he's not listening to me. My point is, there are 100 different intentions and maybe no intention at all if no one thought about it. So you look to the words and you say, what do the words mean? Not what does a legislator in the well say they meant. A very famous case here where someone went down and, at the request of someone in the lobby, said, well, if that's ambiguous, would you go to the well and say clearly what you meant? You're the sponsor. And that particular legislator did, and it still wound up at the courthouse. And the appellate court said it doesn't matter what the sponsor said. He was only one of 100. What the words on their face said was this. And we don't get to the question of what does one legislator, even the sponsor, say he intended. So, whether we need Amendment L076, well, 256404 says a public entity shall not. I think the courts of Colorado are public entities. They shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse, and I'll cut past the word, to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion in the regulation or provision of benefits, facilities, services, or information. Or, a public entity shall not do those things or these things, deprive through prosecution, punishment, or other means, an individual of the individual's right to act or refrain from acting during the individual's own pregnancy based on potential actual or perceived impact of the pregnancy, etc. See, there's no ambiguity there. And again, I said earlier, I may regret having come to the well and said this, but it seems to me there's no ambiguity in those words. Shall not interfere with. Well, I don't want to tell my parents. Well, if you don't want to tell your parents, you have to go to the courthouse and ask the judge. Seems like it's an interference. Now, if you think that that's ambiguous, if you thought it might be ambiguous, I think the drafters didn't want any misunderstanding here, because the next thing they do in 256405 is say, this Part 4 applies to all state and local laws. Well, CRS 1322-707 is a state law. This Part 4, which has prohibited actions, interference, it applies to all state laws. Also applies to rules, practices, governmental actions. Well, 1322-707 says that the Colorado Supreme Court is supposed to, and they did, issue rules governing the judicial bypass procedure and how that works. So those rules themselves operate as a restriction, because they set filing requirements and all sorts of things. Now, if you've read all of that and you think there's some ambiguity about whether this affects parental notification, just to be clear, the drafters said at 256405-2, nothing in this Part 4 may be construed to authorize a public entity to burden an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. The senator from Douglas County said that there were people in his district that were concerned about this. I suggest to you that they were concerned about it because it seems pretty clear to them that this bill says that no public entity like a court can interfere with the right of, in this case, an unemancipated minor. I left out a word. The fundamental right. Not just a right, it's a fundamental right. It's like free speech. Like the right not to be searched without probable cause. A minor has that right because it's fundamental. Now, when the good people of Douglas County expressed to their senator their concern, as did the good people of El Paso County express to me, I'm concerned, Senator, because those sections seem like to us that they have some implications for the Parental Notification Act. We think they negate the Parental Notification Act. Well, are they right about that? The sponsors say no, but it sure seems as such. And I think, as I said earlier, I thank the minority leader, the other good senator from Douglas County. I think those who read the bill, the fact that they had that thought pop into their head speaks to the fact that it's a question, a legitimate question. And as I said earlier, this provision, this set of provisions on page 5, they have far-reaching implications, and lawyers who are trained to look for causes of action and defenses and all of those things immediately start thinking about those things. They start thinking about them both on behalf of a client who's in the position of being an unemancipated minor with seeking abortion, or a physician who may want to do the abortion and not go through this process, or may have not followed the process as they should have for whatever reason. I think it's pretty clear. If it's ambiguous, then we resort to legislative intent. But I'm not in the business of making work for lawyers and having 4-3 decisions over at the state Supreme Court and having those justices there having to read what we wrote and decide and try to make up their minds. Did we mean to get to that, or didn't we mean to get to that? There's a way to avoid that. And by the way, that way is consistent, completely consistent with the expressed intent of the sponsor of the bill. And when a sponsor of the bill says, and we often ask this question in committee or here, this looks like it might affect that. Did you intend that? No, I did not intend that at all. Well, would you do me a favor? Because I have some people who are concerned that it might be construed to deal with that. Or that it really does, whether you intended that or not. Those are what are called unintended consequences, although I think they're often just collateral consequences that people know very well. All you got to do is adopt 076. Because L076 is consistent and is an expression of the intent of the sponsors. Again, I take the sponsor at her word. I think she does not intend to affect the Parental Notification Act. And if that is correct, But others ask the question, and it's not a panic question. I looked at it and I said, you know, it says any public entity, any interference, any regulation, any rule, and this means any state law, any ordinance. Let's avoid that problem. It's easy. Vote yes on 076 to give effect to the sponsor's intent. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L076? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Any further discussion on L076? The question before us is the adoption of L076. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L076 is lost. The question before us is the adoption. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, when I was talking here a while ago, and I think it's been brought up, or I mentioned that in this bill, on Section 3 on page 6, I noticed that there is the safety clause, and I read it because a lot of people, they don't realize that there's different provisions in a bill as to how quickly it can be enacted. This bill happens to have the safety clause. I'm sure everybody in this room knows what it is. Some people out in the audience, just for their sake, the safety clause, the General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. That is the safety clause, which is part of House Bill 1279. Now then, I know we're all struggling. There's a lot of parts of 1279. We've heard from a lot of people, our constituents, and others out there, and we're wrestling, all of us here in this chamber, all 35 of us. You know, is this a good bill? Is it a bad bill? Does it have its problems? You know, and we're hearing from everybody. I want to offer that there is a I won't say an easy way out, but there's a reasonable way out that should this bill be enacted, to kind of take the onus off of us that we know best, just like my good colleague from El Paso County has mentioned. You know, the Supreme Court of Colorado makes decisions periodically, or even the Supreme Court of the United States, that nobody is infallible. And we certainly have passed many pieces of legislation that we find later on that maybe we've made a mistake on. So with that in mind, something that we ought to consider is something called the petition, you know, to petition. I know it may be novel to some people, but with all due respect to my colleagues, is if we were to have the petition clause with this bill, what the petition clause, and you know, it's nothing new. The petition clause is used a fair amount. And before I get to that, just so you know, to refresh my colleagues, the petition clause, I just did a tiny bit of homework that last year.
Senator Liston, is there an amendment you'd like to offer?
Yes. With that in mind, before I get into the details, I would like to offer Amendment L072, and I do have a copy of it, and I will give the copy.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment?
Yes, and I will move L072. Yes, I
clerk, please
developed a lot of keen interest. What this does,
Liston. Sarah Liston, let's have the clerk read L072.
L072 by Senator Liston, amend, re-engross bill.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this does, colleagues, is that this will replace the safety clause with the petition clause. And I think really this is offered, this is a friendly amendment because this will take the onus off of, I already did. Yes, I did. I moved it. I'll move L072.
He did move L072, and the clerk read L072, and we are now to amendment L072, the petition clause. Glad everyone is clear on that.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. And for those of you who might be a little hard of hearing, once again, I do move L072, the petition clause. So this really is a friendly amendment because of all of the tough decisions that we have to make if this bill should pass. This will give the citizens of Colorado, as you know, the opportunity to weigh in on this important piece of legislation. And where I was going here earlier is the petition clause is nothing new and unique. Last year, I'll just give you a few examples. We had the petition clause on Senate Bill 21-167 concerning the regulation of child care centers. We had the petition clause on House Bill 21-1030 concerning the expanding of the peace officers' behavioral health support grant to include community partnerships and so forth. We had the petition clause on Senate Bill 21-173, no less sponsored by my good colleagues Senator Gonzalez and Senator Moreno, concerning rights related to residential rental agreements in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Liston, I'm going to ask that you stick to weigh the petition clause as appropriate for this bill.
Well, I will, Madam Chair, but I just want to inform the people that this, what I'm doing here is nothing new. If you'll take my word for it, is I have numerous other examples of the petition clause. So I won't belabor it, but I could probably give you 50 examples or 100 examples. So I think people have my point. But what I'm trying to do, colleagues, is if we, in our infinite wisdom, will give the citizens of Colorado the opportunity to weigh in on this important piece of legislation, just like we have done in the past over numerous years. This is not the first or only time. We have a fully 50 some odd % in different years of our bills have had the petition clause. And it's a fundamental right. It's in the Bill of Rights. It's part of Amendment 1, the Bill of Rights. Just in case you're not familiar, if I can, Amendment 1, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, the press, the right of the people to peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for redress of grievances. So it's not something new, it's something that's part of our fundamental rights. And I think if we allow the citizens, the good citizens, the opportunity to weigh in and to vote on this important piece of legislation, just like we have over the past many years and will probably continue in the future, that they would greatly appreciate the opportunity to do so. We may not have the perfect solution, and maybe we're wrong about this bill, no matter how fervent we are. So I think it's important that the people of Colorado be given the opportunity to weigh in via the petition process. And if they weigh in and they endorse this piece of legislation and they vote for it, you'll be vindicated. And on the other hand, they may say, you know, we made a mistake here, and they may overrule it just like they have done before. So with that, I renew my plea for L072 and ask for an aye vote for L072. Thank you, colleagues.
Senator Gonzalez.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of things that I just want to name first. The reason and rationale that we very intentionally put in a safety clause to House Bill 22-1279 was because we have witnessed not one, but two direct attacks to Roe v. Wade being considered by the U.S. Supreme Court. Those oral arguments in the Mississippi abortion ban case were held on December 1 of 2021. We anticipate a decision to come down sometime before June of this year. Now, we did hear from the Professor Minority Leader, feels like a really long time ago, but that was just this morning. And one of the things that I don't believe he did mention was that we are a part-time citizen legislature. He did reference the fact that our legislative session will conclude on or before May 11th of this year. And so, if Amendment L02 were to be adopted, and if the U.S. Supreme Court were to invalidate Roe v. Wade, pregnant Coloradans would be without recourse. This is clear. Colorado does not have explicit protections ensuring access to abortion care. But even if I were to take this petition clause, which, just to be clear, I'm not, but even if I were, one only has to go back to the multiple times, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times since 2008. Colorado voters have clearly rejected efforts to limit access to abortion, clearly rejected harmful and dehumanizing amendments to the state constitution. So it is very clear that just in 2020, more Coloradans voted against Proposition 115 than voted for either President Biden or U.S. Senator John Hickenlooper. That being said, so just even moving to a petition clause, I think the voters would yet again reject these any sort of effort to limit access to abortion care in the same way they have rejected efforts to limit access to abortion care 4 times in the past. And yet, again, because we were so intentional recognizing the timeline of the U.S. Supreme Court I ask for a no vote on Amendment L072. On L72.
Any further discussion? Senator Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Woodward. Apologies.
No problem. You know, I completely concur that over the last several years, the voters of Colorado have had a chance to look at this issue, but on a much more limited basis. This bill pushes the question that was put before voters much, much further. As a matter of fact, it is significantly more extreme and radical than the last couple of bills that were put before voters. If in fact it's true that public opinion would again support this kind of legislation, then there should be nothing to fear. But I would say today, standing here, that because there is fear that the people of Colorado would reject this bill, I have a feeling that the intention by the good senator to add L072, the petition clause, will get struck down here this evening because this bill pushes so far that the people of Colorado would actually have a chance to really dictate and delegate and let us know what has gone too far. So we look back to the other thing that I should mention. We heard conversation this morning from the good senator from Colorado Springs talking about a number of the rights that the state of Colorado already provide to moms and their decisions around abortion. If a decision is made, and if that decision happens to change Roe v. Wade or something else, I have no indication that any of that would take effect before November of 22. Before the 90-day period after this bill is implemented. So I think what the good senator is asking for is let's have an honest conversation. Let's take a vote today, tomorrow, this week on what this bill is going to do. But let's give voters the 90 days to, in fact, decide, do we want to challenge the decision that are made here by the legislature, or do we want to let it stand? If we simply pass this bill in the middle of the night and hope that it's forgotten and that it's not challenged, I predict that there will be more and more controversy. If in fact we add this petition clause and it's perhaps petitioned or maybe even not challenged at all, perhaps that may be the end of the discussion for a time. So I think L072 really puts this question before the voters. This is a question of morality. This is a question of what's right and wrong. And the 35 of us who are in this chamber or appearing remotely need to rely on what the folks of Colorado have to say. So I hope that L072 passes today, and I hope that the people of Colorado will have that 90 days to evaluate whether or not to petition and challenge our decision, or if they'll let it stand. I urge adoption of L072.
Is there further discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L072 because this issue is so big, so broad, that to take it away from the people, extract it, and remove it from the people is potentially a serious political mistake. And the presumption of our lawmaking is that Article 5, Section 1, left paren 3, right paren of the Colorado Constitution reserves to the people the power to refer all or a portion of an act to the ballot for voter approval. So we start out with the presumption The affirmative conclusion, it's the will of the people, the right of the people under the Constitution to have the first access at this. Then there are exceptions regarding public peace, health, and safety. Now, the bill sponsor came in and argued that though there's a potential because in other states things have happened. Well, that's fair. There is a potential, but the reality is the presumption is do not take it from the people unless there is a clear, specific public peace, health, or safety issue. So I do not believe that the argument that the bill sponsor makes is convincing. I think we would need something more clear, more pressing. I mean, we've been through some clear, challenging, pressing issues in the last several years where government intruded in very uncomfortable ways in all of our lives. And it was for the protection of public health. That is arguably, even though I think the government far overreached with regard to those issues, that is arguably a case where a safety clause approach might make sense. Otherwise, it should be reserved to the people the right to petition, seek redress of the government, and so forth. Now, I have a wonderful document here. It's only 6 pages long, and I read at the pace of about 4 seconds a line from Ledge Counsel explaining in greater detail, and I think making conclusive the argument for why the petition clause belongs on the bill. But I'll reserve working through that unless I have to make further arguments to get this amendment accepted. If in fact the bill sponsor is willing to take it, then I won't have to go into that lengthy resuscitation or recitation, not resuscitation, recitation of OLLS's explanation that I think makes a conclusive case for why this amendment belongs on this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, the good senator from Denver, where is she? There she is. There she is. She seems very confident that the safety clause is needed in this bill because, as she stated, that there's been over the last several years several citizens' initiatives or referendums, what have you, to do away with abortion. And I kind of recall 2 or 3 of them myself. But this is a whole new bill. It's and if she is so sure of herself that this will, if we add the petition clause, that it will fail again, well then you have everything to gain and nothing to lose. So why not, if you're so sure you're going to win, which maybe you will, well, why not go ahead and let the people go ahead and weigh in and decide. So if that's the case, let me just also mention that not only the people might have an interest in petitioning, but any number of well-known organizations strongly encourage the right of petitions. One, the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU. They say we work daily in the courts, legislatures, communities to defend and preserve the individual rights and liberties guaranteed to every person in this country by the Constitution and the laws of the United States. The Environmental Defense Network is a leading nonprofit organization that obviously fights to protect human health, restore the oceans, and so forth, that they strongly support the right of petitioning. The Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation.
Senator Liston, if you can keep to why this bill should have a petition amendment.
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. The reason I'm just giving further evidence of other organizations that support the right of petitions. GLAD, as it's commonly called, they have initiated many petitions against current governmental practices through parades and conferences and written petitions and so forth. We the People, nonprofit organization. There are numerous other organizations. All I'm trying to do with this, members, is to give the citizens of Colorado who may have a keen interest in this piece of legislation, to allow them to weigh in on it. And if the good senator from Denver or others are so right, and the petition goes through and they affirm this piece of legislation, so be it. On the other hand, I am willing to take a chance and just see what the citizens of Colorado have to say. And with that, members, I renew my motion and ask for the passage of L072. Thank you very much.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The senator from Colorado Springs was referring to an organization that's interested in protecting the oceans.
Yes.
What the nexus with Colorado, I'm confused about, but that's a different story for a different time. Different conversation, my friend. I will renew that both my argument that both the voters have been clear, one, but two, my first point was one about the timeline of the legislature ending, the Supreme Court making a ruling that's expected in June of this year, and waiting until November. If this were to go to a vote of the people, or even August. When we're talking about these reproductive health care decisions, we all know this. Weeks matter. Days matter. I ask for a no vote on L72.
Is there further discussion? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would just say, I said this earlier, I don't pretend to know what is in the minds or hearts of the Supreme Court of the United States. Quite frankly, I would not bet. I don't know how they're going to rule. I'm not even sure if they know how they're going to rule yet. And I guess I would say that I would trust the citizens of Colorado and in their infinite wisdom and willing to take that chance over our collective minds on this piece of legislation. I trust the people. I represent, just like each and one of you, I represent 185, 190,000 people, and I'm willing to give the voters of my district the opportunity to weigh in on this piece of legislation. And that's all I'm asking. And if they say, look, we want to do away with or have abortion up until the moment of birth, then that's, I will abide by their wishes. On the other hand, if they say, look, there needs to be some constraints on abortion, I'm willing to listen to what they have to say. So with that, I renew my appeal for passage of Amendment L072.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a little bit of rebuttal. The bill sponsor says with regard to matters of reproductive choices, days matter, weeks matter. That is true. But the assumption is that something will have happened that changes the law in Colorado in the intervening time interval, and that has not happened. The reality is we're shadow boxing a little bit here, making assumptions and behaving as if there has been something that has intruded into the existing law that has not happened. And quite frankly, I'm not aware of any action that would be taken in the immediate future. In fact, I don't know of anything that may be taken beyond that. This is all a big framing up in anticipation. This is a preemptive strike against the potential of the United States Supreme Court making a change with regard to Roe v. Wade. That has not happened. It may not. But in the meantime, the Constitution of the state of Colorado reserves to the people the right to petition. And that is why I urge your support of Amendment L072. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion on L072? All those in favor of L072, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L072 is lost. Senator Smallwood.
There is an amendment on the desk.
And there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L080?
L080 by Senator Smallwood, amend re-engross bill, page 2, line 4, strike on reproductive health care, page 2, line 16, strike.
Senator Smallwood. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I move Amendment L080.
To the amendment, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, one thing that I do appreciate about our debate today, I was a little concerned over the past few weeks when this bill was introduced that there'd be an enormous sort of level of subterfuge when it came to our discussion today. I thought that we would be combining conversations about preventive care, particularly women's preventive care, children's preventive care, and abortions. And mercifully, that has not happened today. I want to commend my colleagues in being what I would consider very upfront, very clear, very unambiguous, that this bill is not about health care, and it's certainly not about equity of any kind. It's simply not. This is a bill about abortions. This is a bill, if I've been listening to my colleagues and understanding them correctly, there is a fear that access to abortions is going to be severely limited in our state, depending on what does or does not happen at the Supreme Court, subsequent actions of a future legislature in the state of Colorado. So thank you. Thank you for not mincing words. I propose helping make that language even more clear by not changing really any of the provisions of this introduced piece of legislation, but simply providing clarity of language. This, colleagues, is an Abortion Access Act. That's what we've been hearing. There's a concern that access to abortions is going to be limited. How many of you, for example, colleagues, have heard of a state recently implementing legislation, passing legislation that is somehow restricting women from receiving a tubal ligation procedure, or men getting a vasectomy as a procedure, or limiting oral contraceptives or IUDs? What fervor is resonating across the country saying they're trying to take away the diaphragm? When I hear reproductive health care, these are the types of things that traditionally we've been thinking about. Abortion is abortion, and health care is health care. And words matter. And I understand that not everybody agrees with me. Established that early this morning. And that's not what I'm trying to press upon you. But if we were to go in the bill and just be honest about what the bill is going to do, what we want it to do, and what we intend it to do, by getting rid of the superfluous language that really no one has come up to the well to talk about today. Nobody's talked about the fact that we're worried about access to oral contraceptives, for example. And as I'm sure I'm being eviscerated today on social media and soon in print media for being transparent with you today, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know We can point to legislation where I have supported, enthusiastically supported coverage, expanded coverage for things like oral contraceptives, for things like mental and behavioral health care. So, sexually transmitted diseases, treatment for those, treatment for people with HIV or AIDS. I've been an enthusiastic supporter of expanding affordable health care in our state. So let's not try, and I'm not trying to be insulting when I say this, let's not try to blend issues here and make this bill sound like something that it's not. And again, not to be redundant, but I commend my colleagues for being very clear when they come to the well and saying, this is about abortion, this is about a fear of women's ability to have access to an abortion being reduced or eliminated. So what you'll see in Amendment 80 are really 16 changes to the bill. And it's just language changes. So we'll start with number 1. Number 1, we're going to go to page 2, line 4, where it says, access to abortion and reproductive health care is currently under attack across the nation. Colleagues, can somebody please point to me where reproductive health care is currently being attacked across our nation? I don't feel like getting in an argument with you about whether or not access to abortion is currently under attack across the nation. I think that's a fair allegation. I'm not going to argue that. But where is reproductive health care in attack? Which state is passing laws today saying vasectomies are bad, we got to do something about it? Tubal ligations are bad, oral contraceptives are bad, we have to do something to limit this. We need to limit access to things like this. Or let's take it farther, because for me, and I've been around healthcare a long time, reproductive health care means prenatal care, perinatal care. Where is the attack across our country on prenatal care? In which state legislature are they saying, we need to do something about all that prenatal care and perinatal care that's happening in this country? It's simply not accurate in my opinion, colleagues. It's not accurate. So let's strike words like reproductive health care, and let's be clear in this sentence, which is what I believe the proponents mean to say, which is access to abortion is currently under attack across the nation. Number 2, if we go to page 2, line 16. Access to reproductive health care is a matter of statewide concern affecting the health and safety of Coloradans, including those who live outside the Denver metropolitan area and on the Front Range, especially those residing in rural areas. That's not a conversation that we've had very often today related to this bill. I haven't heard one person come to the well and talk about the problem that we have for folks outside of Denver Metro and outside of the Front Range not being able to get oral contraceptives or tubal ligations or vasectomies or prenatal care or perinatal care. Who's come to the well today to talk about how this bill is going to help folks in rural Colorado get their prenatal and perinatal care? I don't believe anybody has, and I've been sitting here pretty much all day. So why don't we instead strike the word reproductive health care and be really clear with the citizens of Colorado of what we're talking about today. Access to on abortion is a matter of statewide concern affecting the health and safety of Coloradans, including those who live outside the Denver metropolitan areas and on the Front Range, especially those residing in rural areas. That's the argument that I've been hearing today. Not about reproductive health care. Health care. I'm sure if you looked on 10 different definition websites, Wikipedias, Googles, Merriam-Webster dictionaries, for those who are my age or older, the online version if you're younger. Healthcare is the maintenance or improvement of health via the prevention, diagnosis, treatment, or cure of disease, illness, injury, and other physical and mental impairments in people. That's healthcare. This bill is not about healthcare, at least not in the traditional sense. This bill is about abortion. All day we've been talking about abortion. We've not been talking about prenatal care. We've not been talking about perinatal care. So let's continue to be, I should say, honest with the voters of Colorado, with the citizens of Colorado, and tell them that on page 3, line 5, we're adding a new word that I have never heard before, which is abortion care. Been around healthcare and health policy for a long time. Other than this piece of legislation, I have not seen, of all the hundreds of pieces of legislation that I've seen in this body, the dozens and dozens of bills that have come through the Health Committee, nobody has ever referred to an abortion as care. The term abortion care, I don't believe has a definition anywhere in medicine. So how about, instead of creating terminology that maybe doesn't hurt people's feelings or softens the blow for opponents by adding the word care unnecessarily, let's call it what it is. It's not abortion care, it's an abortion. Page 3, line 7. Colorado has a strong history of supporting and protecting access to reproductive health care, including for communities of color. That's not what this bill is about. We're not talking about expanding the accessibility of tubal ligations or vasectomies or oral contraceptives or prenatal care or perinatal care or post-delivery care, particularly for our communities of color. What we're talking about is supporting and protecting access to abortions. So I would propose that we strike the word reproductive health care, be honest with the citizens, and tell them that you, because again, as you know, I'm going to be a no vote on the bill, that we tell them what we mean, which is access to abortion. Well before the Supreme Court affirmed the right to abortion care nationwide, again, that word doesn't make sense to a lot of us. Let's be clear. Well before the Supreme Court affirmed the right to abortions nationwide, because that's what they did. So that would be the 5th point. The 6th point. When individuals decide to have an abortion or use contraception, it is critical that they get care on a timeline that works for their health. Again, colleagues, where are we talking in the United States about a concern for people getting contraceptives on a timeline that works for their health with the support of providers whom they trust? How many of us have come up to the well today to say, the problem that we have in our state, in addition to the concern about attacks on abortion, we have this huge concern that citizens across the United States are no longer going to have access to contraception. Contraception, preventing a pregnancy, not terminating a pregnancy that's already happened. That's not what we've been talking about today. So I don't know why we are combining the concern around contraception being received on a timeline that works for their health and with the support of providers, when all day today we've been talking about abortions. So again, I would very much encourage all of us to be clear in our language, and let's tell the citizens what we really mean, which would be when individuals decide to have an abortion, it is critical that they get care, not crazy about that word, on a timeline that works for their health with the support of the providers whom they trust. That seems like an authentic statement to me. And we're telling the citizens exactly what this bill does. Number 7, we have added in, for no logical reason, that we are affirming the fundamental right of individual Coloradans, as the good senator from El Paso County pointed out, what I think is the 3rd time, to make their own reproductive health care decisions. But this is not a bill about reproductive health care decisions. This is a conversation about abortion. So I'd like to see that part struck. Again, not impacting any of the material rights that the proponents would like to affirm. And let's make it very clear on page 4, when we talk about what this is the Abortion Access Act. The proponents would like to make sure that the citizens of Colorado have access to an abortion, and that if something happens within the Supreme Court that our citizens are concerned about, are they concerned about the Supreme Court making it difficult to get a tubal ligation or prenatal care? Or are they worried about the Supreme Court making it difficult for our citizens to get an abortion? So let's not create lingo, create jargon, create vernacular that might sound tidier, might sound less offensive to some, not all, but to some. And let's call this what it is. This is the Abortion Access Act. And I'm proposing that you just be clear with the citizens. This is what you want. You've come to the well. Nobody's hiding anything. You've come to the well and said, this is, at least in my opinion, that this is what you would like to see happen in our state. I have told you that I disagree. Respectfully, Madam Chair. If you look on page 4, lines 17 through 23, short of being insulting, at least to people like me, again, I'm not sure that this is how we want to communicate this message to the citizens of Colorado. Reproductive health care, a brand new definition is being created here. This is, if you look at line item 6, these are the new definitions that we are creating in the state of Colorado. So we're defining abortion in the definitions. We're defining pregnancy. We're defining a public entity, and now we're creating new jargon. Reproductive health care, which for the first time will now mean this in the state of Colorado. Because I will tell you, I've lived here for almost 30 years. This is not what reproductive health care meant for the last 30 years, or for the last 50 years, or for the last 150 years. Reproductive health care will mean health care and other medical services related to the reproductive processes. Yes. Functions, yes. And systems at all stages of life. Interesting choice of words. It includes, but is, my word, now will be, now is not limited to family planning. Yes. Colleagues, you know that I have been a fervent supporter when healthcare legislation has come through here on making sure that there is access and affordable family planning available to our citizens. Contraceptive care. Yes, you have seen my votes on these bills, which I catch a lot of flack for sometimes. Trying to make sure that our citizens have access to affordable contraceptive care. Now we're dropping in, confusingly, abortion care. Confusingly for people like me and a lot of people in my district and a lot of people who have sent all of us emails. They've come to committee, they've called you, they've sent you letters. We do not agree that abortion care is the same as family planning, contraceptive care, prenatal care. Prenatal care, taking care of a baby during gestation. Perinatal care, taking care of a baby right before and right after delivery. I'm not a doctor. These are what doctors have told me these definitions mean. Delivery care. The baby is delivered. Yes, reproductive health care. Fertility care. For sure. Sterilization services. That has been absolutely one of the things that we've discussed for years as reproductive health care. This is where you're hearing me today talk about things like tubal ligations and vasectomy and oral contraceptives and IUDs and diaphragms, as we are talking about family planning and contraceptive care. And treatments for sexually transmitted infections and reproductive cancers. In an abortion access bill, changing the definition, changing the traditional, what I would say agreed upon definition of reproductive health care might work for creating a narrative that's convenient, but for me, it's not terribly accurate. So what you'll see in Amendment L080 is that that entire paragraph would be struck. Why would we be talking about things, colleagues, like family planning and contraceptive care in a definition, prenatal care, postnatal care, and delivery care in an abortion bill? If we're talking about giving access to an abortion, why do we care about prenatal care? If we're talking about access to abortion, why do we care about perinatal care? And Lord knows why in the world do we care about delivery care? There's not going to be a delivery. Page 4, line 24, we're talking about fundamental reproductive health care rights. I would encourage us to be more authentic in our language and call it fundamental abortion rights. That's what everybody's come to the well to talk about, rights for an abortion. Twelfth item. On page 4, if you look at lines 26 and 27, what it says today is every individual has a fundamental right to make decisions about the individual's reproductive health care, including the fundamental right to use or refuse conception. This is something that's really confusing for me, and perhaps the bill sponsor or some of the proponents can let me know again why we are all of a sudden concerned that there's a movement nationally that is taking away the fundamental right for an individual to refuse contraception. I don't want a vasectomy. What? The movement nationally, that's going to tell me that's unacceptable. Where a woman has said, I don't want to be on oral contraceptives. And there's some nefarious movement afoot that's going to say, you're refusing contraception? But that's what's in the bill. We're explaining in an abortion bill that the individual has a fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. This is very confusing for me because that's not what this bill is talking about. This bill is talking about every individual, according to the proponents, having a fundamental right to make decisions as to whether to have an abortion. That's what I heard at the well today. And if that's what you're really saying, then let's put the language in the bill. The new fundamental abortion rights would state that every individual has a fundamental right to make decisions about whether to have an abortion. I don't agree with that, but I at least think we're being extremely truthful with the citizens of Colorado, with the help of the language. The 13th point, if you look on page 5, lines 9 and 10, again, a public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception, or, back to what we're talking about in this bill, to continue a pregnancy and give birth, or to have an abortion. So, why would we want to, again, confuse the issue about the Supreme Court potentially making a change nationally, or the state all of a sudden making this radical change to where we are not going to allow our individuals their fundamental right of refusing contraception if they don't want to use it, or to use it. They would like to use it because apparently that's going on in the country today. There's a big national movement telling people you can't use oral contraceptives, you can't have a tubal ligation. I'm not aware of any. I haven't heard anybody come to the well today say we've got to stop this crazy radical movement where folks aren't able to have tubal ligations any longer or to use a diaphragm. If you're as confused as I am about why this is important in an abortion bill, I would encourage you to accept Amendment L080, which would simply strike out this sort of non sequitur here around contraception in an abortion bill. Fourteenth point, on page 5, lines 25 and 26. Talked a lot about this today already. Nothing in this Part 4 may be construed to authorize a public entity an individual's fundamental rights relating to reproductive health care. I'm not aware of any public entity burdening an individual to get proper prenatal care. What government agency or prison has stepped in to say, we really want you to turn down your prenatal care. We really want you to turn down your perinatal care. Stop taking those prenatal vitamins. Let's strike that. Say nothing in this Part 4 may be construed to authorize a public entity to burden an individual's fundamental right to access an abortion. Because that's what we've been talking about today. So, I apologize. I'm going to have you jump around a little bit, because line 14, the 15th point, I should say, moves us to a couple of different places. One would be on page 2, line 7, where we're discussing impending federal court cases, including Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, United States Supreme Court docket number 19-1392, jeopardizes access to legal abortion care for tens of millions of people. I believe, if I've heard my colleagues correctly here at the well, we're concerned about jeopardizing access to legal abortions. So I would encourage us to make that change. On page 3, line 2, rural populations face limited access to primary care, including abortion care. First of all, I think this is factually incorrect. Again, I'm not a doctor, but I'm not aware of an abortion being considered part of primary care. But if you'd like it in there, I'm not proposing you change the language. I'm just, not change the conceptual language. I'm proposing that we be clear and say that it's including abortions. On line 7, Colorado has strong history, page 3, line 8. Colorado was the first state to decriminalize abortion care. We were the first state to decriminalize abortions. Line 13, despite repeated rejects of attacks on abortion care, if I've heard you correctly at the well, despite repeated rejections of attacks on abortions. And line 17, Colorado voters have demonstrated that they trust individuals to make their own ethical decisions about abortions. Because that's what we've been hearing today. Last point, colleagues. If we go to page 1, a bill for an act concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to access abortions free from government interference. Virtually every proponent that I've heard come to the well today has talked about their concern to make sure that no matter what happens in the Supreme Court, no matter what happens to the legislature in Colorado, despite what happened in other states, there's a concern to make sure that a person has this fundamental right to access abortions. So I think the bill sponsor will agree I'm not proposing that you make changes to the petition clause, the safety clause, notifying parents when a person can receive an abortion. It's just to use language that, in my opinion, is more authentic. It's telling people what you really want to do, as I've heard it today. I think it would continue to demonstrate to me and to a lot of us that oppose this legislation that you're just really being genuine with the topic. I would appreciate that and would ask for your aye vote on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's all right.
Citizens of Colorado, they changed seats. Didn't. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smallwood. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. Reproductive health care encompasses so many different aspects of healthcare. And even if opponents of this measure wish it were not so, abortion is reproductive health care. Abortion is healthcare. It doesn't surprise me that opponents of this measure are not aware of the proper medical terms, are not aware that medical providers who are doctors use the words abortion care, because they do. It doesn't surprise me that opponents of the measure are not aware of that. It's unfortunate that they're not aware of that, because it shows a little bit of disconnect to the issue that we're talking about and the people that it impacts and the people who provide this essential care. I think if they were a little bit more aware of how people are currently talking about and dealing with these healthcare provisions, it might influence the way they look at the issue.
Senator Danielson, just want to let you know you are getting dangerously close to impugning the motives.
Not one of my colleagues. I said an opponent of the measure, which I've heard from a number of in my district and across the state. So what I'm saying is that anyone who opposes the bill, who is unaware that these terms accurately describe the procedures that we're talking about, it's not surprising to me, but it's unfortunate. Abortion is health care. And if you do listen to the doctors who provide reproductive health care, they say the same thing. At the top of the page on ACOG's website, which for those of you who are not aware of it, it stands for the American College of Gynecology. These are gynecologists who provide reproductive health care. And the label that explains their policy and access to these procedures is literally titled abortion care. So the doctors who do provide reproductive health care for the citizens across the state refer to abortion care as abortion care. And for those who are unaware that other things are being attacked in these policies that are being proposed across the country, I really want to highlight that it is real that there are other reproductive health care procedures and access points that are being cut off by these proposed measures across the country. So in various states at various times, there have been proposals to ban abortion at any stage in the pregnancy for any reason. Yes, but also access to birth control, including the morning after pill, oral contraception. And some of the attacks on abortion care do impact other aspects of reproductive health care. Again, for those who are unaware, many of the abortion bans across the state and across the country that have been proposed in the past and are currently in front of legislatures would impact a woman's ability to access quality miscarriage care after a wanted pregnancy had ended. And again, I think this kind of disconnect from the kind of healthcare that we're talking about is evident and is problematic when there are proposals across the country that ban abortions, and those same proposals have the perhaps unintended consequence of impacting a woman's safe access to care following a miscarriage. That's a problem. And if folks are not aware that that is a consequence of this kind of policy, they should really become more aware of it, because that is the kind of thing that has a devastating impact on families who are trying for a wanted pregnancy. So we cannot strike the word reproductive health care from places in the bill that maybe some would like to separate from abortion, because reproductive health care encompasses everything, including abortion, yes, but lots of other aspects of reproductive health care. And there are bans that have passed and that will be proposed that would negatively impact a woman's ability to prevent pregnancy, to access contraception, to get the morning after pill, and even for other things, like I mentioned, such as an ability to get treatment following a miscarriage. So it is inaccurate to say that this bill is only about abortion access and that we can separate that from reproductive health care, because they are all part of reproductive health care. In fact, like I said, on ACOG's website, when it comes to their policy on abortion care, the first sentence of the statement says, abortion is an essential component of women's health care, period. So I understand that there may be confusion from folks across the state who oppose the measure, But we cannot accept this amendment because it would be medically inaccurate. It would open up the possibility for these kinds of dangerous policies to pass that may have unintended consequences like I described. And if we try to eliminate the words reproductive health care, where it might be more convenient for some, you would be opening up the state for the possibility of policies that attack other reproductive health care provisions. So for those reasons, I would strongly urge a no vote on this amendment, and I appreciate your time.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand and rise in support of Amendment L080. And I wanted to touch base a little bit. I do think the reference to reproductive health care in the bill is actually duplicative. I touched on this a little bit whenever that was, this morning, I think, when we started this conversation. But we just last session passed a bill, Senate Bill 21-009, the title of the bill, concerning the creation of a reproductive health care program, and in connection therewith, providing contraceptive methods and counseling services to participants and making an appropriation. We appropriated over $4 million to stand up the reproductive health care program for this fiscal year, 21 and 22. And I might add, that bill included a petition clause on it. But I wanted to just touch base a little bit, and again, speaking to the amendment and the ability to remove the reproductive health care reference in the bill, and again, for me, it's duplicative. In the bill from last year, in 21-009 in the legislative declaration, 45% of all pregnancies in the United States are unintended, with greater proportions among adolescents, young people, racial and ethnic minorities, and those with lower levels of education and income. Approximately half of unintended pregnancies are among people who were not using contraception at the time they became pregnant. 50% of Latina pregnancies are unintended, and Latina youth experience pregnancy at roughly twice the rate of their white counterparts. In addition to increasing the risk of poor maternal and infant outcomes, unintended pregnancies in 2010 resulted in $21 billion in federal health care expenditures. Family planning services and supplies comprise only a fraction, less than 1%, actually less than 0.1%, 0.03% of the overall Medicaid program expenditures. Oral contraceptives reduce unintended pregnancies and save taxpayers billions of dollars in healthcare expenditures. In 2013, the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention published the U.S. Selected Practice Recommendations for Contraceptive Use, adapted from evidence-based guidance developed by the World Health Organization to be used by policymakers, program managers, and the scientific community when developing family planning guidance at any level. I was trying to highlight the effort we went through to identify the need and the necessity for standing up a reproductive health care program, which we did last year. Bless you, yes. A couple of points of interest. The bill from last year said on or after January 1st of this year, the State Department shall administer a reproductive health care program referred to in this section as a program that, among other things, provides contraceptive methods and counseling services to participants. Upon the participant's initial and follow-up visits to the participant's provider, and unless the participant requests a shorter period of time, the program shall comply with the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's selected practice recommendations for contraceptive use by ensuring the participant is offered at least a 1-year supply of either. So again, we've gone through this exhaustive effort last year to develop a reproductive health program. The bill before you this year, 1279, again, attempts to redefine the reproductive health care program that we've just established. And instead, to my good colleague from Douglas County, is really about abortion. We should characterize it that way.
Beginning in the fiscal year 23-24, the State Department shall analyze and report the cost effectiveness of the program to the public through an annual hearing pursuant to the SMART Act. And they need to report the total number of eligible individuals, the total number of participants enrolled in the program, disaggregated by race, ethnicity, gender identity, and income level. I found it interesting through this legislative declaration and the language in the bill, contrary to what's in 1279, rural parts of Colorado are not disproportionately affected or impacted by a reproductive health program. So I just wanted to highlight to the body again, I do think we've taken those steps. There isn't an abundance of pressure in the state of Colorado to eliminate or reduce a person's right to reproductive health care. We've actually gone to exhaustive efforts to make sure that isn't the case, and I encourage support and an aye vote for Amendment L080. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Simpson. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L080. We're all familiar with the Overton window, how you move society's perception around an issue over time by kind of eating the, boy, I'm going to really come up with a really bad mixed metaphor here, by eating the loaf of bologna one slice at a time. You just keep moving the language further and further away from what it was. This amendment speaks to that, and it chases, I think it insightfully gets at an issue we've been chasing all day. And that's this effort to move the Overton window on this whole question. First thing we do is we claim a crisis. It doesn't exist in Colorado. And it's a potential of a change at a federal level that may or may not have an effect here. And then we write a law that's dramatically broad and sweeping in what it does, much broader than the existing law that we have with regard to the issue. Then we bring in all sorts of languages that are new languages that sound a little bit softer, a little bit nicer, a little bit less threatening. And we walk away from the hard, cold fact of what the conversation is really about. Well, this bill, or this amendment to the bill, simply comes back and says, let's just call it for what it is. You know, we put all sorts of laws around lending agencies. There's truth in lending laws. There's all sorts of accountability for the automobile dealers as they sell the things they must disclose. The reality is, we got to have a truth in legislating law that says, talk about what you're talking about. And that's what this amendment does. So the bill is overly broad, and we've discussed that. We said it's so broad that the right reserved to the people to petition and seek redress on something should be preserved. That was shot down. We said this changes because of some of the language again. It's that moving that Overton window. This changes potentially the parental notification around this issue that's so important to the cohesion and protection of a family. And that amendment that simply said, yeah, we honestly don't want to do that. And frankly, both sponsors said they don't want to do that. They don't want to intrude on parental notification, but they wouldn't put the language in the bill to make it clear in the bill because of this moving the language issue confuses it, makes it in fact uncertain what may and may not come out of a court of law through the adversarial process about a potential claim for what somebody said or didn't say, a notification that was made or wasn't made. This is this preemptive strike, an effort to change things in advance of an expected or anticipated change. It does not, however, this bill does not protect the status quo ante. It doesn't say, just keep it the way it is. It would be probably a whole lot easier for a lot of people to understand and accept if it did just say that, keep it the way it is. Instead, it changes everything. This amendment, L080, seeks to keep all of this new language that's being offered up. It seeks to keep that language clear. When we say reproductive health care, when we really mean abortion, the bill should say abortion. And the fact is that this bill is drafted, absent any number of significant amendments, creates a new reality around this whole subject as well. So I urge your support of Amendment L080 simply to keep the conversation square about what we're actually talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You always have to check and make sure they didn't change the chair's sex on you while you were...
Thank you, Senator Lundin. The comment about a loaf of bologna did skate dangerously close to impugning the motives of your senators, but we'll allow it for now. Thank you, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the senator from Wheat Ridge joining in on the conversation and sharing her opinion. I find it, again, a bit insulting for those of us who've worked in our state on so many of these items listed under reproductive health care. The strides that have been made by my colleagues in this room. I haven't been on board probably with every single one, but sure a whole lot of them when it comes to family planning, contraceptive care, prenatal care, postnatal care, delivery care, treatment for sexually transmitted diseases, treatment for cancers. My point is simple, and I'll just restate it for the record. If you feel like you want to own semantics, then be my guest to try, but that's not what this bill is about. That might be a discussion, a conversation for a different day. What we're talking about today is an abortion bill and access to abortion. And I would simply encourage my colleagues to use the clearest language that we can and not try to amalgamate these things that we've made great strides with and proclaim that there's an attack on them. That's my concern. Commingling these phrases, I don't think gets us to a more authentic conversation. And that's the point I'm trying to make with this amendment. Let's be honest with the citizens of Colorado. You've been honest at the well. No offense to the senator from Wheat Ridge. I haven't heard any of my colleagues come down and talk about access to abortion care. Today we've been talking about abortions, and that's okay. Let's continue to do that, including using the language in the bill suggested by Amendment 80, and I'd ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the senator from Douglas County and his conversation about language, because words do matter. And to be clear, in addition to the comments from the ACOG, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, who testified in support of the bill, submitted written comments in support of the bill, and actually in their written statements clearly stated that abortion care is reproductive health care. That language that we drafted in House Bill 22-1279 was intentional. You'll see in the definition itself where L80 would strike the definition of reproductive health care altogether, we were intentional in how we drafted that definition, and actually based a lot of this of the definition itself based on the World Health Organization and its definitions. You'll see that given the two cases that are pending right now at the U.S. Supreme Court, that are threatening to undermine, or if not completely invalidate, Roe v. Wade. If Roe v. Wade were to fall, there would be nothing there would be no Supreme Court precedent. Well, let me say it this way, actually. Griswold v. Connecticut set the legal standard for contraception, or access to contraception under the right to privacy. And in a world in which Roe v. Wade were to fall, there would be nothing to actually protect access to contraception. Which is why, again, speaking about intention, we were quite intentional when we clarified that on page 4, lines 25 through 27, that every individual has a fundamental right to make decisions about the individual's reproductive health care, including the fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. Then turning to page 5, lines 1 through 3, a pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue a pregnancy and give birth or have an abortion, and to make decisions about how to exercise that right. L80 providers themselves, it's not been borne out in testimony or debate. I ask for a no vote on L80. Thank you, colleagues.
Is there any further discussion of L80? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L80. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it, and L80 is lost. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still rise in opposition to this bill. And, you know, we all love transparency until we don't, until it doesn't fit our narrative, until we say, hey, we don't want the truth to be known. We don't want the people to really understand what a bill is about. You know, just look at the title to this bill. The reproduction health care. We've already determined and decided that it's not about that. Again, let's be transparent. Let's start with the definition of abortion. I'll read it. Abortion means any medical procedure, instrument, agent, or drug used to terminate the pregnancy of an individual known or reasonably believed to be pregnant with an intention other than to increase the probability of a live birth. You know what? We've sanitized that. We've sugarcoated it. It's not transparent. This is an attempt to make something that's really horrific into something clean. So, I'm going to tell you what the medical procedure is for an abortion. Now, this is where if you're watching TV or going to a movie, you might get a disclaimer that says parental discretion advised. And for those that are confused, that's parental notification. They're notifying the parents that what they're about to hear or see could be disturbing. But we already talked about those amendments, and those died. So I think it's important for people to know what actually happens during an abortion. Surgical first trimester abortion is a suction dilation and curettage, a D&C. After dilating the cervix, a suction curette is inserted into the uterus to remove the baby and placenta with a force 10 to 20 times that of a household vacuum. The baby is pulled apart as it is suctioned. A sharp curette may be used to try to be sure no placenta or baby parts are left in the uterus, called an incomplete abortion. Dilation and evacuation, a D&E abortion, are done from 14 weeks to 22 to 24 weeks. After the cervix is dilated, a suction claret is placed into the uterus to remove the fluid. A sulfur ovum forceps, which has 2 rows of teeth on each side for grasping, is inserted into the uterus, grasping a part of the baby, removing it, and repeating until all baby parts are removed. Each part is collected to account for the baby's parts. The head is the most difficult to remove and must be crushed to decrease the size for removal. The suction cannula or sharp curette is then inserted to remove the placenta and remaining body fragments. Oh, it gets even better. After 22 to 24 weeks, an abortion is inducted of labor after causing the death of the baby, typically by injecting into the baby a toxic dose of dioxin, a drug normally used to treat heart disease. It may take many hours for the baby to die, and the woman may be told to expect very vigorous kicks from the baby. Dioxin toxicity causes nausea, vomiting, dizziness, confusion, anxiety, hallucinations, palpitations, and weakness. If the ultrasound of the next day shows the baby is still alive after all that, it's repeated. Induction may be done with medication and takes 2 to 4 days. Forceps or other instruments may be required to deliver the baby. That's what an abortion is. It's not health care. It's not reproductive health care. It's ripping a baby out limb by limb. It's horrific. You know, I said we sanitized it. We sanitized abortion. And let me tell you what sanitize means. It's an attempt to make clean or hygienic, disinfect it. Yeah, let's disinfect that unborn baby. Sanitize also means made more palatable by removal of elements that are likely to be unacceptable or controversial. Again, this bill sugarcoats. It's trying to make itself clean. And that just is not possible. So, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L089?
L089 by Senator Cook, amend re-engross bill, page 4, select lines 8 through 11, renumber succeeding subsections accordingly. Page 4, after line 23, insert 5. Surgical abortion means A, for the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. Section dilation curettage, also known as a DNC. After dilating the cervix, a suction curette is inserted into the uterus to remove the baby and placenta. The baby is pulled apart as it is suctioned. A sharp curette may be used to ensure no placenta or baby parts are left in the uterus and may result in what is called an incomplete abortion. B, from 14 to 24 weeks of pregnancy, a dilation and evacuation, also known as D&E. After the cervix is dilated, suction curette is placed in the uterus to remove amniotic fluid. So for ovum forceps, would have 2 rows of teeth on each side for grasping, or inserted into the uterus, grasp a part of the baby and remove it, and this is repeated until the baby parts are removed. Each part is collected to. For all the baby parts, the head must be crushed to decrease the size for removal, the section cannula or sharp curette is then inserted to remove the placenta and remaining baby fragments. See, after 24 weeks of pregnancy, an abortion is an induced labor after causing the death of the baby. Typically, this occurs by injecting into the baby or amniotic fluid a toxic dose of digoxin, a drug normally used to treat heart disease. It may take many hours for the baby to die, and a woman may be told to expect very vigorous kicking from the baby. Digoxin toxicity causes nausea, vomiting, dizziness, confusion, anxiety, hallucination, palpitations, and weakness. If an ultrasound the next day shows the baby is alive, digoxin is repeated. Induction may be done with the medication misappropriating or sometimes pitocin, and takes 2 to 4 days to complete. Forceps or other instruments may be required to deliver to baby. Stripe and substitute a surgical on page 5, lines 2 and 11.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L089.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And normally I know the practice is to raise your hand once the reader starts, but I thought this amendment was too important to do that. In case some people weren't listening to hear exactly what happens to a baby inside the womb, I thought everybody should hear what happens. I thought everybody should know that we should be transparent. So this amendment does away with the current definition of abortion and replaces it with what actually happens. Let's be brave enough, if we're going to vote for this, let's be brave enough to call it what it is. To say that an abortion is ripping babies apart limb by limb, crushing their heads, injecting toxins into their bodies. Let's be open with the public. If you're proud of the vote for this, you should want it. So I'd ask for an I vote on 089.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment effectively changes on page 5 at lines 2 and 11. Currently, those lines refer to an abortion. But the amendment changes it to a surgical abortion. Now, presumably, we're not trying to protect a woman's right to a back alley abortion, as I think they're referred to. We're not trying to protect a woman's right to some other process or procedure. We're talking about a surgical abortion. But when you do that, it leaves one in a dilemma of we must define the statute, or we must define the terms we use. And in doing so, it turns out that there are 3 different versions of a surgical abortion. And I won't reread them for you. I just encourage you to read them. Particularly the procedure for after 24 weeks, because what is most striking about after 24 weeks is really what the process requires is the injection of typically digoxin into the fetus, unborn child. Oh, I think they say the baby. to assure that it no longer lives. Because if this were done to you and me, that would cause nausea, vomiting, dizziness, confusion, anxiety, hallucination, palpitations, and weakness. And then to induce a delivery. A regular delivery. It's a forced miscarriage. It's a forced miscarriage. Which brings us full circle to when will we afford rights to this life such that if this was done after the delivery, it would be called murder. I confess, I always have, when these debates come, I have mixed feelings about these descriptions and whether they're effective and whether they are persuasive. But if we're going to protect the procedure, we ought to know what the procedure is. I encourage your support for L089. I, at the very least, encourage your reading of L089. Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to speak to L089 that our good colleague from Weld County moved and had read at length. I was out of the chamber, but I was listening in. And I'm sure many others around the state of Colorado are listening in. And this amendment brings to all of us the gravity of what we're debating at this late moment on a Tuesday evening in the state of Colorado. Let's not sugarcoat what this bill is about. This amendment, which is meant for transparency, and I applaud the member for bringing it, should never let us forget that this bill is about, in my opinion, a matter of life and death. Good senator from Douglas County talked about other faiths and their perspective on when life begins. We have modern science that can show, you know, it's been a while since we've been and had a child, but the, what's it called where they go over the belly and ultrasound, thank you. Ultrasound. On a side note, my wife peeked at one of our children and asked the ultrasound technician what the sex was, and we had an agreement not to do that, but she told me later on she couldn't keep a secret. But I highly recommend in keeping it a secret till the birth, because it adds so much more joy to the day. Anyway, the modern technology of ultrasound has brought to light the vibrance and joy and the humanity of children in the womb. The Bible talks about leaping in the womb when Jesus and John were both in utero. Many of you probably don't know this, but back in Roman times, it was traditional for post-birth abortion to be basically legal until 1 year after birth. What they would do, and I know this is abhorrent to us in this modern day, is it was legal to take a child that you deemed that you did not want anymore and set them on top of a hill and to let the wild animals come after them. That is what they did 2,000 years ago. And in this modern age, we would never allow that. We would see it as abhorrent as it is. I see this amendment as shedding light on what we are doing as a society, what we're endeavoring to allow in the state of Colorado, based on what may or may not happen at the federal level from a court case that's almost 50 years old. D and C. Dilation and curib tug. I'm not pronouncing my Greek very well. 10 to 20 times the suction of a vacuum. As I heard the good senator from Will County say, crushing the skull. As a father of 4 and a father who with his wife has lost 5 other pregnancies, one of which we know is a boy, this is so painful for all involved. I can't imagine how anyone does not accept that life begins at conception, but that, again, is my perspective. I ask for an aye vote on L089.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L089. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, about abortion. I don't know if you realize it or not, but abortion has its roots in racism. The founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, believed in eugenics. She believed the unfit shouldn't live. Her promotion of birth control greatly intersected with her support of eugenics. Sanger defended her proposal of abortions, and now this is her words in 1938, as the Negro Project. This is her words again. The mass of Negroes, that's so offensive, I'll just say black.
Senator Cook, if you could keep your comments to the bill, it would be appreciated, please.
I can't understand you, I'm sorry.
If you could keep your comments to the bill.
This is about abortion, Mr. Chair, and what I'm talking about is abortion, and this bill is about abortion. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Because abortion is racist. We hear about that all the time down here. Today, abortion is used to abort babies based on sex, based on race, disabilities. And I believe that is to the bill, Mr. Chair. According to Planned Parenthood, their Guttmacher Institute, in the United States, the abortion rate for black women is almost 5 times that for white women. The Institute in 2014, a year when black women only accounted for about 13% of the U.S. population, they made up 20% of those having abortions. Each year in New York City, more black babies are aborted than born. So we see the roots of abortion back in the 30s with the founder of Planned Parenthood, the #1 organization that wants to kill babies, to today. So I have Amendment 1279.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Oh, 8.3. What do I do?
8-3.
Yes, yes.
Amendment L03 by
Will the
Senator.
clerk, sorry, will the clerk please read L083? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L083.
To the amendment.
What this does, it says that you cannot terminate the pregnancy on the basis of ethnicity of the fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus. So basically, you can't just go in and say, I want to abort the baby based on its race or ethnicity. And I ask for an aye vote.
Being no further discussion. Oh. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Which one is it?
I to urge a no vote on this amendment and really somewhat taken back that notion that are based on race. To me, that's very offensive. Racism can be noted back to times of slavery. And there was a historian woman, Sojourner Truth, who said often, ain't I a woman? She gave birth to 13 kids. They weren't aborted, they were stolen. And they were sold off so that someone could have someone pick their crops for harvest. So their racism to abortion is inappropriate. In fact, it's shameful and it's disgraceful.
Thank you.
I know what racism is. And to say it is based on, the ethnicity and the race and the gender, I mean, this is getting really far-fetched. And we're denying the basic protections that we're trying to offer women as it relates to gender equality. And now we're trying to reduce the conversation about abortions to racism. We know that it's about cruelty of Black girls and boys. They didn't get a chance, they were sold off. They were sold. And they left that mother grieving. She never had a chance to care for her child. Here we are in 2022, and we're trying to insinuate that abortion is compared to racism. That's really far-fetched. I'm a Black woman, and I know what racism looks like. It has nothing to do with abortion. Racism has to do with discrimination based on your gender, based on your ethnicity, based on your economic status, or maybe your sexual orientation, or maybe your disability. Racism can look like the lack of access to health care, being told that you have to be forced into motherhood when you don't have the economics to grow your family. Remember, this is just be clear about racism, what racism is. Google it. You won't find the word abortion tied to racism. To vote no on this amendment. It has no merit to this bill and what we're trying to do as it relates to gender equality. This is about gender equality. For women to have the right to determine the destiny of their future and the lives of who they decide to bring into the world. It has nothing to do with racism.
Thank you, Senator Fields. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I listened to the discussions over in the House regarding this bill, and we knew that the Negro Project was going to be brought up tonight because it was brought up in the House too. I was hoping it wouldn't happen tonight. I was hoping that there would be more sensitivity tonight. This is so offensive. Slaves didn't have a choice. Their babies were either killed or stolen. They didn't have a choice. If you wanted a shock factor, those listening in, well, we got our shock factor tonight. And it's hurtful, and it's inappropriate. And if you're looking for shock value to get people to vote no on this bill, that's okay. But Senator Cook, we're friends, and I'm hurt. So I'm asking you to vote no on this amendment. Let's have some decency. Let's have some compassion. This is not the way to object to this bill. Let's not use shock value. And I can't believe how fast my heart is beating right now. Because I never thought it would come to this. And this type of intellectual, I thought, conversation about a bill. We're talking about choice. We don't need shock and awe here. We need compassion and understanding. And the Negro Project was brought together by a very conservative group of people. I've done my homework. I was hoping I wouldn't have to come up here and talk about this tonight. The intellectual side of me wants to say more, but I think I've said enough. So please vote no on this amendment and just understand how Senator Fields and I feel right now, and how Senator Coleman's wife and his family would feel right now.
Thank you, Senator Buckner. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of things. I'm not the one that said this was racist. That was the Planned Parenthood. I was reading what they said from their Guttmacher Institute. They're the ones that were talking about the statistics. And I agree with everything the good senator from Aurora said. This amendment does the opposite. It's protecting people because of their race. It's protecting those babies because of the race. Again, Planned Parenthood is the one that I quoted. Wasn't me. I just repeated it. I'm sorry if it's hurtful. But we can't ignore the numbers. We can't ignore what Planned Parenthood said regarding race. And I think you're absolutely right, the good senator from Aurora. I think it is disgusting to have an abortion based on somebody's race. And again, this amendment protects the lives of those children. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
The reason this strikes a nerve is because women of color, and particularly Black women, have not always been seen, one, as full human beings, or two, as human beings worthy of making decisions about our own bodies that can and should be respected. The reason this strikes a nerve, and that I'm speaking so slowly so you can't hear the tremble in my voice, which is not sadness, but actually rage. Is because we're playing fast and loose with ideas of racism, charges of racism, and discrimination. So maybe the good senator from Weld County, knowing the flag he has on his desk, would care to be reminded about the ways in which this country has treated not only Black women, but the fact that between the 1930s through the 1970s, because Puerto Rican women were deemed socially unfit, incapable of making decisions about our own bodies, 1/3 of the female population of Puerto Rico was sterilized. The highest sterilization rate in the world. That Mexican American women were also sterilized here in the United States. This is not just the history of slavery. This is not some far-off history. This has happened to our grandmothers, to our ancianas, to our elders. I'll stop there.
The question before the body is the adoption of L083. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1279? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would offer for consideration and move Amendment L077. Sorry. I think there's an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L077?
L077 by Senator Simpson, amend re-engross
Senator
bill page.
Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L077.
Do the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to read the amendment. On page 5, after line 17, insert paragraph C, notwithstanding any other provision in this Part 4, a public entity or an entity that receives public funding shall continue to comply with Section 50 of Article 5 of the Colorado Constitution, which states, no public funds shall be used by the state of Colorado, its agencies, or political subdivisions to pay or otherwise reimburse, either directly or indirectly, any person, agency, or facility for the performance of any induced abortion, provided, however, that the General Assembly, by specific bill, may authorize and appropriate funds to be used for those medical services necessary to prevent the death of either a pregnant woman or her unborn child under circumstances where every reasonable effort is made to preserve the life of each. This is another effort, I think, to seek clarity and thinking about some discussions we had probably less than 10 days ago about an abundance of caution where language is included in a bill. This is another effort to assure that we comply with Colorado Constitution. And some question about, again, trying to clarify that in the body of the bill on page 5, a public entity shall not deny, restrict, interfere with, or discriminate against an individual's fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. Trying to make sure there's some ambiguity, I think, around what does interfere mean. And the amendment is an effort, again, to provide clarity and assurance about the intent of the Colorado Constitution. And I ask for support and an aye vote on Amendment 77.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of L077, and members, you know I am a student of our state constitution. It is a fascinating, evolving book, not a document. Showed this morning on that extended moment of personal privilege the entirety of our state constitution, just so people understand that might not have been watching. That is our state constitution in our statute books. It's about 2 inches thick. And in comparison, the United States Constitution is that thick. So if we turn to Article 5, Section 50, of course, Article 5 is the legislative department. I've said before, I wish it said branch, but apparently in 1876, the word department is what the people of Colorado decided they wanted there. We have the executive department, the legislative department, the judicial department. Again, I wish it said branch. It kind of equates us to the Colorado Department of Revenue or any other department. I don't really like that because we're a separate and co-equal branch of government. But here in Article 5, defining the authority, the responsibilities, the restrictions, the privileges of the legislative department, Section 50 has been in our state constitution since January 1st, 1985. So this language in L077 isn't inventing the language, it is literally quoting language that has been in our state constitution since 1985, and as the good senator from Alamosa indicated by reading L077, I just want to make sure that everybody understands these words are in our state constitution. Section 50, public funding of abortion forbidden. No public funds shall be used by the state of Colorado, its agencies, or political subdivisions to pay for or otherwise reimburse, either directly or indirectly, any person, agency, or facility for the performance of any induced abortion, provided, however, that the General Assembly, by specific bill, may authorize appropriate funds to be used for the medical services necessary to prevent the death of either a pregnant woman or her unborn child, under circumstances where every reasonable effort is made to preserve the life of each. We need to make sure that House Bill 1279, if it is indeed passed and becomes law, points to that. Now, I know everyone here in the Senate chamber who has taken an oath to uphold the Constitution, of course, has read the entire Colorado Constitution. At least I hope so. The first day of your service here in the chamber, the Chief Justice of the State Supreme Court is guided in by our wonderful Senate Sergeant. Brought down here, we are invited to raise our right hand. Some put the other hand on a Bible, and we recite an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution and this long, complex book that is the Colorado Constitution. So, I trust that everyone who's taken that oath was aware that Article 5, Section 50 has been there since 1985. None of us have served here since 1985. Because of term limits, we didn't get anywhere close. So just in case maybe a member has forgotten what he or she might have read before taking that oath, Section 50, Article 5, Section 50 has been there since 1985. I would ask for your support for L077 because, again, literally it just recites our state constitution in the bill that you were proposing to make law. All laws are based on the U.S. Constitution and then the state constitution, the Constitution of Colorado. So all of the laws in those red books back there with the black letters on white paper, all of those laws need to comply with our state constitution, which then has to comply with the U.S. Constitution. So any reason to vote against L077? Not that I can think of, because it literally doesn't do anything other than reiterate what's in the Constitution that we've all sworn to uphold. Ask for an aye vote on L077.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a title ruling on this amendment.
A title ruling has been requested. The Senate will stand in the senatorial 5. The Senate will come out of recess. The chair rules that Amendment 77 does not fit under the title. Further discussion. Senator Lundin, good evening.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Give us just a second, Senator. Thank you. As foretold by the good senator, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L078?
Amendment L078 by Senator Lundin, amend reading gross bill, page 5, after line 26, inserts 3, nothing in this part 4 shall be construed to prevent a criminal prosecution pursuant to Article 3.5 of Title 18.
Senator Lundin, please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam President Pro Tem. This amendment goes to the heart of protecting women's rights, and there's an element of the law that is adjacent to the law we're debating or discussing right now that speaks very, very directly.
Senator Lundin, my mistake. I didn't catch you not moving it. My apologies. Will you move it in then?
Well, let me go so far as to risk saying it was not your mistake, it was my mistake. I did not move the amendment. I moved Amendment L078, and I appreciate the President Pro Tem's graciousness. So having moved the amendment, let me go back to what I'm talking about. It's about protecting women's rights by making sure, and we bumped up against this previously, where this bill is so broad that it begins to intrude and create confusions around places where there may be existing rights, responsibilities, opportunities, privileges in statute that this bill, because of its breadth and nature, intrudes upon. This particular piece is connects up with the part of the bill, page 5, line 5, the derivative rights under the law. Now, the full sentence is a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. What happens in Title 18, Article 3.5, it's about offenses against pregnant women. Now, I can go into great detail and I can read through. There are a number of places that protect and provide and, quite frankly, allow for abortion, etc. But they also protect the rights of a woman who's pregnant, and those rights not only include her specific direct rights, but the derivative rights she has in carrying the child, the fetus within her, the child within her. So you remember the case a while back where a crazy woman, I mean, it was absolutely insane. A woman attacked another woman and tried to cut the baby out of her belly. Well, that under Title 18, 3.5 is in fact an offense against a pregnant woman. Now, the definitions in this particular title are definitions you would be familiar with. It starts out, and they're the sort of language we would expect to see and hear in the protection of women, and quite frankly, in protection of any individual. The first definition is consent, and it says consent is the same meaning as provided in Section 18.1.505. So we flip to 18.1.505 and read about consent. The consent of the victim to conduct charged to constitute an offense or the result thereof is not a defense unless the consent negatives an element of the offense or precludes the infliction of harm or the evil sought to be prevented by the law defining the offense. Now, I'm going to take a parenthetical moment here because I think I just found a copy editing issue in the statutes. Is that possible? I'm going to reread the sentence, and the active word I'm asking about is negatives here. I'm honestly, I'm just trying to figure out the consent of the victim to conduct or conduct charged to constitute an offense or the result thereof is not a defense unless the consent, I would say, negates an element of the offense or precludes the infliction of the harm or the evil sought to be prevented by the law defining the offense. I'm on page, where are we at? This is 18.1.505, Title 18, page 89.
I appreciate you guys' astuteness, but I don't know if we need to do
Fair enough.
bill revising.
We'll call that out. We'll put a pin in that for the folks down in Legislative Legal Services and say, hey, that sentence doesn't make sense as written, maybe you could help us out. But I will move on with the presentation of the bill. So, next definition, intentionally or with intent has the same meaning as it provided in section 18.1.501. And I could walk through and will, with the chair's discretion, walk through some of these definitions, but the real piece I want to get to is all of these identifications of unlawful terminations of pregnancies. The case, a person commits the offense of an unlawful termination of pregnancy in the first degree if, with the intent to terminate unlawful pregnancy of a woman, the person unlawfully terminates the woman's pregnancy. 2, unlawful termination of pregnancy in the first degree is a Class 3 felony, but is a Class 2 felony if the woman also dies as a result of the unlawful termination of the pregnancy. A defendant convicted pursuant to subsection 1 in this section shall be sentenced by the court in accordance with the provisions of section 18.1.3.406. So then we move to unlawful termination of pregnancy in the second degree. A person commits the offense of unlawful termination of pregnancy in the second degree if the person knowingly causes the unlawful termination of the pregnancy of a woman. 2A, except as otherwise provided in paragraph B of this subsection 2, unlawful termination of the pregnancy in the second degree is a Class 4 felony. If the unlawful termination of pregnancy in the second degree is committed under circumstances where the act causing the unlawful termination of pregnancy is performed upon a sudden heat of passion caused by a serious and highly provoking act of the intended victim, affecting the person causing the unlawful termination of pregnancy, sufficiently to excite an irresistible passion in a reasonable person, and without an interval between the provocation and the unlawful termination of the pregnancy, sufficient for the voice of reason and humanity to be heard, it's a Class 5 felony. So it's talking about what they would call a crime of passion. A defendant convicted pursuant to this subsection 1 of this section shall be sentenced by the court in accordance with the provisions of section 18.1.3.406. An unlawful termination of pregnancy in the third degree. If a person commits the offense of unlawful termination of pregnancy in the third degree, if under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of the human life, the person knowingly engages in conduct that creates a grave risk of death to another person and thereby causes the unlawful termination of the pregnancy of a woman. Unlawful termination of pregnancy in the third degree is a Class 5 felony. The unlawful termination of pregnancy in the fourth degree is the circumstance under which a person commits the offense of unlawful termination of pregnancy in the fourth degree if the person recklessly causes the unlawful termination of the pregnancy of a woman at such time as the person knew or reasonably should have known that the woman was pregnant. Unlawful termination of pregnancy in the fourth degree is a Class 6 felony. Unlawful termination of pregnancy in the fourth degree by any person is a Class 5 felony if the pregnancy of the woman, other than the participant of the crime, is unlawfully terminated during the commission or attempted commission of a flight from the commission or attempted commission of murder, assault in the first or second degree, robbery, arson, burglary, escape, kidnapping in the first degree, sexual assault in the first or second degree, as such offenses existed prior to July 1st, 2000, or a Class 3 felony sexual assault on a child, but only to the extent the person is a principal in the criminal act or attempted criminal act as described in 18.1.603. Vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy. And these previous ones seem incredibly incidental. They're the sort of thing that you wouldn't expect. It's an individual and another individual in extreme circumstances. You wouldn't think that that is routine. This one, 18.3.5.107, vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy, seems to be a greater threat in my personal opinion. If a person operates or drives a motor vehicle in a reckless manner, and this conduct is the proximate cause of the unlawful termination of the pregnancy of a woman, such person commits vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy. Vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy in violation of subsection 1 of this section is a Class 5 felony. 18.3.5.108, aggravated vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy. So we've got the vehicular with an aggravation going on here. If a person operates or drives a motor vehicle while under the influence of alcohol or one or more drugs, or a combination of both alcohol and one or more drugs, and this conduct is the proximate cause of the unlawful termination of the pregnancy of a woman, such person commits aggravated vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy. This is a strict liability crime, but there is still liability. We were talking earlier today, the legal eagle in the building, or one of our two legal eagles in this body, was talking about cause of action. This would be a liability cause of action. And so let's pause for a second here as I'm walking through all of these potential eventualities, circumstances, where we may unintentionally be removing a right, removing a protection of a woman's rights, specifically as with regard to herself and the child she's carrying. And we do it by the overbroad language in the bill that removes the child's derivative rights.
Senator, I'm sorry, I just got my statute book. Can you catch me up on which one you're at?
Yes, Madam Chair. I am just about to move to the top of page 567 in Title 18.
Thank you much.
And it is 18.3.5.108, and we are now to Section B under subsection 1. As used in subsection sub 1, Roman numeral I, driving under the influence, means driving a vehicle when a person has consumed alcohol or one or more drugs, or a combination of alcohol and one or more drugs, which alcohol alone or one or more drugs alone, or alcohol combined with one or more drugs, affect such person to a degree that such person is substantially incapable, either mentally or physically, or both mentally and physically, of exercising clear judgment, sufficient physical control. And my CPA is calling me. I will just hang that phone call up.
He's telling you that time is money.
He might in fact be saying that. Let's see, where are we at? We're a few weeks prior to April 15th. Surely he and I have time to connect later. Roman numeral 2, one or more drugs, means all substances defined as a drug in section 12.280.103, 16, that's subset 16, and all controlled substances defined in section 18.102, sub 5, and glue sniffing, aerosol inhalation, or the inhalation of any other toxic vapor or vapors as defined in section 18.412. Sub C, the fact that a person charged with a violation of this subsection 1 is or has been entitled to the use of one or more drugs under the laws of the state shall not constitute a defense against any charge of violating this subsection 1. Drink or imbibe carefully. Sub 2, aggravated vehicular unlawful termination of pregnancy in violation of paragraph A of subsection 1 of this section is a class 4 felony. Sub 3, in any prosecution for a violation of subsection 1 of this section, the amount of alcohol in the defendant's blood or breath at the time of commission of the alleged offense or within a reasonable time thereafter, as shown by analysis of the defendant's blood or breath, shall give rise to the following presumptions, and there are 3. A, if there was at such time 0.05 or less grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood, or if there was at such time 0.05 or less grams of alcohol per 210 liters of breath, it shall be presumed that the defendant was not under the influence of alcohol. B, if there was at such time in excess of 0.05 grams but less than 0.08 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood, or if there was at such time in excess of 0.05 grams but less than 0.08 grams of alcohol per 210 liters of breath, such fact may be considered with other competent evidence in determining whether or not the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. C, if there was at such time 0.08 or more grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood, or if there was at such time 0.08 or more grams of alcohol per 210 liters of breath, it shall be presumed that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Sub 4. The limitations of subsection 3 of this section shall not be construed as limiting the introduction, reception, or consideration of any other competent evidence bearing upon the question of whether or not the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. 5, and it has a solo A. I think there is a B. That does make sense. I was about to say the grammarians would object to that, but no.
And
in
a
fact,
C,
there
a
is
D, an E, an F, a G.
There we go. It's like, I'm trying to think of the childhood rhyme where I'm going up the tree. A and B said hi to C. No, I forget the chicka chicka boom boom. That's what it was. Will there be enough room? Does anybody remember that? It's been too long. Oh, no, yes, no. I thought I was getting somebody joining in with me there. All right, we were at
5A.
5A. If a law enforcement officer has probable cause to believe that a person was driving a motor vehicle in violation of paragraph A of subsection 1 of this section, the person, upon the request of the law enforcement officer, shall take and complete and cooperate in completing any tests or tests of the person's blood, breath, saliva, or urine for the purpose of determining the alcohol or drug content within his or her system. The type of test or tests shall be determined by the law enforcement officer requiring the test or tests. If the person refuses to take, complete, or cooperate in the completing of any tests or tests, the test or tests may be performed at the direction of a law enforcement officer having probable cause without the person's authorization or consent. If a person refuses to take, complete, or cooperate in taking or completing any tests or tests, plural, required by this paragraph A, the person shall be subject to license revocation pursuant to the provisions of section 42(2), 126. 3. Colorado Revised Statute. When the test or tests show that the amount of alcohol in a person's blood was in violation of the limits provided in section 42(2), 126, 3 sub A, 3 sub B, 3D, or 3E, CRS, the person shall be subject to license revocation pursuant to the provisions of sections 42(2), 126, CRS. And B, there is the errant B that gives rise to the A. Any person who is required to submit to testing shall cooperate with the person authorized to obtain specimens of his or her blood, breath, saliva, or urine, including the signing of any release or consent forms required by any person, hospital, clinic, or association authorized to obtain such specimens. If such person does not cooperate with the person, hospital, clinic, or association authorized to obtain such specimens, including in the signing and release of consent forms, such non-cooperation shall be considered a refusal to submit to testing.
Senator, any chance for a summary of the next page and a half, or?
Well,
we thinking reading it word
I'm
for word
thinking
is?
We're putting up with all of this minutia in the law because it does get to some points that are exactly embedded in, I think, quite frankly, the arguments the sponsors might make, but it also speaks